Okay. 1 second here, friends. We should be live in just a second. I think on all the platforms. There we go. Yeah, we should be live here. And then also, let me double check everything's working. Although it looks like the horizontal is a little bit laggy. What? Oh no, it's not laggy. It's just paused. Okay, we should be good. All right, audio is good. I got the chat open. Give me 1 second, y'all. Though 1 second. I need to set up TikTok real quick. So 1 second. Let me get TikTok set up. Then I'm going to check also if you're watching on the vertical canvas, throw a comment in, or on the vertical YouTube stream, throw a comment in. Let me know that it's working okay. I've got some new settings I'm testing out right now. So just need to verify that everything's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay. All right, good. All right, I got TikTok almost ready to go. See how that checks out. There we go. I think TikTok's ready to rock. Let me get my phone out before I forget, just to double check our TikTok stream. Make sure TikTok fits right. You always got to do that, man. TikTok's a weird, it's a weird animal. It is a weird animal. I'm gonna go live though, real quick. You know what I should have done on the live stream title? I should have said God hates you specifically just for funds. Vertical's good. Hey, thanks for letting me know. Okay, good. Cool. All right. And I need to add one more thing here to the screen. I need a separate chat window real quick just so I can make sure that I've got all the super chats and the regular chats segregated here so I can kind of organize them the way I need. One moment. Let's see. Where is my? Oh, I guess I'm missing a button on the screen. Okay, no big deal. We'll take care of that later, huh? We'll just pop this one out. There we go. Pop that guy out, and we'll utilize that feller for now. We'll filter this to say super chats. Cool. And then we should be ready to rock and roll. Okay, right? All chats, super chats. Good. Nope. And yeah, we should be ready to rock. Okay, cool. All right, friends. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Sorry about the delay. I just wanted to make sure everything's working on the new setup. Although I'm not testing. I got you might notice I've got the stream right now, the horizontal stream set up in just 1080p today. I don't want to tax my new software too much and have it rebel against me. So we'll see how this works. I got to turn the air conditioning on though. There we go. It's gonna get warm in here today. I don't know about y'all, but where I'm at, it's been like unseasonably warm and even unseasonably humid this particular summer. It's been a wild one. But you know, what are you gonna do, right? It is what it is. You know, summer gets that way, gets warm. But I think we've got a guest already. Oh, let me open up my guest boxes though before I forget. My goodness, I almost forgot to open up our TikTok guest box. There we go. TikTok guest box is open. Right. Hey, look at this. Miss Megs, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Although, let me, on the vertical, one second, on the vertical canvas, you can't see that yet. There you go. Now you can see that on the vertical canvas. Hey, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Miss Megs. And also, Simeon Urchin, thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge. And I see that quite a few people received the gifted memberships. I see one for Hannibal's Mom, Eek Orbs, Witchfinder, General Solomon Kane, Storytime Jesus. A bunch of people got gifted memberships there. And also Miss Megs with the super chat. Thank you. Oh, we're missing the bottom here of the super chat on the horizontal screen. Let me fix that up real quick. There we go. Nice. Y'all be able to see it. Cool. Good. Wunderbar. Miss Meg says, Medusa should have arrived at your PO. Got notification. Hopefully, she's fully covered so the whole place doesn't turn to Doug. Well, as it turns out, my friend, I did get a notification stating that there was a package yesterday that arrived at the PO box. So I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, I've been wrong before, but I'm assuming that that is the package. Super appreciate that, friend. And guess who's already here? Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab our good friend, Ems. Get Ems loaded up real quick. Welcome in, Ems. Oh, 1 second. All right. How you doing, buddy? Oh, we lost Ems. He gone. All right, he's back. Try it again. There you go. Welcome back, Ems. Can you hear me, buddy? Oh, we lost him. I think Ems is having some connection issues over there. Oh. We're gonna do what we can. We'll try to keep him. Ems is back. Third time's the charm. Is it working this time, buddy? Ems? Buddy? I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? And he's gone. I think Ems is having a TikTok issue here today. I don't think I've seen this from Ems equipment before. This seems like a new problem for Ems. Hopefully we can get it resolved. Nevertheless, we should have Ems up in here soon, hopefully. Would love to see Ems in the box. And also, not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you, friend. What's up, Buttercup? You know what? What's up with you, Buttercup? That is. What's the name of that song? Fill Me Up, Buttercup. One of my favorite like Motown style songs. Just a fantastic, amazing song. What's up with you, Buttercup? Actually, no. There's another song that's similar to that. Hold on. It's what's up, Pussycat? That's what I'm thinking of. Jason, hey, listen. Hope you're doing well, friend. I need to contact you. I think we were talking about doing something this summer, and then my inbox got crazy over June, and I have kind of lost touch with everybody. But well, we need to. You and I need to get in contact, so I'll make sure we take care of that. In fact, I got a hold of one of my, I guess you would say like one of my childhood friends in like the beginning of June. I was like, hey, let's get something on the calendar, and then I fucking didn't get anything on the calendar. It was pretty sad. Cynthia, thank you for the $10 super chat. Has been watching Justin's interview with Dark Matter. It's excellent. Well, thank you, Cynthia. I really appreciate that. And I had a lot of fun with Dark Matter. Imagine my surprise. Oh, there's some background noise. Hold on. I just got a message from Carnage. Says there's some background noise. Let me make sure. It says there's some weird background noise. Is it the AC? If you're watching on YouTube, Can you let me know if there's some background noise? And if there is background noise, is it just like the air conditioner running in the background? If so, that's not a problem. I can put some microphone filtering on. If it's something weird, like there's some squealing or something, that's a little more serious. Let me see what the TikTok sounds like real quick. No, if there's some background noise, and if there is background noise, is it just like the air conditioner running in the background? If so, that's not a problem. I can. Okay. Yeah, TikTok has a little bit of background noise. It just sounds like my air conditioner's running. Let me add some filtering to the mic here real quick. It shouldn't be a problem. I'm gonna turn my noise filter up a little bit. I'm gonna turn my noise gate up a little bit, and that should help. But anyways, yeah, a lot of people on YouTube said they don't hear any noise. I think it's only if you're listening to the stream and it's like kind of like cranked up a little bit, you might hear a little bit of noise, but otherwise, I think it's probably gonna be okay. So, nevertheless, Cynthia, hey, thanks for watching the show. I was absolutely thrilled to wake up to an email from Dark Matter. Those who've been around the atheist space for a while, or even just like the religious discussion space for a while, you'll know Dark Matter. It's he's just a legend in the game. He does amazing animation. So, super lucky to be able to do that with Dark Matter. Truth Over Faith says, "What's your favorite fiction, nonfiction books?" This is actually a good question. People famously know on this stream that I'm not a huge fan of fiction because I hate fun. Nevertheless, what I do like are some like philosophical fiction or historical fiction, and in that vein, I would put sorry about that. I would put Anita Diamant's book, The Red Tent, as maybe my favorite historical fiction. And if you haven't read The Red Tent, it's just an amazing book. In fact, when I finally read The Red Tent, I was actually a little upset that I hadn't read it sooner. That's how good it was. It was an optional reading when I was in Bible college, and then it was an optional reading for a class when I was in seminary. And so I already bought the book from Bible college, and I ended up not reading it. And then I got to seminary, and I saw it was recommended there. I was like, it must be a really good book, but I just never prioritized reading it. I read it probably 6 or 7 years ago, finally, and holy fuck, was it a good book! Oh, it's amazing. You want to learn about the ancient Near East, but in like a fictional setting, but also on the biblical type of view. It's really good. It fills in the story of Dinah. The other type of books that I really like are like Fyodor Dostoevsky. Like this, philosophical stuff. So I like a good, or even Samuel Johnson. Samuel Johnson was another. He's kind of an English writer slash philosopher. He's written some really fun stuff. In fact, he made the first English dictionary. He's a really cool dude. Anyways, Randy, thank you for sending out 20 huge 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Really appreciate that, friend. That is humongous. And I see a bunch of people got them. Seeking Truth 2023 must be a Christian. Mr. Smith, Geek Orbs, yeah, I think he got 2 gifted memberships today somehow. The Cosmo Kid, Janked, Matt, Neo, let's see, Tom Page, Witch Dragonfly, Zen, a bunch of people. Let's get a huge round of applause and a bunch of W's in the chat for our friend Randy. And still attacks a bit. The artist formerly known as a man with a stoat in his throat says, Justin, what's a song that takes you back to your high school days? For me, Jackie Blue by Ozark Mountain Daredevils. It's the Reliant K. If I'm going to say it's anybody, I'm going to say that it's Reliant K. I love Reliant K. I loved them when I was in school. They're funny. They're hilarious. The music's good. They're a Christian band. I still love listening to them. They're just funny. They're really good. And so I would probably say Reliant K is one band that I really really enjoy. So yeah, that's what I would run with. And let me think. I listen to a lot of rock from the 70s and 80s. To be fair, in terms of talent, I think the 70s had probably more talent than the 80s, but I also love the sound of a lot of the 80s rock music. So it's just one of those things where it's, what are you going to do? Although there was some very, really good, complex, rock music from the 80s, but, the rock music I like from the 80s might fall into the category of glam rock sometimes. I do love like, some of the classics though, like Boston, Led Zeppelin. And Hunter Girl, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Huge W. Just had to drop 1,500 on bike maintenance to get prepped for Sturgis. So this might be my last contribution for a while. Sorry, Rock Hard for Doug and Simple for Sharon. Hunter Girl, you have supported the stream tremendously. Never be sorry for having to take care of yourself. And also, please be safe. I'm a huge fan of riding. Unfortunately, when my just before my son was born, I had to hang it up because I wanted to be alive for my son. It wasn't a risk I was willing to take, but I'm hoping one day, when my son is grown, to be able to get back on the road. There's nothing quite so fun and freeing as just getting on, an electric horse or gasoline horse. It'll be electric eventually, and just riding with the fucking wind in your face. It's a fantastic time. It's not for everybody, but I loved it. I spent weeks when I was younger just on the road with like a packed up tent, an old shitty bike, just traveling the country. It was fantastic. Friends, we do have some guests waiting to get in. I can read more of these super chats in a bit once we get through our first conversation. So let me grab our first guest. We've got one person waiting in the YouTube queue and one waiting in our TikTok queue. I just need to open up my notes application real quick so I don't forget to take notes on who I've talked to. That's a real fucking problem for me. Nevertheless, I've tried the best I can. I try to keep track of all the people that I talk to. It helps me later. So when people are like, "Hey, remember that conversation you had?" I don't remember anything about that fucking conversation that you're talking about. Nevertheless, let's bring in Cap KG, and then I think, well, Swaggin was actually here first. Then they dropped and came back. So let me grab Swaggin, and then we'll grab Cap. Since Swaggin was here first, and then after that, it looks like we're gonna grab Near Death Experience. This seems to be the name of the individual. So, let's see. All right, hey Swaggin, can you hear me? Swaggin, anything? Swaggin, let me double check your audio real quick. Make sure you have an audio actually set up. Unfortunately, um, there needs to be a good way. Well, really needs to be a good way to like design this software so that it's more like TikTok, so that it automatically forces the guest audio to go to like their default like fucking phone microphone. Anyways, I mean, Swaggin, I can see that you've got some like a microphone attached. Give me 1 second. All right, Swaggin, can you say something? Swaggin, Swaggin, anything? I don't. Unfortunately, I don't think Swaggin is hearing me. Let me double check the the guest room real quick to make sure I can hear me when I'm in the guest box. Or so the problem is there's so many people come in here with bad hardware configurations. I always need to check to see if there's actually a problem with my setup or if the guest just fucked up hardware. All right, let me see. 1 second. All right, can I hear myself in my phone? Ah, okay. That's interesting. I can hear you through my phone right now, which means what that means is your audio is not coming to me. That means yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Let me Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna route your audio real quick. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. Your audio is just not getting routed. All right. Try something now. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I have a workaround for this anyways. 1 second. You can't hear me though, right? Yes, I can hear you. Everyone in the guest room can hear you. I need to know if you can hear me. No, so he can't. Okay, crazy. Not a big deal. Let me open a separate instance real quick of the guest room, and we'll make sure that it's working. What was the name of that guest I was trying to pull in? It was Wagon. Wagon's not even in the guest box right now. All right, let's see. Yep, open up the right guest box. Always a good time. All right, we'll send it like a camera real quick. Set up the soundboard in the room here. See if Swagon's still in the room. I see Swagon in the room. All right, let's see if Swagon can hear the microphone now. Swagon, buddy, can you hear me? I don't think Swagon's got his audio stuff set up. I don't see a microphone or a speaker attached to his stuff. Give me a second. Ay, 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 ay. Swagon, can you hear me? Swagon! Swagon! Well, okay, I don't think Swagon's with us, y'all. I'm just gonna cut Swagon real quick and move on to Cap. Actually, we've talked to Cap a handful of times. Um, Although we do have a friendly in the box to test the audio real quick. Let me double check that real quick. How you doing, friendly? I I can hear you, friendly audio test. Friendly? Hello? Apparently they can't hear me. That seems to be the root of the problem, huh? Hey, friendly. Can you friendly? Oh, friendly. Can you hear me? That seems to be the root of the issue. Okay, they just can't hear me, which is weird because I'm in the guest box and I can hear me. That's fucking wild. Okay. Cool. 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 Cool.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I couldn't hear you for a minute until about 10 seconds ago.
Okay. Well, you can hear me now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Can you hear me now? Can you? Anything? Maybe? Perhaps? Oh boy. Friendly? Anything? 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 No. 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 Okay. Well, okay. Well, okay. Well, okay. Well, okay. Well, okay. Get rid of that. 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 We'll work on that in a second. Let me grab our TikTok guest. What are you gonna do? It's weird that they can't hear me when I can hear me when I'm in the guest. Oh well. Cap, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. So the background says God hates you. Prove me wrong. Um, the first question I have is just do you accept clarity questions in regards to your argument?
Yeah, of course.
And then, okay, yeah. So the first clarity question is what exactly is meant by hate? Because obviously, there are different understandings of the term, right? Like we can understand hate in this type of psychological understanding. There are like hyperbolic interpretations of the term hate. There are other interpretations of the term hate which are, I'd say, compatible with omnibenevolence. So what exactly do you take hate to be? And then we can get into your argument.
Well, so hate, I would say, is like a disdain or dislike. Maybe you would say the opposite of like. So if you like somebody, the opposite of that would be you hate them. Although I would say hate is like an exaggerated form of dislike. Would that be okay?
Yeah, so you want to say like there's this type of like deep attitude of like opposition or rejection towards someone. Um, that's kind of accurate. Yeah, I would say that's kind of the definition of hate that you're using. Perfect. So now we can get into the argument.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. How could one know? What are the traits and the characteristics of hatred? I mean, how does one know
Yeah.
if they're hated or if they hate somebody?
So some of the under like what's needed for hate is just that the agent has this type of um, strong rejection towards someone or something. Maybe they have the desire for this person to, go away, no longer exist, for this person to stop doing what they're doing. Maybe they're angry at someone. Um, it's not about like it doesn't always have to mean these things. It's more about how strongly you reject something, right? Because you can have anger and not necessarily hate someone, right? You can have this type of you can kind of want someone to stop engaging in their type of behavior and not like kind of hate them in this sense. So it's about I understand hate as the strongest possible form of disapproval or rejection. Do you agree with this? Like I think there's a symmetry breaker to be made between um, the
Hmm.
type of hate that I'm talking about and um, the type of understanding of anger or kind of like do you agree that there's a distinction to be made there?
I do think that it's a strong form of rejection. I don't know if I would say it's the strongest form of rejection because I think the English language is so flexible. It just doesn't seem necessary to add that carve out to it. But we agree, it's a very strong form of rejection or disdain or dislike. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can get the type of understanding of someone hating someone by, maybe looking at certain actions that they take. You have like a difference between um, hatred and this type of like justice or this type of like righteous anger. But we get the idea of hate from type of actions that the agent involves in and their external reflection of their mental state. So like if someone literally is just saying, "Oh, I hate you. Go away. I don't want you to be involved." You might have a positive reason to say, "Well, that person actually does hate the other person." You know what I mean? Um, so it's all about kind of looking at and analyzing this type of psychological representation of the mental states there. So the
I'm
goal
not
in mind for this
I'm not
conversation
sure I
is
know
just
exactly where
for
you're going. When I say hate, I'm just saying, hey, hate is referring to a disdain, an aversion, a dislike, hostility towards
Yeah,
somebody.
but you asked me a type of epistemic question, which was, how do you know someone hates someone else? I'm just laying those criterion out right now. So the goal for the discussion here is just um, for you to establish that God fits this type of definitional characteristic, um, insofar as like giving me an argument for the claim, basically. So now that we have that out the way,
Well,
we can kind
that's
of
that's why I asked, what do you think is indicators of hate? So, for example, if
yeah, I
somebody
gave some.
said, "This person over here hates me," how could we validate the claim?
Yeah, I gave some. You can look at the type of reflection of the intrinsic mental states with the external actions, right? So if someone has like a persistent rejection of someone, a type of desire for a separation, refusal to respect individuals, um, maybe you want to say their like even their words, right? Like words are an external reflection of mental states. So if we talk about the words that someone says, if they say straightforwardly, like, I hate you, I don't have any respect for you, maybe they say, disrespectful things, it seems like that also can lend credence towards the claim that the person hates someone else, right? So the goal for the discussion, and this is kind of where I was going, was for you to demonstrate that God does these type of things or somehow satisfies the definitional characteristic. I'm specifically looking for an argument for the prompt. I don't want to do the thing where we did like the kind of Socratic method question, like bogging down in questions. I just want you to lay out the argument and we can discuss from there.
Yeah. The argument is basically under the standard definition that we use of hate, God would fit the category, right? So if hating something means that you disdain somebody, if hating somebody means that you act in hostility towards somebody would say in an undeserved manner, then I would say that you are acting in hatred. So, for example, hostility is one of those things that could be justified or unjustified, right? If somebody is hostile to, say, an invading army, we would say that, well, that's justified, right? It's an invading army. If somebody's just hostile to somebody who just, accidentally stumbled on the wrong land, that's a whole nother situation, right? So I think hostility is like undeserved violence, right?
Hostility is undeserved violence. It seems like that's kind of baking in these type of axiological understandings of what's proper in regards to your reactions to certain actions. Do you have an account of the type
I'm
of
just
thing that's
using the
deserved?
definition. I'm not using philosophy. The definition
No,
of
you are using
hostility is a
philosophy.
state of deep-seated ill will, unfriendliness, or aggression, opposition towards people or ideas.
Yeah,
Do
so
we
to be
agree
clear,
on that definition?
you are using philosophy, so I'm going to dismiss your question and address the
just
claim you just made.
I'm just
You are
using
using
the
philosophy in the
definition.
sense. Well,
I'm just
I wasn't
using the
finished talking, sir.
definition.
I don't want you to do this thing where you interrupt me because I've let you interrupt
Well,
me
I'm going
several
to
times,
interrupt you
and
because
I haven't
you're trying
complained.
to avoid the fact that I'm just using basic definitions, and you're trying to like run away from the basic definition of the
So,
word.
so let me explain why my critique is relevant because I've let you interrupt me several times and I haven't said anything. So, are you willing to let me get the thought out, like 30 seconds at least, or maybe even 20? Just like get the thought
Go
out?
do whatever you need
Okay,
to.
perfect. So you made the claim that you aren't using philosophy when you are using philosophy, especially in regards to this type of talk about deserved, right? You said, you know, we can kind of evaluate God's actions in acting in hostility towards someone in an undeserved manner. Now, there's some underlying assumptions there, right? Which is just that there's a coherent account of what's deserved and what's not, and that there's these type of axiological or moral
You're
understandings of,
trying really hard to
well,
get
there are
ahead of my
certain
argument.
actions. I'm not finished
Did I
talking,
say
sir,
that
please.
God does anything that is like undeserved yet?
You said
'Cause
God fits
that's
the
what you're trying to
category
do
of.
right now. Right now, you're
You just
trying
said
to
God.
run an argument, basically assuming that based on your philosophical assumptions about God, everything God does do is now deserved, and you haven't even
No,
heard my argument yet.
that's not what I said. I said that specifically your account of hatred and the type of actions that can entail hatred presuppose some axiological understandings of the term deserved. So what I want you to do is give some understanding of the type of actions that are deserved and which ones aren't, or at least some type of symmetry breaker between deserved actions and undeserved actions, insofar as actions that are proper in response to someone else's actions. And then from there, we can talk about that further, maybe. But nowhere in there did I say talk about God. Yeah, I'm not specifically talking about God yet. I'm just questioning the underlying understanding of what you take there. Now, in regards to me trying to get ahead of your argument, I'm not getting ahead of your argument. I'm giving what's called a meta level critique. So, do you have that?
I have what?
Yeah. Well,
Did you
were
actually
you
just want to hear
listening?
my argument, or do you want to try to get ahead of it?
Were you listening to what I was saying?
Yeah,
Because
did you want
you
to
would
hear
know
my
what I was
actual
asking you
argument, or
for.
do you want to get ahead of it?
I'm not trying to get ahead of your argument. I explained why I'm not.
Sounds like you do.
Right. So
So it's
I'm
I'll
gonna
just
re-ask it,
I'll
and
I'll
I'm
just
gonna
cut
ask
it.
if you have one.
I'll just make the whole thing go faster by just giving you like the basis of the argument. The basis of the argument is based on like simple definitions. God fits the definitions, right? So God acts in great hostility and unjust violence towards human beings, which means he literally fits the definition of hating human beings. Also, in the Bible, he just says that he hates some people. In fact, he says he hated Esau, although in this particular instance, he means he hated Esau, the nation, the people of Seir, before Esau was even born, right? So the Bible just already tells you that he does hate some people. I'm just extending it and saying, actually, I think he hates you too.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things to bring into question here. The first one is, do you have an account of the actions commit? Also, yeah, I think it would be beneficial to ask for a syllogism. Do you have this in syllogistic format? If not, I'll just ask you questions about the informal argument you gave.
I can put it in a syllogism if you think that's going to be helpful for you.
We don't need to if you don't have it.
But you just
So
said that you
we said
wanted a
that
syllogism. I don't mind putting it in a syllogism.
I'm saying it would be beneficial if you have one on hand, but if you don't have one, we
Yeah,
don't need to waste time.
I'll put
Um,
it into a syllogism.
so
Don't worry. I got lots of time.
yeah, that's
All
fine.
right, so we'll do
Um,
P1. In fact, I'll put it on the screen. Give me 1 second. Get it up. We'll get it up here on the screen. I didn't add it to my screen yet, but doesn't take very long to add it up here. I'm gonna add a browser to the screen real quick. Because we're not going to add a browser. It won't let me add items to my scene while we're live. Oh, well. Anyways, I'll work on that later. P1 is, we can just start with the definition. You want to start there? We would say hate is, we can even say defined by undue hostility towards another. We agree with that?
yeah, we can have that be premise one for now. Yeah.
Okay. So premise number one, then I think is fair and simple. Hate is defined by undue hostility towards other. Premise number two is God displays undue hostility towards others. And then the conclusion, obviously, would be that God hates, let's say, at least some people. We can work on the God hates you once we get through this. So
Yeah. The
the
first thing
problem
I'm
you're going to
obviously
have is you're going to disagree with premise two, I assume.
no, I'm not actually going to disagree with that at all. So the first problem I have is just that the argument just seems straightforwardly formally invalid
Oh, what's invalid
because we
about it?
don't use any. Yeah, so validity just talks about the structure of the argument,
Yeah,
right?
what's wrong with the
What
structure?
logic are you using?
What's wrong with the structure?
Yeah, well, if you're using propositional logic,
We're just
you
going to
just
need you
have,
to say what you think is wrong with my structure.
yeah, well, yeah, I'm going to explain. So if you're using propositional logic, you don't have an inference rule there. Not only do you not have an inference rule, if we plug it into like a truth tree where there's like,
Didn't we
you just test the validity.
didn't
I'm
we
not finished
already
speaking, sorry.
didn't we already
If
go
you
over
plug
this
this
last time
into
we
a
talked,
truth tree,
Cap? Didn't we run like 15 minutes of this nonsense last time we did a
yeah,
syllogism and
I've never
it turned
discussed with you, but
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't know
we
why you're
did this
doing that.
already.
You're obviously panicking. So if we plug the argument into a truth tree in propositional logic, you have P, Q, therefore S, which obviously is invalid, right? We can just look at the truth tree right now. I
Oh,
can throw
so
my camera
you're
on and
just
show
mad
you.
that I didn't use the word if.
It's invalid though. Like it's
Yeah,
not
he
that I'm
thinks it's
mad. It's
invalid
just
because
trivially invalid.
I didn't use the word if.
No, it's invalid because there's no
So
connectives and
I
there's no
just
inference
plugged it
rule.
into an AI model and says it's deductively valid in substance. So,
Oh wait, do you want
but
to see the truth
I
tree where I
I
can
know
obviously
it's
disprove
very
this?
difficult for you to understand that to have a
That's just really
valid
simple.
argument you don't need an if statement. I get that a lot of the inference rules are built around if statements. You actually don't need that. Premises have implied ifs.
I'll
Obviously,
show you the
premise
truth tree.
one,
So the truth
if
tree.
hate is defined by
You're
undue
doing this thing where you're
hostility
over
towards
talking, and I don't
other, and
appreciate it.
God
So
displays
if we
undue
look at the
hostility
truth
towards
tree, I can
other,
actually show you a
then it
truth
would
tree,
mean
right?
that
The argument
God
is just
hates some
straightforwardly invalid.
people. So
And
we'll
look at
just,
this. So
you're actually just a waste of space, kid. You got to grow up. Get a job. I don't have to tell you. Study something real in school. I have no idea what you're doing with your time, but you're a waste of space. Okay. I know exactly who you are. You've been written on my spreadsheet before. This is not the first time we've talked. You did the same nonsense last time we talked. You're a waste of space. Get over it, okay? Okay, cool. We're gonna move on to I don't know, hopefully a real adult here, and then maybe get a better conversation rolling. We do have well, let me deploy one thing real quick. I'm gonna deploy an update to my guest room and see if it fixes this audio routing issue real quick. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of a freeze there. Should be good to go. Let me double check that the stream is still up though on YouTube. Sorry about that, friends. Oh goodness. All right, view your channel. Make sure we're still live. It shows that we're still live. We should be good to go. Yeah, we're good on the vertical stream. We should be good on the horizontal stream here as well. Yeah, we're good on the horizontal stream. All right, we should be all right. Cool. So let me grab just a couple of super chats, y'all, and then we're gonna get our next guest up in here. Thank you for putting up with that nonsense caller. We'll not bring him back. Smack, hey, good to see you, friend. Says, choose which pantheon you would most like to live in as god or human. Probably the ancient Mesopotamian pantheon was pretty rad, actually. I did enjoy most of the gods, although some of them less savory than others of the ancient Near East, and so that wouldn't be so bad. I think I'd be okay with being part of that pantheon. They did parties, they drank together, they ate together. It was pretty wild. They had a good time. And also from Section X, thank you for the $10 super chat. Oh, 1 second, I gotta enlarge the super chat on the bottom. There we go. You said you're kind of a fan of historical philosophical fiction. I'm curious if you'd give any hints, tips for those of us wishing to write philosophical fiction, a la comic books or D&D. Well, I don't know much about D&D. I would say this though: if you're into comic books, a lot of comic books already do address like the historical fiction stuff. Even like from like Greek religion and things like that, Greek life. So what I would do, to me, if I was doing historical fiction, I would pick a story that was well known from the time period and the culture that you're interested in, and find a gap. Find a gap in a really popular story and say, hey, it's it's really weird that like we have this story and then like this character pops up and then we don't learn much about him. What gives? Or there's this story where like I actually don't like the resolution. It seems like there needs to be a sequel, right? And then go ahead and write that sequel. Write that plot hole. Write something to fill in that gap so that people can pick it up and say, "Oh, this is actually really good." People who already like that genre of history will see your stuff and be like, "Oh, this is actually really cool stuff." That's why we do. And Zeke, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Prophet Justin, don't think I've come to preach or proselytize. I've come not to preach, but to enlighten. I'm sure you have. Truly, I tell you, till heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle would be left unrefuted from fallacy till all minds are liberated. Zeke, if you're talking to me as an atheist, sure. If you're talking to me as a Christian or a believer, you're out of your mind. I don't have to tell you, the reality is these gods are all fake, and you're probably the one that needs liberated, my friend. And Mangold says, do you have any verses that can help my half sister to believe, to not believe in hell? Our father recently passed. Me and Dad were atheists. Oh, well, I would say this: the Catholic doctrine of purgatory has some strong support. There seems to be some strong support in the Bible for the idea that you don't just go directly to heaven simply for not believing, and that there is kind of this idea where there is a a middle ground where you can earn your way out of purgatory, essentially, or some people might call it Abraham's bosom. But the reality is, this is heavily dependent on whether or not you accept the apocryphal books or the deuterocanonical books. If you accept the deuterocanonical books, you're probably going to accept purgatory. If you don't, then you're not going to accept purgatory. But there's a really good case to be made that purgatory and the deuterocanonical books should be included in the canon. That being said, there's not much you can do to get rid of hell from the Bible. It's just there. It's the whole point of Christianity, by the way. The whole point of Christianity is to make you afraid of being torched alive for all of eternity. That was the whole point, right? So I don't think you're going to be able to get around that, unfortunately. I would focus more on just deconverting them from the religion altogether. You know what I mean? Rather than attempting to like use the Bible and make it say something it doesn't say. That makes sense. I don't know. I hope that works. I wouldn't want to lie to somebody about what the Bible says just to make them not afraid of hell. You can make them not afraid of hell just by getting them to the point where they're within reality. You know what I mean? Okay. Nevertheless, let me get one more super chat here, and then we are going to get our next guest. It looks like Egan Swaggin. Billy Cypress, my friend, huge W. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Just here to support you, Justin. I'd love to call in sometime, but it would be boring conversation for the audience. I would love to figure out just how your mind manages to retain so much, because it retains so much in the Bible, then I lose everything else. That's the problem. Like my area of interest, I've crammed information in at the expense of everything else. So it's not that my brain is special; it's that my brain is hyper focused. That makes sense. But I'll have a Q&A coming up on the last Sunday of the month. Was it 25th or 26th? So come on by for the Q&A, friend. I'd love to hear from you, and we can have some dialogue and talk about a few things. All right, let me get Egan Swaggin. I wonder if this is the same Swaggin that was in the other guest box. We'll find out. How you doing, Swaggin?
Hey, what's good, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Swaggin, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 25.
Okay.
I got a full-time job, dude. No worries. All right.
All right. And do you believe in
Yeah,
God?
yes, I do. I'm a
Okay.
Christian. I know you just talked about hell. I'm actually an annihilationist.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's also a thing, I guess, for, the person who asked about hell, but whatever. Okay, so when you say God hates us, or God hates you, are you primarily basing this off of what you read in the Bible, or like just in general, like the problem of suffering, just the suffering you see in this
I
world?
think you can use either.
Okay. Yeah, I would say I'd prefer to just argue about the real world suffering aspect and less about the Bible, because I don't know, there's just so much in the Bible. So my view is basically that if you assume that God is all powerful and all powerful meaning like in a logical sense, so like no logical paradoxes, like he can't like create a rock too big to carry or anything like that. I would say it is highly unlikely that the best possible world he creates doesn't involve any suffering, at least any temporary suffering.
Hi.
Why? So I would say there's some experiences out there that are positive experiences that simply cannot exist without some negative experiences, right?
Like what?
And I'm not talking about just like the morality aspect. Like, for example,
Like
could you
what?
feel, yeah, like a sense of safety? Like, for example, if you've never been afraid, how much would you appreciate like feeling safe? You know what I
Well, there's
mean?
no safety in
Or,
heaven,
yeah, there is safety in heaven.
but
Yeah.
there's no like fear or danger or anything.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, we still
So,
have.
so
Yes,
what do we
yes,
need the
of course,
suffering
of
for
course.
then?
Well, we need the temporary suffering on Earth to
Why?
sort of appreciate heaven more.
Why? Babies die and go to heaven. They don't. They're not gonna remember any of that. Also, the Bible says essentially that like the memory of things from your past life won't exist.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's like a whole other aspect. I mean, we could argue about. I'm gonna assume that you do remember some suffering, and that you do remember that aspect. That's where I'm coming from. I mean, if we're just gonna assume that your mind is white when you go to heaven, then I guess you got me. But I'm coming from this like in the sense that um, in order to truly appreciate something, I think I would say, logically impossible to appreciate it um, more than if you've never experienced suffering. So, like,
So, so how come God just allows babies to die in the womb and then get transported to heaven?
yeah, I mean, I guess those babies, they get a quick ticket to heaven. Good for
But
them.
can they
Um,
experience heaven and actually enjoy it?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't get me
Oh,
wrong. You don't need suffering to have an amazing time in heaven. Like
so it
the picture
sounds
I
like
would.
you don't need the suffering then.
This Here's the thing. Suffering isn't necessary to have an amazing time. I'm just saying adding some temporary finite amount of suffering makes that time even better, right? So like
So
the idea I would
does that mean
give
God
is.
designed like your experience in heaven to be better than the child that was aborted?
Not necessarily. I mean, so maybe my experience is better than the baby that's aborted. I mean, the part of life here on Earth is the aspect that we like, authenticity, right? Like our lives are so different. That's like another aspect of beauty that you just can't appreciate without us all living different lives and having different experiences when we get to heaven,
Did you hear my
right?
question?
Yes, I heard your question. Your question was if the baby like has a worse time in heaven than me if I suffer more. Is that right?
Yeah, are you going to have a better time in heaven than the baby?
I don't know. I'll have a different time.
What
It's
will it be
like
better?
seeing. I honestly I don't know. I mean, it's like seeing blue and red. Is blue better or red better? I don't know, but it's different. And I would argue that seeing both blue and red makes it better. You know what I'm saying? Like
Well,
the
logically
the
speaking,
variety of
though,
experiences. Yeah, go
but
ahead.
logically
Sorry.
speaking, if you need the suffering to maximize your experience in heaven, and the babies that go directly to heaven without living this life are there, that means their experience in heaven is not maximalized, and ours are, which could only result in us having a better experience in heaven. If it's not a better experience in heaven, then that just means that our suffering was never necessary to begin with.
Yeah, so I kind of disagree with that point. So the thing is, the key part here is also authenticity, right? I think one other aspect of appreciation and wonder and whatever also comes from the diverse experiences that we have when we meet in heaven, right? So I mean, the picture I'd like to paint is, imagine you're in like continuous bliss. You're just in heaven, you're having an awesome time, right? And God tells you, listen, dude, if you want to, I can send you down to this place called Earth, and you'll spend anywhere from 0 days to 80 years, 100 years. I don't know. You might suffer a lot, you might not suffer that much, but you're going to have some new experiences that is going to make your time here a little bit more colorful, make you sort of appreciate heaven even more, right? And my question to you is, would you take that if you're in that infinite bliss state, right?
I disagree with the premise altogether. So A simple syllogism, P1, suffering in this life maximalizes the heaven experience. Premise number 2, babies that miscarry don't suffer. And then the conclusion is that babies, actually, I should say, miscarried babies cannot maximize their heaven experience. Do we agree with that so far?
Um, I kind of disagree. I'm looking at it
All right,
more as a whole,
which
right?
premise do you reject?
So I reject the premise that simply because we have different levels of suffering and because some of us suffer less than others, that as a result everyone needs to suffer the same amount, right?
I
I
didn't say that. Your
okay.
claim is my first premise, which is suffering in this life will maximize or increase your heavenly experience, right?
Not just for yourself. I'm talking about everyone. Like I'm thinking of this
I'm
more as a
I'm not
collective.
I'm not asking about the collective. This is just a general rule. It's either true or it's not.
Yeah,
Suffering
general rule.
in
Yeah.
this world
Yes.
improves the heaven experience, yes or no?
Yes. Yes. Sure. Sure. Sure.
Okay. Premise number 2, babies that miscarry don't suffer. We agree there?
I don't know if I agree there. I feel like they might still suffer. But
They
I will give you that they probably suffer a whole lot less than like some
Well,
Jew
most
who
of
was
them
cast or
are
something
not
like
aware
that.
yet.
Yeah.
Most miscarried zygotes or prezygotes have like no awareness yet.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you have to ask yourself, like, what consciousness is and what suffering is, and when God decides to give it
Do
consciousness,
you
right?
have to be conscious to suffer?
I would say yes.
There you go. Okay. Do you think that a clump of cells in the uterus is conscious?
I would say I don't know.
They're not.
Maybe, yeah.
Scientifically, we know that they're
Well,
not.
yeah, well, okay. Listen, so this is gonna go back into like a whole other area of consciousness, right? Which is extremely interesting. And I will say, like, um, I'm not. I would argue that in a materialist world, consciousness is possible. So that's like
hold
a whole
on.
other debate.
No,
But
hold on one second.
sorry.
I got to move something around.
Okay, my bad, my bad.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I just gotta change the position of something on my screen before it's gonna drive me crazy. That's my apologies. Cool. Yep. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so if we're gonna argue about like consciousness, right? Like um there that's a whole other thing. Like I personally I don't believe that like uh your brain like more computation means consciousness, right?
But that
So
that is true though. It's just demonstrably true.
so okay, if you want to talk about this, I can give you a perfect example. I mean, if you look at a Turing machine, um, it's actually a very simple structure, right? And if you take a bunch, like if you make the Turing machine bigger and you add more complexity to it, right? It's still a bunch of very simple structures, right? And like a bunch of atoms just bumping into each other, right? I mean, you know, how intelligent do you need to be to consciously experience pain, right? Like,
Oh well,
is that
we kind of know about these things, right? We do have measures for this, and we do tests to
yeah?
determine if something is in fact experiencing pain or if they're conscious. That's how we discovered that like lobsters do in fact feel pain when they're boiled
Fair enough.
alive.
Yes,
So
yes, yes. I'm not talking about the
we
physical
do know
reality.
when something is actually in pain, and it turns out that a couple clumps of cell in the uterine lining isn't experiencing pain.
Okay, so in that case, I would use either the Chinese room experiment or the blue color, red color thought experiment. I mean, if you take a blind person and or you never show them any colors, right? And they grew up, they learn everything you can possibly know about colors, right? Everything you can possibly know about sight, vision, anything you can write down about colors and sight, they know. And the moment then you decide to take off that blindfold and then you show them the color red, do you think they learn something new in that situation?
But we're talking about how pain works, and we know how pain works. There's a whole
I,
like nervous system
yes,
that processes pain in the
I
body,
agree. I
and you
agree
have to get to
fully.
like 24 or 25 weeks of development for any of those nerves to even exist, which means
I
those
agreed.
fertilized eggs and clumps of cells inside of the womb aren't feeling pain until they get to roughly the week
Agreed
24. This
fully.
is not really a difficult thing here.
No, I fully agree with you. I'm not talking about the nervous system here, right? Like, there's a difference between like the actual nervous system reacting to pain, right, and the suffering that comes behind it, right? Because like, imagine you have some sort of system that mimics the nervous system, right? But nobody is actually there to experience the pain, right? That's the difference between pain and suffering. I would
How
argue
could
pain
how
is
could nobody be present with suffering?
um,
Suffering, by definition, is somebody experiencing it.
well, I mean, let's say you remove the brain of somebody and their nervous system, like the nerves and whatever, are still reacting to whatever you're doing. Would you say there's somebody experiencing pain? Or would you say it's
Again,
just like
you
some
need
reaction?
your neurons and your nervous system to be functional. So if somebody's
Yes,
dead, like their head's cut
agree.
off, that means that they're no longer processing
Yes.
pain.
Yes. Okay, so what I would say is there's a difference between a biological machine, right? Like an AI or whatever, and a
But we're not
conscious
talking about
biological
AI. We're
machine.
talking about biological life. What is happening right
Yes.
now?
Yeah, well, okay,
This
so
I have no idea what you're doing right now. This is really the easiest part of the conversation we're going to have is that you have to get to a particular biological development before you can even experience pain. That biological
agreed.
development
Agreed.
doesn't exist until roughly week 24 or 25 in
I
embryonic
I
human development, which means
I fully
day number 2 of a fertilized egg, that fertilized egg isn't going to experience any pain if it tries
yeah,
to
no
implant
physical pain.
itself into the uterine
Absolutely.
wall and then can't implant and then ends up
Yes.
in the toilet. Can we
Yes.
start there?
Yes. No
Fantastic.
physical pain.
Do you think
Absolutely.
that life begins at conception,
Honestly, I don't know. I think life begins the moment God gives you consciousness.
which is when?
Um, I mean, I guess for the purpose of debate, let's just agree on whatever you think is the timeline where they get consciousness.
I'm asking you, when do you think human beings get consciousness?
Um, my honest answer is I don't know, but I'm happy to say like I don't know 5 months. Sure. So before that, it's not a baby, and but I mean that's a whole other thing. But let's just say 5 months, and then it's conscious, and then it's a human being. So before that, no soul, nothing, whatever. Um, like it, I'm not a biologist, right? So if we want to just talk about like just when they have a functioning brain, according to you, that's when they get consciousness. So that's where I'll say life begins. The moment
Uh
they're
huh.
conscious. That's my definition of life. Yeah.
Sure. So, do you think that if before they're conscious, that if they die, they'll go to heaven or hell, or do they just cease to exist?
Well, I mean, if they're not conscious, then they're not really there, right? Like you're not really a thing if you're not conscious, right? So yeah, you just don't exist.
Cool. So let's imagine a zygote gets consciousness. We'll say fucking week, month 5. They've been conscious for one day. They get
Okay.
miscarried. They die in the womb. They get miscarried, and then they're shot out. Is that baby going to experience the same level of joy in heaven as, say, you would?
Um, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
Okay.
I don't know.
And and do
Um,
you think that it would be fair of God to allow that to happen? considering that heaven is supposed to be the greatest achievement of good, and now he's robbed this zygote, this dead zygote, of having that ability to enjoy heaven to the max.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to, you can give us all the exact same amount of suffering to make it fair, right? But that would strip away one crucial aspect of what makes heaven even better from the collective perspective, is that we have different experiences, right? So you'd meet people in heaven who have one day of consciousness, that's their experience. You'll meet people in heaven who suffered
Yeah, but
horribly, that's their
I
experience,
think
right?
you're just
So
kind of not addressing what I'm saying. My question is, are are the miscarried babies going to experience heaven to the same level as you? It's just a yes or no.
okay, no, they're not.
Okay. Okay. And do you think that that is a problem? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. So then it's not a problem to get to heaven and not have the same experience, which means the idea that you need to suffer in order to enjoy heaven is preposterous. Also, it misses the whole
I
point
disagree
of
with that last point.
it
I disagree
misses
with that last point.
no, you don't disagree. Those were your words. You literally said that
No,
that
no, no.
zygote that didn't suffer like you is going to still be able to enjoy heaven.
Yes, they'll still be able to enjoy it. They won't enjoy it as much as me, right? But you got to think of it from the perspective of God. He's trying to enjoy, like, maximize enjoyment in heaven
No,
for
he's not.
everyone.
He's not
I
maximizing enjoyment for everybody because 40% of all fertilized eggs are miscarried or they die before reaching 6 months of birth or 6 months of life. So he's
I
obviously
mean,
not concerned about that, or else he'd make it so that babies would actually at least get the term.
so you want them to suffer more, or I don't get it. Like, they
No,
should
I'm
suffer
saying
more,
in your worldview, they should
right?
suffer more. In your worldview, not mine. In my
No.
worldview,
In my
causing somebody to suffer is never actually going to increase their joy. In fact, that's
okay,
why,
so
and I hope you don't have children because most parents will know that the reason why children,
no, of
like we
course
say
not.
that children are innocent, right? That they're happy all the time typically,
Yes,
and the reason
yes,
why they're happy all the time because they haven't been, emotionally destroyed by the hell of this world. And even the Bible
I,
seems to agree with this
yeah,
particular fact. So it's
yeah,
basically
yeah.
the idea that you need to suffer in order to enjoy heaven is actually pretty ludicrous.
Well, so can we talk about that? Because my worldview also means that in order to make the experience more authentic, like, you can't just have the same exact amount of suffering and the same
I
exact experience for everyone,
I didn't say
right?
same amount
So,
or same exact.
and if you don't have the same exact amount, you're gonna have people on one end of the spectrum who don't suffer much, and you're gonna have people on the other end of the spectrum who
But you
suffer a
said
lot,
that's not a
right?
problem.
Yes, exactly. That's not a
So
problem
okay, so
because
if it's not a
that's
problem, that means you don't need the suffering. That's all that means.
no, I'm saying it's not a problem because that diversity in itself, like the diversity of the different experiences in itself, is also a good thing, and that makes
Why?
up for it.
Why is it good?
Well, I mean, I would say it's good in the same sense. Like, I mean, why would diversity not be good, right? Like,
I'm asking you,
um,
why is it good to have a diverse amount of suffering in heaven?
yes, I would say it's the same way it's good to have a diverse, I don't know, not eat the same food every day, right?
But
Or I don't
I'm
know, see different colors,
I'm,
right?
I'm sure, but
It
I'm
it,
asking
it
you
makes
why.
your
Why is this
why?
good? Yeah.
Because you get to you get to experience, you get to appreciate more, right? You get to
Who gets to
appreciate the
appreciate
different.
more?
You do when you're in heaven. I
How
do
do I
when I.
get to appreciate heaven more because there are some people who had various levels of suffering?
Well, yeah, I mean, this comes from this comes down to the aspect of authenticity, right? Like, so, the idea that your life is authentic, right? That in and of itself is a concept that makes us feel
What
good that you
what
just
does that
couldn't
even
have.
mean? What does it mean to say that your life is authentic? We know it. Your life is your life. It by
Yeah, yeah.
default
If
is
we, well,
authentic. You don't have that's a
yes,
meaningless
yes.
statement.
Well, it isn't, because if we all had the exact same life, then our lives wouldn't be authentic, right?
If,
But by us all having different experiences, different worldviews, all these different lives, right? We get to sort of we get to have this feeling of authenticity, right? And that in and of itself is also a good thing, right? There's so many different good experiences,
but
like that you
this
just
hasn't
simply
really
have.
this hasn't really done a whole lot for your argument so far.
Okay.
So what
I
you're
mean,
all you're suggesting so far is somehow if you go to heaven, you're going to benefit because there are people there who have extreme and less extreme levels of suffering in the world. And you're saying, well,
well, yeah.
because of authenticity, but you haven't actually explained why it's better to be authentically like maximalize suffering or authentically not suffered. Like, where are we finding the actual benefit here? What are we measuring the benefit in?
Well, the benefit I'm measuring in is in terms of good experiences, right? And I would say the more
What
types
kind
of
of experiences in heaven?
in heaven, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But can you have good experiences? What good experience in heaven can you have that a miscarried zygote couldn't have had?
Well, so, for example, it's not about a good experience that they can't have, but I might appreciate some things more, right?
How?
So,
What
for
would you
example,
appreciate more that they wouldn't?
uh, yes, for example, if I grew up poor and I didn't have any heating in the house and I was always cold, right? And I go to heaven and it's warm, I might appreciate this warmth more. I don't know, like something like that, right?
Or you would
It's,
just be you could be upset that God put you in a world where you were cold the whole time you were alive.
I mean, if you take a temporary life and you can contrast that to infinity, I think it's all good, dude. Like, I mean,
You think
this
what's all
comes back
good?
to like, I mean, yeah, if I mean, 80 years compared to infinity years is nothing, right? And if it gives me some
But are you
magic
suggesting
perspective,
that suffering isn't valuable, like, or that suffering isn't meaningful?
no, no, not at all, not at all, not at all. What I'm saying is that the tiny amount of suffering we get gives us some perspective that we can't
Tiny
have
amount?
without
What are
it.
you talking about?
Well, it is tiny compared to
You know that
infinite.
there are people that are like literally tortured.
Yes, yes, it's horrible. I mean, from my
Do
perspective,
you,
it's not a tiny amount, but
the
I would
people that
say
are
that
tortured by like they say the Yakuza gang, is that what they call them? Like people that are like brutalized, assaulted, cut
horrible,
open.
absolutely
Do
horrible.
you think that's required to enjoy heaven?
Do I think that's required specifically?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not going to say it's required. I'm going to say those people who have the worst lives are going to appreciate heaven the most. I think
So
so.
you think the person? Let's imagine somebody got locked up as a child in somebody's
Yes.
basement. There was a guy in was it Austria, I think, that did this to one or two
Yeah,
of his
yeah, I know,
kids.
I know.
Locked her
Yeah,
up for
it's
like
pretty.
30 years. You think she's gonna
Yeah.
enjoy heaven more than you?
I think so. Yeah, I'll
So
give it to her.
God
That's it.
designed a system then where in order to get
No,
the maximal benefit from heaven, you have to live a life that is entirely fucking brutalized.
no, no, no. This is not a system that God
That's
designed. I think
no, God
it's
did
the
design the system.
no, 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 no. I'm saying this is I think it's logically impossible for it to be any other way. So I'm saying
How?
if
How's
I
it logically
suffer more,
impossible?
I'll tell you, if I suffer more on if I suffer more on earth, right? I'm gonna have a greater appreciation
Again, I
for
don't.
heaven.
First of all, that's not a logical possibility or impossibility. It's not related to logic at all. That's just your opinion. I don't agree. I don't think me
Well,
suffering is going to make me enjoy something better. That's
okay, but
demonstrably not true.
okay, so if you think like the can you feel like a really strong sense of safety without ever have been afraid?
Yeah.
Okay, so I disagree. Like
Well, then
I
you're
think this
wrong.
is yeah, maybe we're just disagreeing on the facts here. Like
I don't think you
the
obviously aren't old enough to have children. The first thing you
yeah.
do as a parent, and you're told this when you bring a child home, the first thing you do, you spend the first 6 months, the second that baby cries, you're at that baby's side. That's it. And
Yes. Yes.
it learns, and what it does is it learns that it's safe. It doesn't have to worry about anything. It doesn't know why it's crying. It doesn't know anything. It's a newborn baby. Literally, all it knows is I got rumblies in my tummy. That's it. That's all it knows. And
Yeah.
just making sure that you're there for the first 6 to 8 months of that child's life every time it cries builds an enormous amount of trust that that child's going to carry on for the rest of its life, no matter
Right.
what happens to it. You can have a sense of safety. It's biological. It's not. It doesn't mean that you've had to suffer for it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe I'm just talking from experience, but like I've just known that the things I appreciate, I usually appreciate things more when I know what it's like to not have it, right? And I think this is maybe this is just biology, right? But I would argue that it also is kind of like it logically makes sense that there are some levels of appreciation that you can't reach without some level of suffering, right?
I
So,
disagree. What's the support for that? Why would anyone believe that?
mm, well, okay, let me put it this way. Like, imagine you watch a movie and only good things happen, right? Like, how
Uh-huh.
boring would that be, right? But if
I
you watch a movie, right, they make
I've
bad
watched
things happen. And they
watched
make
lots of
you
movies
suffer.
where there's not like bad things happening.
Yeah, but the best movies, there's always something bad that happens in the middle,
Well, that's
right?
what you think.
Uh, yeah, come on. Like, let's not
The
shit
the
ourselves
reason
here.
the reason why drama and suspense is interesting to us is because we've lived through drama and suspense, and our brains are already wired to mirror other people's experiences, right? So when we see somebody else in that experience, we remember what it was like when we were in that experience, or we can at least imagine what it was like to be in
Sure,
that
sure.
experience. But the
And
reality is, nobody wants to be in those experiences, and nobody appreciates not having cancer
okay,
more because they spent 30 years fighting cancer.
okay, but
They're just
right
upset that they
there,
had to spend 30 years of their life fighting cancer.
I mean, right there, right? Like that's a clear example of like a conscious experience that is positive that you just simply won't ever know without suffering, right? I mean, you just gave it to me. You said like people enjoy drama because of the suffering in their own lives, right? And
People
it's kind of like
people
that.
enjoy drama again because they understand the suffering. That's why not everybody likes the same drama.
Okay, let me take it back. Let me go from a different angle here. Like,
Here
could you
here's
know
here's the problem you're
could you
going to
know
have.
what the
This
color
is why
blue is
this
like?
argument is silly. Right? This whole argument is
Okay,
completely
okay.
preposterous, right? Because what you've set up now is this idea
Yes.
that somehow all suffering is good because no matter how much you suffer, it's only ever going to improve your afterlife experience. I fucking disagree. I have no reason to believe that. I get that you believe it. It's a nonsensical thing to believe in. If you spent your entire life, let's imagine you grew up a feral child. Your parents abandoned you. You grew up in the fucking woods. You're a feral child. You have no communication. And then one day you die and go to heaven. How are you enjoying that more than somebody else? You have literally nothing to compare it to. You don't even know what it's like to be a human.
I'll give you this. Let me put it this way. So, could you know what the color blue looks like without ever seeing the color
I have
blue?
no idea why you keep going to this. Blue
Well,
is
no,
is a
this makes
label
sense.
that we give
It's
to a
it's a
wavelength that
conscious
is interpreted
experience.
by our eyes. So our
Right.
eyes
It's a
absorb
conscious
different
experience.
wavelengths, and then our
Totally.
brain interprets those
Yep.
wavelengths, and we call those things colors.
Sure. And if you never saw the color blue, would you be able to know what color blue is like without ever actually seeing it with your own eyes?
First of all, nobody knows what the color blue is. That's kind of my point. Your
Okay.
your eyes are interpreting. Your eyes are taking like photons, is converting it to a signal for your brain, and then your brain is interpreting it. Or you don't actually know what blue is. Like blue is just what you call how
Sure.
your
Okay.
brain sees a particular wavelength. There really is no such
Let's
thing as
make it
blue.
more general. Let's make it more general. If you're blind and you learn everything about eyesight and how it works and you're super intelligent and whatever, right? and then I restore your eyesight and you see colors, would you learn something new?
You will learn something new because your brain is receiving new information, but that doesn't mean
Okay,
that you know what blue is yet.
that's my point. That's my point. But you learn something new, right? You have a new experience, and
So what?
you yes, okay, so what, right? Um, in principle, right? You simply without suffering is also like a conscious thing, right? And you will never know what suffering is, right, without experiencing it. So just simply by experiencing suffering, we learn something new. And I would argue
Are you
that
are you suggesting that all
thing that
things we learn that are new are beneficial?
I would say so, yeah. I would say, well, let me put it this way. I would say that that would probably make you appreciate heaven more, right?
Why?
Because you have more perspective, right?
I'm
Like
holding a I'm holding a fork right now. Can you see my screen?
right, right.
This is new information for you. Is this going to improve your experience in heaven?
I mean, if I never saw a fork before, yeah.
No,
I
right
mean,
now. The new information is that I'm holding a fork. Is this going to benefit you in heaven?
is it gonna benefit me in heaven?
Is it going to benefit you in
Um,
heaven to know that I can hold a fork?
maybe marginally.
You think it's
I mean,
marginally going to benefit you in heaven to know that Justin can hold a fork?
well, I would say experiencing suffering will mean that I have
I said
know
holding a fork.
something. Yes, sure, sure. Or holding a fork. Yeah,
Do you think holding a
you
fork
holding a
is going to
fork
benefit you in heaven? Me.
um. I don't. Maybe not that specific small instance. Maybe marginally. It would probably tiny bit. Yeah, a tiny bit. But if you
How?
take all the
How does
experiences
it benefit
together,
you in heaven to know that I can hold a fork?
it's less about knowing that you can hold a fork, and it's more about just the conscious experience that I just had, right?
Which
Like,
which is what? Because you said new information was the prize. Now you've got new information. That information is that I can hold a fork. How's that benefit you?
well, first of all, it's not really new information that you gave me, right?
Did you
So,
know that I could hold a fork prior to doing it?
I knew that there was an extremely high probability that you could.
But you
So
didn't know it
it's
for
like
sure.
you oh yeah, sure, you updated my prior from 0.999 to 1. So it's marginal. It's a marginal increase in new information for me, right? So you updated a tiny little value for me, and
Uh-huh.
so I mean, what you're basically doing is you're giving me a tiny bit of information. You're saying, does that
Sure,
improve
yeah.
your experience
Hmm.
in heaven? And I would say, well, yeah, I guess technically marginally, right? The same way, do you feel the gravitational force of your fork? Technically, it's tiny, it's irrelevant, but yeah, right? But is gravity real? Yes, right?
I would hope you would
So
say gravity is real. If you're one of those guys that doesn't
yes,
believe in gravity, we're gonna have a different
bro.
conversation.
Dog, listen. I'm more scientific than you think, right? Like I believe in evolution. I
Find
believe in
that
climate
doubtful.
change. I believe in evolution. I believe in evolution. I mean my view on consciousness is not that fringe if you think about it, right? Like, you could. I
It's
mean, Alex
it's a bit
O'Connor.
fringe, but I also
A-
I'm
Alex
not interested
O'Connor.
in the name dropping.
Okay,
What I
sorry,
am
sorry.
interested
That's
what
my
I am
bad.
interested in
He's just a fellow atheist.
is
But yeah.
the problem that you're creating for yourself in this idea that you need suffering somehow because it's going to maximize your experience in heaven. But what about people like me that are never going to heaven?
Well, here's the thing. First of all, I don't know. I mean, you might go to heaven, right?
I'm not.
Like
I don't believe in your
I
God.
you know, I mean, I am an annihilationist, which does mean like, I guess if you continue not believing in God and you reject him, he can't force you, right? What I will say is I also in principle believe God is
I
fair.
mean,
So
he
I
could force you,
I,
and I didn't reject him. I just don't believe in him.
uh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe like what I'm trying to say is I believe that like if we're gonna talk about this, like I by definition I believe God is all loving and just, and that means that
Why? Why would you think
whatever
he's all loving
happens,
and just?
I start with that premise first, right?
But why?
Otherwise that wouldn't be the Christian God. Otherwise that wouldn't be the Christian God.
So
And we can talk about
am I to understand that when God makes people suffer, then it is in fact a good thing? Like suffering is inherently good if you know you're going to heaven.
yeah, I mean if you're going to heaven, definitely.
Okay, so
You
we
know,
should then applaud Hitler.
no.
I mean, the amount of suffering that Hitler inflicted on the Jewish people, which, by the way, are God's chosen people. It seems pretty clear from the Bible that they're going to go to heaven. The amount of suffering he
Sure.
inflicted on those people in order to maximize their heaven experience is pretty fucking wild. I mean, he did a
Yeah.
whole lot for 6 million people are going to have their heaven experience maximized.
I guess. I mean, you can have evil intentions and still do something, I guess. I mean,
So
the Bible does
what's our
say,
motivation for helping people that are suffering then? What's the motivation for St. Jude to help children with bone cancer?
well, I would argue that the good conscious experiences and the moral actions we do also improve our experience in heaven, right? So I'm not saying
No, but my
suffering.
question was what motivation do we have to help the children suffering right now? There are 3 million children that are going to die this year of starvation. What's my
Yeah.
motivation to help them? Because
Well,
if I want them to have the greatest amount of good, the greatest amount of good is to let them
right.
starve to death and go to heaven.
Yeah, so we need to take a step back here. Well, your motivation to help them is to build character, I guess. But also, right, those kids suffering, right? Just because the suffering makes their experience in heaven better, doesn't necessarily mean that you stopping their suffering will make their experience in heaven worse, right? Because
No, it does.
I disagree because
It's just logically true. If suffering is in a linear equation with maximizing your heavenly experience, that just means when you reverse it, you experience less of the good stuff in heaven. That's all that means.
I will put it this way. I think a diversity of experiences is what maximizes heaven
But you said
goodness.
suffering.
And yes, and in order to have a diversity of experiences, you must need some suffering as well.
But how much?
See, that's a great question. I don't know. I mean, like there is some amount, right? Like, what's the perfect amount, right?
Because earlier you said that the more you suffer, the more you enjoy heaven. Now we're hearing that actually it's not about maximizing your suffering. There actually is some balance in there now. And now we have a whole different argument now. What's our balance?
Yeah. So this was sort of just a small part of it, right? I do believe the more you suffer, the more you enjoy heaven, right? But it's not mutually exclusive.
Well, then
right?
there's no balance.
Well, I would say that like the point here, the key word here is like a diversity of experiences, right?
So is it a diversity or is it maximizing suffering? Which one gets you the best experience?
Diversity.
Then that means there has to be a balance between good and bad. It can't just be that the more bad that happens, the better your experience is. So now we need to know a different equation.
Well,
what's our ratio?
Okay. Well, so let me put it this way: the more bad things and the more good things that happen, the better the experience in heaven. The more bad things that happen also means you have a more diverse set of experiences. The more good things that happen, you also have a more diverse set of experiences. So both is true.
It can't both be true. There'd be a dichotomy. Either suffering is in a linear equation where more suffering always equals more heavenly good, or it's not, right? So if it's not, then it just means that there's some ratio of good to bad. And if there's a ratio of good to bad, then you've got to figure out what the ratio is.
I would say even there I disagree that that's not the point I'm trying to make, that there's like a perfect linear equation. To be honest, I'm just saying some suffering is expected and diversity of experiences is expected, and there's going to be people on how much, whatever the range of diverse experiences are. God knows, I'm not God, right? But there is some point.
There should be a limit then. There should be a limit. You shouldn't have to suffer infinitely.
Yes, sure. Sure.
Okay, so
There probably is
there
a
is a
limit.
level. So there's a level of suffering that we would consider unnecessary. Then.
Yes. You know what?
All right,
Yes.
cool.
And
What's that level? Do you think?
I would say maybe I don't know, like 1,000 years of like intense torture. That's like probably the limit.
Well,
I
we
don't
don't
know.
get to
God
live for
knows.
1,000 years. So, I mean, in a lifetime, like 70, 80 years, how much suffering is too much?
I mean, do I need to know the limit in
Yeah,
order to still make my case that there is a
that's
non-zero
well,
amount?
that's well.
I
I'm
mean,
not saying that your case is that there's a non-zero amount. I'm pushing it further in the next phase, which is specifically how much is too much. Because if we're saying that there is such a thing as unnecessary suffering, then the next question is, do you think that God causes people to suffer unnecessarily? The obvious answer is yes.
look, I'll put it this way. Like, exercise is good. Too much exercise is bad. I'm not an
I,
expert. I'm not an
I
expert
agree.
in exercise, and I don't know where the limit is. But just because I don't know where the limit is, doesn't make my statement wrong. That some level of
I,
exercise is
I'm not
good.
asking you about your statement. I'm asking you about whether or not unnecessary suffering is good. And you're saying no, there is such a thing as unnecessary suffering, and it wouldn't be good. That's why it's
Yes,
unnecessary. So, which is why I'm
yes,
asking you:
yes.
do you personally believe that God causes people to suffer unnecessarily?
No, I don't. No, I don't. And
Oh,
I
okay,
also think
gotcha. Okay, so when we
yes.
talk about
I
unnecessary suffering, what would we categorize as unnecessary suffering? Like if I said, "Hey, this guy over here suffered unnecessarily," what would you think that would entail?
I would say it's unnecessary suffering if the payout in heaven is less.
Which is how would you measure that? You already told me that it's got to
I
be a
yeah.
balance.
Well, you know, there is some amount, right? There's some non-zero amount. There is a limit somewhere. If I was God, I would be able to tell you, but I'm not God, right? I'm not arguing. I'm not trying to. I don't know. I simply don't know where that level of how much suffering is needed in order to make it unnecessary, right? I can define
What
to
if
you what the
what if
limit would
I
be,
went
right?
what if I went and
How do I even quantify this? Like,
I
how do I
ran
even
it
quantify the suffering?
what if I ran into somebody's house with a sword, sexually assaulted them and cut the pregnant woman open and killed
Yeah,
the baby? Would that be an
yeah.
unnecessary level of suffering?
Well, let me put it this way. From my perspective, probably, but that's because I'm a human being, and I view this world through a very narrow lens. The same way a kid who touches a hot stove might think that was unnecessary suffering, right? But
What if
I would say if
what
you
if those people
look at
aren't
the
going to
big
heaven?
picture, if those people aren't going to heaven, well, see, this is where we go back to I, in principle, believe that God is all loving and fair, and
But
I do believe
my
he will
question
make
is,
right by them.
is
He
the
will make
suffering
right by them.
necessary? Is the suffering necessary if they don't go to heaven?
So if they don't go to heaven, I'll turn it the other way around. If that suffering ends up being unnecessary and there's no way they are repaid or whatever, that simply just wouldn't happen. God would somehow make it right with them.
How?
God
How
would
is he going
make
to
it
make it
right with
right?
them.
They're not going
He's
to
God,
heaven.
dude.
How does he make it right?
Well, how do you know they're not going to go to heaven?
I'm asking, but because you said not everyone goes to heaven.
Yeah, not everyone goes to heaven, but the
Well,
Bible also says
who
that he
doesn't go
makes
to
all
heaven?
things right.
Well,
So
who doesn't get to go?
who doesn't get to go? Everyone who actively rejects. He can't force you, right? So I do believe that there is some aspect of free will here. So yeah, no, I can't force you, right? Um, but I still believe that
Mm.
God would make things right with them somehow, right?
But I'm asking
And
how.
I you gotta see this is where I guess the faith aspect comes in, right? Like I would just trust God with this, right? I mean, but like
Why? Why would
we
I do that?
um well, I mean there is just at some point, right? You can't know everything, and at some point
Well, then how do you know that God's good or just?
Well, I'm coming at this more from like, if God were all good and all
Well,
loving and he
why would we think that
didn't
he
hate
is?
us, I would expect there to be a world of suffering. That is
Well,
my core point, right? The
if
core point I'm
you
trying to
think that
make
if
is I don't.
God was good, you would
Yeah.
expect suffering, which is crazy that there's no suffering in heaven then.
Yeah. I would expect some temporary suffering, which is exactly what we see, right? Like
No, in
if
heaven.
and not in heaven, on earth, right? I mean,
Why?
but you
If
never,
suffering
you
can
actually
only
never
make your
answered my
experience in
question.
heaven better, then why not have there some suffering when you first get to heaven?
Yeah, I mean, the how do I say this, right? I mean, if you make suffering go on forever in heaven, right? Then then that's also not great. I mean, who knows?
I
Maybe
didn't say
God gives
forever. I
people
said,
the option.
why wouldn't God just make
Yeah,
everybody suffer a little bit? Everybody that comes to heaven, God should light on fire for like a half an hour before he lets them in.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, or why should he? Like, if like there's
Because it
they've
makes it
already.
better.
Right. I mean, but that's the purpose of Earth, right? Like, I mean,
No, I'm
if
not
you're
asking about the
arguing,
purpose of earth. I'm saying if God cares about people's heavenly experience, you should make them suffer for a while when they first get to heaven. Is the
sure. I mean,
heavenly
what's the
experience
perfect
important or
amount?
not?
Tell me, what's the perfect amount of suffering, right?
Doesn't
Like,
matter. It must
I
be
don't know.
some.
Yeah, I agree. There must be some,
Well, there
right?
we
And
go.
I'm guessing that's fulfilled on Earth. I mean, listen, you never
So
actually answered
then,
my question.
so then, what that
Where,
means
like,
is that you would benefit when you get to heaven if God made you suffer a little bit more.
well, I mean, he's already making me suffer here on Earth, right? Like, if he wants to
I
make me suffer a little
think
bit
he's
more, he
making
can
my
make me suffer
audience
a little
suffer
bit
right now,
more,
but
right?
the reality is
Listen, I'm sorry.
everyone's not going to suffer the same amount, right? So imagine there's somebody who
Yes,
lives a really
yes.
posh life. Would it not be
Totally.
fair for God to make them suffer once they get to heaven just to kind of even it out?
No, I think we're looking at this backwards, right? I mean, the Catholics believe in purgatory and whatever, so
I'm aware.
maybe God does make us suffer even more before we go into heaven. I don't know. Maybe that's what purgatory does, right?
Yeah.
My core point here was just that if you have a God who doesn't hate us and loves us, you would expect a world with temporary suffering. But
Oh,
I
I don't
genuinely
agree at
want to
all.
know. Okay, I genuinely want to know the answer to this question, right? If you were in infinite bliss right now, right, and you've been here for trillions and trillions of years, and God gave you the opportunity to go down to Earth, and you'll be in Earth for like a random amount of years, like 0 to 100 years, right? And you'll experience different experiences, including suffering, and they'll give you different perspectives that you just simply cannot have without the suffering. Would you take it?
No,
I'm
and the reason is because God could just give you the knowledge of suffering without the suffering. So the situation that you've set up assumes that like you're going to enjoy heaven greater than God will enjoy heaven because God has never suffered.
Well, I mean, this goes back to, can God give you the same way, can you give a blind man
But
the knowledge of
yeah,
seeing
I wouldn't
colors,
address that either. So
of seeing
is
colors?
God going to enjoy heaven the same amount that you're going to enjoy heaven, given that you've suffered and God hasn't?
Oh no, God, the Bible says that God basically feels all our suffering. I mean, so I like he suffered a lot for sure, right?
How?
I mean,
How
God,
has God suffered?
I mean, on the cross, that's like the basic one, but like also the
That's like
Bible.
weak sauce. He
Yeah,
knew
dog. Okay, listen.
the guy who suffered on the cross knew that he was God and would resurrect in 2.5 days. That's not
Sure,
suffering.
I'll give you. Well, the other thing is, I mean, if we go from my worldview and you believe
Also,
that he truly loves
the God of the
humans,
Bible isn't like all that concerned with your pain. In fact, in Deuteronomy 28, he says
yeah,
that uh, when his Israelites and his people, when they disobey him, he takes
yeah.
delight in bringing them to destruction and ruin. He enjoys it.
All right. I mean, sure. But like the Bible also says, like, when I was naked, when you clothed the homeless guy or whatever, you
Yep.
clothed me,
Matthew
and
25.
like, right. And the other thing is, like, if you believe that God actually really loves us, which I do, right? That and he so then and he knows everything we feel, right? I would argue the same way we feel suffering when somebody we love suffers, that's also suffering that God feels, right?
I don't think he
So
does. How does God
yeah, I
suffer?
mean,
What's the mechanism of his suffering?
well, the mechanism of his suffering is that he experiences our suffering, right?
How?
I mean, well, if God is all knowing, then he also needs to fully experience our suffering, right?
How
I
does
mean,
he
this goes
experience
back,
suffering? That's what I'm
well,
asking.
this goes back to, like, the same way a blind person would learn something new if they see colors
But
that
you're
they
really just
simply cannot.
taking the long way around the bend. I just say, what's the mechanism that would allow somebody like God to
That
feel
that's
pain?
the mechanism. That's the
What?
mechanism. Like
What's the
he
mechanism?
the the same, like, it's the same mechanism of consciousness, right? Like the same way you cannot
How?
know the same way you can't know what the color red is without ever having seen it, the same way God can't know our suffering without ever experiencing it with us.
How
And if
does he
he's all
see
knowing,
anything? God doesn't see anything.
well, if he's all knowing, then yeah, he also knows our suffering. And if he's all
Okay.
knowing, then he also knows our suffering so deeply that he feels it, right? Because
But he
he
can't
can't
feel it.
truly
He
know our
doesn't have a
suffering.
body.
Well, he can't truly know our suffering without feeling it the same way we do, right?
So
I mean,
before
otherwise we wouldn't
humans
be all knowing.
existed, he hadn't felt suffering.
Before human, I mean, if there was suffering in other beings, then he did. I mean, I don't know,
Do you think
like,
there are other beings before
before
humans?
humans. Dude, I don't know, like Lucifer or whatever. I'm guessing there was like some suffering there.
You
When
think
like
the dinosaurs are in heaven?
dude, honestly, like, why not? If God, like, I got two cats, right? I love my cats, right? And I treat them very well. I don't want them to suffer, right? I just want you to know that. So also, if I get kids, because I'm not God, but
I
yeah, I
mean, that
mean, if you
explains why dinosaurs were created to be so goddamn vicious. God was like, I'm going to make sure when these dinosaurs get to heaven, they're going to enjoy the shit out of this place because they're going to rip each other limb
yeah,
from limb.
totally, totally. I mean,
Some wild
look,
stuff.
look.
All right, hey,
But
Swagan, I think we've been at it
okay,
for
yes,
almost an
man.
hour now. It's been a
Yeah,
lot of
fair enough.
fun, but
Fair enough. Fair enough.
the
Yeah,
people that
yeah,
have been
yeah.
waiting to get in after you are kind of starting to drop,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
want to give them an
I've been
opportunity to
talking.
get in.
Yeah, no worries, no worries, man. It's all good. It's all good. All right, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
All right, cheers.
Take care. See ya.
That was something. It's hard to know what. It is hard to know what, but that was something. Give me just a minute. I just gotta write a quick note in my spreadsheet for this guy. I almost don't know what to write. One second. 1 second. Okay, should be good there. Um, wow. I'm a little bit baffled here still yet about that fella. Um, okay, I'm gonna read some super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. I think the next guest in line is going to be Brian Wilson. We've got Brian in line. We got Cole in line. We got Mel, Simon, and Random Thoughts in the queue right now. So we'll grab Brian, and then we'll grab our YouTube guest, and we'll try to keep the thing rolling here. Give me just 1 second. I got to do one thing. Many apologies. There we go. Just needed to load something real quick. There we go. Should be good. Okay. Wow, that's a wild one. Hey, Billy, my friend, thank you for the 20 SEK super chat. Says Argentina beat England. Hand of God strikes again. I gotta be honest. I can't say I know too much about soccer. Don't really follow it. That's on me. Apologies. But hey, listen, I'm glad I'm glad it's working out for you, unless it's not working out for you. You know, big W for everyone who's kicking ass in the World Cup here. And Games says, oh, I gotta send this one real quick. Here we go. Any suffering on earth is meaningless with respect to heaven and could not possibly get even the happiest person who ever lived to appreciate what heaven has to argument. It is a shame. Garns, I disagree. If oop, one second, I'm hearing that my audio is not on. Sorry, it should be on now. Y'all can hear me right now? Apologize. I recycled something real quick. Apparently, I didn't have my audio on. Should be okay now. Suffering doesn't get rectified in heaven, right? So if suffering is meaningless here on the earth, then what that means is that Jesus' suffering is meaningless. And this is a point I picked up from Joel Reed's Bible. It's a really good point. Listen, if it's true that suffering is just completely meaningless because you go to heaven, then talking about Jesus' suffering being horrible and bad is silly. It means the more Jesus suffered, the better it would have been. That means he gets to enjoy his heavenly experience even more, you know? Dr. Pizza, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, every time I talk to a Christian about the Bible, they seem to have an idealized version of the book that they never read. The Bible, in their minds, is just Paradise Lost, written by C.S. Lewis. Rock hard for Doug. Horse rule, first rule. Well, thank you, Dr. Pizza, for the big old super chat. And you're right. They get really big opinions about this book, and they haven't read the book. That is for sure. They're not reading this book. But you know, nevertheless, like they're talking about it like they have read it, which is interesting, but they're certainly not reading it. That's one thing that's not happening. And it's a shame. It's a shame that they're not reading it. Maybe we'd have less of these debates because they no longer believe in these fairy tales. And Mr. Peabody Skeptic, thank you so much for the $20 super chat and for letting me know you finally got your cup. I got my turtle mug today, totally destroyed. What just wasn't packed properly? Not even your signature survived. What? How is that even possible? I put it in like 3 layers of bubble wrap. Oh well, I guess I'll get another one. Some consolation is that dollars went to a good cause. A signed copy of your book when it comes out would also be cool. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I fucking hate the shipping company, and they're going to take care of this. So what we're going to do is, I know exactly where to get that mug because I got it the first time. I know exactly where to get a copy of it. I'm going to get another one for you, Mr. Peabody. I will use it on live stream. I will sign it again, and then I'm going to pack it in 6 fucking inches of bubble wrap and styrofoam and send it to you again, Mr. Peabody. I will not let this injustice stand. I will absolutely make sure you get this amazing fucking mug. It's a fantastic mug, by the way, for those who haven't seen it. I know. Let me see. Let's see. It's not available to ship, but it should be available in stores. Let me see where they've got it. I will find this mug. I'll find this mug. If not, I'll send your money back. Don't worry. We're gonna make some stuff happen. You're right. It was for a charity. It was for a good cause, but we're gonna make this right. I have no idea how that happened. Carnage was with me when we packaged it up. We took pretty good care to make sure it was packaged up just as good as the other ones. It was too big to fit into our typical mug shipper. It's super fucking frustrating though that the shipping company destroyed it. That's wild. I wonder how they did that shit. How did they destroy it? So, anyways, I didn't even ship it FedEx. Usually FedEx do that kind of shit. I shipped that one UPS. UPS usually does a pretty good job. We'll do it. We'll do it all over again. We'll make it work for you, Mr. Peabody. Sorry about that. That's fucking really upsetting for everybody involved. Deconstruction crew checking in. Someone called Doug. Beefcake cooking tonight. Well, thank you, B-Trade. And Doug is with it. Doug's on the shelf behind us. And thanks for being here, B-Trade. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. for supporting the channel. And also from Hunter Girl again says, all right, one more. Emotionally destroyed by the hell of this world. So dramatic. I know. It's pretty bad. And anyone who's actually really lived life or had children knows that you actually making somebody suffer doesn't make them better in the end. It causes PTSD. It gives them all kinds of emotional trauma. You end up in therapy the rest of your life. Like it's just that it's nothing. You should not be making people suffer. That this is a preposterous apologetic. It's one of the worst I've heard ever. Ontological shock says contrast between experiences can make someone appreciate one over the other, but suffering is unneeded. Agree. It could just be a good experience versus a better one. For example, when a strange, what a strange the Odyssey, Rock covered like, yeah, you can know what it's like to not have cancer, and even God can give you a dream where you experience horrific cancer, and then you woke up from the dream, and now you know what it's like to have cancer, and you never actually had to have it. See how easy that was? Wasn't hard at all, right? So this nonsense that like you have to experience it in order to in order for it to do the thing, it just doesn't really check out for me. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense that you physically have to suffer for you to like enjoy the experience. It's pretty wild. All right, we've got a bunch more super chats, but we also have guests waiting to get into the guest box. So I want to do the best that I can to keep the conversations rolling while we've got people to conversate with. So give me just 1 second, and I gotta download a file real quick. Oh, almost got it. Try this again. Okay, files downloaded, and then I'm gonna add the browser to the screen here. Yet just a second. All right, there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, and then I'm going to don't mind me, friends. I'm going to do something real quick, and I apologize if it causes a momentary disruption, but I gotta check something. Sorry about that. Sorry, YouTube. That's on me. We're gonna go now. That's my fault. Many apologies. I just had to switch a piece of software out real quick that was kind of acting up. That's we're gonna be okay though. Just one of those things. For the most things working. I'm gonna grab Brian Wilson here, talk guest queue, and then we'll get our next guest after that. We had some guests waiting in our YouTube guest room. Give me a second. I don't see them at the moment. They might have to refresh their browsers to show, but nevertheless, you just hate yourself. I do love the amount of Christians that are crashing out in the TikTok comments today, though. It is oh, audio's fucky. When you say that the audio is fucky, what do you actually mean by fucky? You have to help me out with that one. Alright, we're gonna bring Brian in here. Maybe Brian's not connecting. Y'all can't hear me though, I assume. I can see the volume meters moving around, so I know that the audio is getting to y'all. Just need to make sure you're all right. I don't think Brian's going to connect, unfortunately. No? That's a shame. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to drop Brian there, and we'll move on to our next guest. Then, give me 1 second. I see that there's people in our YouTube guest box, but I actually don't know if they're all current. Because I'm seeing some people that were in the guest box, I think, like a little while ago. I'm gonna pull one up though and see if we can get them in here real quick. Well, maybe I'm gonna pull one up. So I really need. Let's see. Really need them to do one thing for me. All right. Well, let me grab Cole first, and then I'll grab one of our guests from our YouTube room. I think I'm gonna have to do one more small adjustment to our YouTube room before we can bring somebody in, but I think it's mostly working here. Nevertheless, Cole we've talked to before. Cole is a believer. Cole's a Christian. Cole is connecting, I think. Although I don't know what we're going to talk about this time. I've talked to Cole a couple times. I'm not sure. Cole, are you going to connect? I don't think Cole's going to connect. Cole. Cole. Cole's not going to connect. Okay. Going to get Cole out of here then. We'll take care of that, and we'll grab somebody over here from our YouTube queue. I think we've got Mel, Random Thoughts, and Simon in here. See if this works. I think I just copied Mel. Here we go. Hey Mel, can you hear me? Mel? 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 Oh, maybe Mel's been around too long. Maybe Mel's not actually connected anymore. Unfortunate. All right, we'll drop Mel. Get Mel out of here. Maybe Mel, refresh your browser there, friend, and we'll try again. Actually, we can do this too. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna close this guest room out and make them reload it. If you were in the YouTube queue, just rejoin. I just rebooted the YouTube queue. Let's get Glitterlock in here. I think Glitterlock's probably got an announcement for us.
Okay, your TikTok is working, but you got major reverb.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at the back end of the guest room real quick to see if there was something weird going on. Because it wasn't like my screen wasn't connecting with the guest room for some reason. And when I opened up the back end, unfortunately, it opens like a double instance. And so it causes my mic to reverb. It probably should be okay now, right? You don't hear the reverb?
It sounds okay, but it might be different in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me drop down.
It should be okay now. It's just because I had two windows open because I was trying to figure out why the guests in the guest room couldn't hear me. It was a weird situation. I've got multiple. I got a couple of things there to work out. But there were some guests there in the guest room. Maybe it's hard to tell actually if they were actually in the guest room. Give me 1 second. But I mean, it does look like everything's working. I mean, I'm looking at the stream right now. I'm not sure what's going on with the guest room. I might open up a second guest room real quick on Video Ninja and just see if it's maybe we should direct people over to Video Ninja for a little while I fuck around with the other guest room. Big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. 1 second. So I'll just change the join link real quick on the screen, and we'll just use our alternate guest room. Shouldn't be a problem. We got just about everything, about all the bugs kind of worked out at this point. Just it looks like there's a couple routing issues in the new studio. Let's see. So the link's gonna be tiny.cc/DZ live. There you go. And that should route you to the new guest box if you're on YouTube. And not a problem. We'll get you into the Video Ninja guest boxes. What we used to use Video Ninja for a long time. Video Ninja has some disadvantages, which is why I've kind of been trying to put together a better system. But it looks like there's still we're in like the beta phase of this design, and there's still some things that probably need worked out. But if you go to tiny.cc/DZ live, it'll pop you into a Video Ninja room, and then not a problem. I'll pull you out of the Video Ninja room and put you right on the screen. It shouldn't be an issue for you. But I'm going to read some super chats. We had two guests that were waiting to get in on TikTok, and they dropped. So I guess that means we're waiting for the YouTube guests to return. If the YouTube guests are going to return, I assume they wanted to talk because they were in the guest box momentarily. They're just not in the guest box now that I recycled the guest box. But jump into literally either of the guest box, whatever link you were just at, tiny.cc/DZ live, or you can go to tinyurl.com/DZ chats. One of them is going to populate. Nevertheless, Diabolus Ursus. Oh, 1 second. Let me get the super chats on the vertical going. There. Diabolus, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, for fuck's sakes, what about all the people who end up in hell because of the suffering they endured? did they get too greedy chasing a higher tier paradise subscription? This is kind of the point, right? That we were kind of getting at near the end is like, what are we supposed to do with these people with a lifetime of suffering that then don't end up in heaven? How are we justifying that suffering? What good is that going to do, right? So if the suffering is required because somehow heaven is better because of it, then it just seems to me that it should really only happen to the people who go to heaven. Otherwise, it would be unnecessary. It doesn't really serve a function other than cruelty. And Lynn Mastris, thank you for the super chat friend, says veterans with PTSD, abuse victims, etc., would go to heaven with psychological, emotional harm, knowing God could have protected them but didn't, and live their best life with that ongoing pain. Exactly. Yeah, suffering. The end result of suffering is not always that you. It's not always that you end up appreciating stuff, right? The end result of suffering is quite often that you end up with chronic mental illnesses, PTSD, different things like that. It's not all like daisies and roses once you get through the suffering at all. That's preposterous. And then you have to live with those memories, right? You have to relive those memories. That's the other problem is it's not good enough just to get through the ordeal. After you're through the ordeal, you still relive the horrific events, over and over again. Dylan, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says happy hump day. For a God that is loving, he sure loves throwing hellfire and pain around to threaten people. Make that make sense. Matthew 18:34 through 35, Matthew 18:8, Matthew 13:41 through 42. Rock hard verdict. These classic passages you're referring to. These are the ones where God basically says it is better to cut off one of your limbs than to be thrown into hell. And it's a weird thing to think that God would prefer you to cut off a limb than to just forgive you. That's the equation. The equation is you're so dirty, you're so rotten, you're so terrible that God definitely needs you to cut off a limb, or he's got to burn you alive for eternity. It's a pretty wild situation that they find themselves in. And Black Gnostic says, so pain in childbirth is a punishment for women, yeah? What's up with a capacity for multiple orgasms, some kind of consolation? Actually, that's not what I was going to say, but it does bring up a very good point, which is, if it's the case that suffering is good, that means when God chose suffering as a punishment, it wasn't really a punishment. Right? All the times that God made people suffer, it actually wasn't suffering. If God truly wanted to punish somebody, in the long run, he would make them never suffer in this life ever. So they would get to heaven and not be able to enjoy it to the max. The logical entailments of that guy's position were just wild. It's baffling. There's a baffling fucking situation going on there. Okay. Interesting enough. I've never heard somebody bite so many crazy bullets. Pensive, thank you for a $30 super chat. Big W. As a UPS driver, I apologize for the broken mug. I hope this covers shipping for the replacement. Rock hard for Doug. It does, Pensive. It really does. I appreciate that. And it's a shame because it was such a cool fucking mug. I probably had it for 2 years now, right? Let me see who else sells it. I know exactly where I got it from. I just don't know if I can get another one. So I might get something even cooler. But I know who sold it. I don't know if that company made it as well. If they made it, it might be difficult to get a replacement. If they just bought it from somebody else, then it might be the case that I can get another one. And if not, I'll fucking have somebody on Etsy make me a custom one. We're going to get this goddamn mug replaced. That's what's going to happen. Also, First Dawn Media, thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Huge fucking W. Huge W. Really appreciate that. Helps the channel a lot. And it's super generous. A bunch of people get access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet. And I personally, I know I'm biased, but I think it's a really, really cool resource. So, Luke's Lune says, Justin, it kind of sounds like the audio sample rate is low, just a guess, but it's really fuzzy. Oh, interesting. That is helpful information. Okay, let me take a look at that. Unfortunately, that's the problem with the way these live streams work is I actually can't hear myself while it's happening because I'm on the delivery, or I'm on the sending end and you're on the delivery end, right? Let's see. I'm gonna try look at this. Okay, let's see if we can address that. Nevertheless, I appreciate the feedback. And Silitax says maybe stream a Q&A specifically to sort out your audio issues. Actually, I don't technically have audio issues. You guys have seen me work with new software and have real audio issues. This actually isn't that. This is actually just software design issue. So I designed a whole suite of software to do these live streams, so I can live stream from like just 1 or 2 monitors rather than 4. And that's actually what I'm using right now. I'm not using OBS. I'm not using the OBS virtual camera. I'm not using any of that software. I'm literally using this software right now, and it's mostly working. But it seems like the audio connection right now is still a little bit shaky. But it's not because of like routing issues. It's actually just it literally is just software bugs. Like they're absolutely just a couple bugs in the software that need weeded out still yet. And the unfortunate thing about weeding out software bugs is that the only way to find the bugs is to use the software, and so that's why doing stuff in beta is so helpful. But we're basically at the finish line at this point. Like everything's working. It's just there's some small tweaks here and there that probably will need to be worked on. Like right now, it looks like not all of the guests that come into the guest room can hear me. So, Mr. Peabody, the skeptic, with follow up. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says no worries about the money for the mug. I needed the mug to break it to break in order to appreciate the new one you will send me. I appreciate the atheist community, but I have no choice but to be a Christian now. It's logical. Oh no! Oh no! The broken mug might have converted somebody to Christianity, and this I can't stand. I did use a AI shopping search engine to see where I can find it. It says this exact listing currently shows out of stock. It allows you to check nearby stores. I did that. Doesn't seem to exist. And it says they haven't found it on any of the handmade sites like Etsy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fucking commission somebody to do a remake of it in ceramic, and we're gonna fucking reproduce this mug from scratch. So we're gonna make it happen. Good question. Thank you for the super chat. Suffering improves the experience of heaven, just like hammering my finger improves the experience of pain meds. Sick concept. It's it is sick, actually. It's actually really sick. It's such a weird it's such a weird thing to say. To that like suffering is somehow good. It's wild, actually. All right, friends. Let me grab. I've got a guest here in the new guest room on Video Ninja. So give me just 1 second. We'll port this guest over the old-fashioned way using Video Ninja, and then we'll be good. my setting. There we go. How about that? Cool. All right, Mel. Sorry for the delay there. Just switching over to a different piece of software real quick. But Mel, you can hear me, right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Awesome.
Cool. All right, we should be good to rock and roll. I'm just going to add your video to the vertical screen here as well. Mel, are you at least 18? Because we can't talk to children. And
Yes.
if so, what God do you believe in?
Well, I believe that the God of the Bible is real.
Okay.
I just up until last year I was a Christian. But I now think that there's no evidence that Jesus fulfilled any of the messianic prophecies, so that's gone.
Sure.
But what I'm left with is seeing a God that's in the Bible that I think that it's both true that he hates us and loves us.
Okay.
But I think I'm starting to wonder about that love, to be honest. I think that he hates people because it shows in his character the things that he did, the sort of atrocities that he commanded are horrendous. But I am holding on to this where it says he loves us. It's like he loves his people. I don't think he loves everybody. I don't think he loves all humans. To some humans.
Yeah.
But what if he is what if the only way we can have some sort of protection from this from the Lord who could easily bring wrath upon people, what if the only way we can be protected from him is to be under him in some way?
Well, it seems like a mob boss situation, right? Like a mob boss comes in and
Yep.
wants to smash up your business and like it's a nice business you got here, it'd be an
Yep.
awful shame if someone came in and destroyed it, right? You wouldn't expect that mob boss is good, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's good. I just think he's if we don't appease him, he's gonna fuck us up.
I get that. That's actually my mom's view. My mom actually believes that. And um, I suspect the reason why that type of a view seems or at least feels kind of compelling to you is because this is a God that you actually believe in, right? To you, this is very real, right?
Well, yeah, I sort of don't want. I wish he was not true, but I can't. I feel like even thinking that or saying that is going to get me in trouble. It feels like I need to appease this God who has all power, and it feels abusive. But what else do you do?
Well, let me ask you a question. Um, what do you think about the Quran?
I think that the Quran is not true.
Okay. Um, do you think one of the things that makes the Quran less believable is that, and the religion as a whole less believable, is that God basically instructed his most sacred prophet to be a pedophile and marry a 6-year-old?
That's certainly one of the things, I suppose.
Right. Yeah. I think this is logical too, by the way. I think it's logical to think such a thing. So what you've done in your rational capacity is think, hey, actually, it doesn't actually make sense that there's a God that would have his prophet be a pedophile, because you've already determined that it makes more sense that God would be at least rational and not want to purposely inflict harm on humanity. And I think we
Mm.
could apply the same thing to the Bible God. Is it rational to think that there's a God, like described in the Bible, that is vengeful and vicious? He was smart enough to create biology, but not smart enough to realize that harming his creation was somehow evil.
Yeah, right.
And one of the other things I would also state too is, if you're under this kind of view where you're like, listen, maybe God is a dick, maybe God is not good, right? But you should like follow that God anyways, because otherwise he'll fuck you up. But if
Yeah.
God's like truly bad, like worshiping or following this God actually doesn't really get you to a place where you're safe, because he could literally just take your worship and say, well, fuck you, and light you on fire anyways.
Well, actually, yeah, because the even the people he was supposed to protect you. I mean, as a woman, even if I was an Israelite woman, I would still not be totally protected, I suppose. And yeah, mm, maybe I'm just afraid of this God.
Yeah. And
When it says fear of the Lord, it feels like the real version of that, rather than what Christians try to tell you about what fear of the Lord means, blah blah blah. It feels like this absolute fear of a God yeah, that's
yeah.
messed up. That's not love, is it?
No, it's not. And
That's
so
not hiding.
yeah,
When it says in the Bible, good. The Lord loves you. Actually, I've been thinking maybe those verses anyway are talking about particular people, talking about I love you because you particular person, because you did what I wanted you to do.
right.
That's not
Well,
love.
think about some of these ideas, right? So the Bible says that God is love. That's in First John. The Bible says that God is just and righteous in all of his ways, right? Now, that can't be true when God literally hates people who haven't done anything wrong, when God tortures people who haven't done anything wrong, when God will punish people who
Yeah.
haven't done anything wrong. That's obviously just a direct contradiction, right? So,
Yeah.
what do you think is more likely, that like this book is speaking for God, but it's got all these contradictions in it, or that maybe this book isn't actually speaking for God and that this book is just man-made?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's such a mindfuck.
It's a lot.
Oh,
It's
it's
a lot to
so.
take in, because like
Yeah.
the Christian religion is like it's kind of based on this idea like of you must do this, otherwise
Mm.
you're going to get fucked up, right? And that's why Christianity is so dangerous, because fundamentally the premise of Christianity is you will obey me perfectly and you will love me, or I will literally torture you with fire. And that's
Yeah.
what Christians say is love. Why? How is that love?
it feels like a coercive control relationship.
Yeah.
Like afraid, just horrid. That's messed up. I feel like I'm just giving like a, I suppose, you know how you've got the responses fight, flight, fawn, freeze. I feel like I'm just giving a fawn response in a way to this fear in this abusive relationship. That's maybe, yeah.
It's difficult because Christianity has basically convinced followers that the Stockholm syndrome basically is a good thing, right? Like it's okay for God to torture you and abuse you, and then you still have to like obey and defend this thing. It's basically God's just like a drunken, abusive boyfriend, right? And that's really what Christianity is. It's just Stockholm syndrome, and it sounds like you may have experienced some of that yourself, and you know you're terrified that you're coming to terms with the fact that maybe the Bible's not true, maybe this religion is not really all that accurate, and it's still scary because like, well, if I'm wrong, like if I'm coming to these conclusions, but I'm actually wrong about these conclusions, well, God's gonna fuck me up, and I get that. It's scary.
Yeah. And I mean, for myself, as soon as I realized that Jesus wasn't the Messiah, so I've taken Jesus out of the picture, but I'm still left with this God. To the next question is he real, and is he good? And
Right.
I think I'm ticking off some things there, like, is he good? No. Is he real? Maybe I'm down to that one.
Right. So whether or not God is good and whether or not God is real are two different questions. My personal opinion is I think it's less likely that God would exist if God is evil and contradictory. I think if there's something that's intelligent enough to create all this and intelligent enough to design something like a soul and an afterlife, I think it's kind of silly to then think that that thing is evil, right? Otherwise, like, I don't know, what's the point of even hoping for an afterlife if you have to spend it with an evil God that might literally torture you in the afterlife? You don't know that your afterlife would be good.
Yeah, if I can't trust him with this bit, what makes me think I can trust him with the next bit?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You just don't know. Like
No.
either God can be trusted or God can't be trusted, right?
Yeah. And I don't think he. I feel
It's
so weird saying this, like it's still in my head that he can hear you, you know.
right,
Oh dear. That's
right.
such a mindfuck. It's ridiculous.
It's it's hard. It's hard because there's a lot riding on it. You don't want to fuck it up. You don't want to be like, oh no, I'll regret this later. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I would I would say this, and this is something that when I was in seminary, we would have a professor that would say things like, um, you know, God, you know, based on the definition of God, obviously, but God is obviously big enough to handle your, you know, your doubts and your fears and your questions. If not, he's probably kind of a shitty God. And that's true. Like, if there's a God that's like willing to light you on fire for eternity just because, like, I don't know, you couldn't get yourself to the right mental state where you believed what you needed to believe, that doesn't really sound like a God to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I see your point. Mm.
Like, you want to have a high bar for God, right? But at the same time, like, there must be some standard for a God to be considered a God, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's just, you know, at some level, I think it's scary. It's scary to be in deconstruction. It's scary to realize that, the stuff that you used to believe might not be true. And actually, if you're wrong about it, there could be very severe consequences. Those are all actually very scary things. However, the reality is you can't really control what you believe. Like if your brain is getting to a point where it just doesn't believe this stuff anymore, there's not much you can do about that, right? Your brain is either going to believe it or it's not. And it sounds like
Yeah.
right now it's not believing it, and the reason that it's not believing it is for good reason because it's not super believable stuff.
Yeah, I think so. I've heard you say before, like when you were deconstructing and you just tried to grasp onto anything, and it feels like that. But yeah, it's horrid. But I think you're right. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it resonates.
Yeah, it's tough. How long have you been deconstructing?
So last year I started. Yeah,
Okay.
and so I was a fully believing Christian, putting Jesus above everything sort of thing, like we were told to do. I've gone from realizing that Jesus isn't the Messiah, that there's not only certain, like the Bible isn't inerrant, Jesus isn't the Messiah, the God of the Bible is like commands atrocities. I
Yeah,
didn't realize that before.
that's
I
hard.
hadn't ever read. I remember thinking like in church they had told me the story of we'd read about David and how Nathan had said, the Lord knows that you've sinned and this is your punishment and your child will die. They stopped short of reading that bit about I will have your wives raped. Like I never ever heard that until last year.
Yeah,
And then I'm like, what the fuck? So,
that's not something
that
that
was
you
like,
hear about in church.
no, they don't tell you that. I remember them stopping short the verse before, and going, okay,
Right.
and covering all these atrocities up that the Lord commands, and that really opened my eyes. I was like, oh God, this is not a good, loving God.
It can't be.
Yeah, he can't be.
No.
And
And
I don't think the Bible's
if the God's not
trustworthy.
good, no, the Bible's absolutely not trustworthy. But
Yeah.
if the God's not good, there's no reason to keep the chump around. Dump the chump, right? Ditch the
Yeah.
zero and get with a hero. Marduk would never do this. Doug, Sharon would never do anything like this.
No. Hail Freya.
That's right. Hell, Freya. Frey would never.
Freya. No.
The reality is, if there's a God out there, right? And a lot of people know my position. I'm an atheist, but I'm not of the position I think everyone has to be an atheist. But if there's a God out there, it's not this God for sure. This God's a chump. This God can't accomplish any of its goals. This God is hopelessly confused about history, science, its own
Yeah.
literature.
Yeah.
So
There's so much bullshit.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
spend any time losing sleep over the Bible God at all.
Yeah. Okay. Now think about that. I think I'm done.
Good, good, good. You don't need this God for anything. What has this God done for you?
Caused me anxiety.
Right. Afraid of going to hell for no reason. Afraid that he's going to make your life bad if you don't obey him perfectly.
That's horrendous. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Mm. Thanks.
I mean, you know, I wish that it was not so painful to deconstruct. that's one of the reasons why I kind of started the channel, is because a lot of us did it on our own, and we didn't have anyone to talk to. And I remember when I was going through these problems, it was very difficult for me to sort everything out. And obviously, the fear that maybe you're fucking up, you're using your brain, you're thinking for yourself, but you're still afraid. Oh, well, maybe I'm fucking up, and that's a
Yeah.
powerful place, a very difficult place to be in, because again, the ramifications are pretty staunch. So, but the reality is, you're going to keep watching these streams. You're going to keep using your brain and thinking, and you're going to get to a point where, like, obviously, it's just not true. And I don't worry about hell for even 1 second. And the reason why I don't worry about hell is because I don't believe in it at all. The same reason that you don't worry about the Islamic hell is the same reason why I don't worry about the Christian hell. I don't think it's real.
Yeah, wow. That sounds nice.
Yeah.
I want that.
You can get there. It does take time. It took me time to get there. It wasn't something that just happened, overnight. It was something that took a little bit of time, and it's a process. But you'll find it, and you might not know exactly when it hits, but there will come a point, where you're thinking about something one day, or you wake up in the morning, you're like, oh yeah, I haven't thought about hell in months. I guess I don't believe it anymore.
Yeah, that's good.
So, I mean, that's what I would say. Cyber, did you have any suggestions?
Um, no, I think you're nailing it right on the head. It's a slow process. The biggest thing I would say is don't force your way through it. Take time, and if needed, don't be afraid to get counseling.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm all for
Actually,
counseling.
our friend Dr. Joe, she's in our Discord, but she's got a webpage too. It's her Dr. Joanne Ketch. She specializes. She's a PhD therapist. She specializes in deconstruction and also people that are post addiction, or even I think mid addiction sometimes too. She's a really
Yeah.
good resource if you want to talk to a therapist that really knows the deconstruction process. And believe it or not, before she did her PhD, she went to seminary too. This is a very educated woman in this particular field, which is why I try to push people in her direction so often, is because I just don't know anyone that does it better. And so I highly recommend, if you do want to talk to a therapist on this particular topic, um, she's the best.
And one thing that's awesome about Dr. Joe as well is not only is Dr. Joe enjoying this content, but she's in chat, literally helping people in chat as we discuss things, and as Justin goes and cooks people.
Yeah. Also,
Oh.
in our Discord, in the Deconstruction Junction, which you can find on my YouTube page, Dr. Joe does have a workbook. It's like 100 pages now. It's a free workbook to help people through the deconstruction process who just need maybe a little bit of assistance in, how to sort out logistically, how this affects your life.
Yeah, awesome. I'll have a look at that too. I mean, I'm in Australia, so but these days we can do things like this over online. So yeah, I'll check out that workbook and check out Dr. Ketch. Thanks for that.
Absolutely. Mel, let us know if you need anything. My email is attached to my account if you need something. I am a little bit buried over the summer. I apologize. When my son's out of school, it's just kind of chaos over the summer. But if you need something, please join our Discord. We've got a lot of really helpful people in there, a lot of really knowledgeable people who've already been through the process, and some professionals as well. So it's a good place to get a little bit of community, even if the community is over the interwebs.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Sure thing. All right,
Appreciate
best
that.
of luck.
That's pretty awesome.
Stop by again in the
Thank
future,
you.
okay?
You too.
See you, Mel.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah. Breaks my heart, Cyber, when people are still in the middle of the deconstruction process, and it's just, well, I mean, you've seen it. It's really messy.
Yeah, it's and bringing it back with the God hates you thing. it's even more heartbreaking when family members take, to pick God and Jesus over your family, that they're willing to shun you for leaving.
Right. Yeah. It's it's depressing. We've seen a lot of people get kind of cooked by religion. And so, every time I see another one, it makes me more and more want to like keep doing what we're doing. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yes, absolutely.
Good question. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, your software is a good example for evolution. In 2 years, a Christian will say, "Great software. Its perfection points to God, and you know how the sausage is made." True. That's so true. In another couple of weeks, once like all the like we've worked out all the bugs and things like that, audio transport speeds and whatnot. Like there's gonna be a Christian that is gonna be like, "Oh, this is actually just finely tuned." Okay. That's what it is. It's finely tuned software that God made. Yeah, yeah. We didn't we didn't do anything for this. X Million, thank you for the $20 super chat for my friend. Says, woohoo! 2 lives in a row. Well, you're fucking here 2 lives in a row. Can't be more excited for you. I'm just remembering barely more than a toddler in Sabbath school, SDA, and told about heaven. The lions and lambs was cool, but the idea of living forever was scary, and I knew it wasn't safe to express. That's actually an interesting idea. That it could be scary to live forever. I think I think everyone has maybe a slightly different opinion on whether or not they would or wouldn't want to live forever. I would say for me personally, the scary part was coming to terms with the idea that I would not live forever. I think for me that was difficult, but I understand. Obviously it's different for everybody. But I do remember, like, there was a time in my life before my parents told me about God that I had no expectation of living forever or going to heaven. Like, I remember I heard a news article or a news report when I was like 4 or 5, and it talked about how somebody had been like accidentally like buried alive. I was thinking as a little tiny child, like what a horrible thing to happen, and I hope that never happens to me. And in my brain, I was thinking like, oh man, what would it be like to die in this manner? And I tell you what, it didn't include an afterlife. You don't think about that kind of stuff until someone tells you about it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Ontological shock says, Mel's where I was in my teens. I believed in God and thought he was awful and too afraid to say or think about it out of fear of hell and God's wrath. It was terrifying. I wish her well on her journey. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. That's part of the problem. Ontological is in order to use your brain, in order to think for yourself, the religion threatens you, right? Your critical thinking is a threat to the religion, and so this is what they put you through. And rock hard
I
for
mean,
Doug. Good to see you. Oh, go ahead, buddy.
oh yeah, I was going to say, even on that note, I'm Jewish, so we don't have a Christian view of hell, but it's always this, the Messiah hasn't come yet because Israel, the Jewish people, you're not acting right yet, and the Messiah is not here yet. And so when you start to deconstruct away, you get other Jews side-eyeing you and being like, you're causing this, you're keeping us here.
True. That's a fair point. Yeah, yeah. It kind of goes into what would they refer to it as? As kind of a well, if you're in certain sects of Christianity, it might be considered liberation theology, because the salvation in liberation theology is collective, right? So you have to have the collective move to a particular direction, and Judaism, a large part of Judaism is similar to that, right?
Yep.
Um, Nevertheless, friends, we've got some people on the YouTube chat wanting to get in, so let me get our next one. It looks like this is going to be Simon, and then somebody, I don't know, there are 2 people in the YouTube guest box not named Simon. It looks like both y'all had bad connections. I'm just looking at it right now. Who's ever in the guest box that's not named Simon, please refresh your browser because it looks like it might not have actually connected in a way that would be helpful to you. All right, give me 1 second. We'll get Simon in here. All right, Simon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Simon, are you at least 18?
I'm not on YouTube. I'm on Video.Ninja.
Yeah, I know, but you saw the stream through YouTube, I assume.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Which particular God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Gotcha. So you're a Christian.
No.
So you're Jewish.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So what do you think is a good reason to believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible?
It's basically a.
Oh, sorry. I got another question after this. I forgot that I changed my prompt for today's scene, but go ahead.
It's basically I'm deducting possibilities. The way I look at it is that we're not just a speck of dust in a universe, because if that's the case, then what is the point of discussing whether or not there's suffering? I mean, you're not concerned on any other speck of dust in any other planet. So that's how I look at it.
Me personally, are you saying, or somebody else?
I'm talking anybody who doesn't believe that there's a God, basically that everything happens by itself. I would assume that they're not concerned about any other speck of dust in the universe, whether or not they're suffering. So uh, I don't see the difference which speck of dust is suffering. So that's why I wanted to make sure
Wait,
first
do you think that
if you believe that.
suffering matters?
I'm saying if somebody doesn't believe that there is a purpose in life, then I don't see the reason why there should be any concern about
But
suffering.
do you think suffering matters?
Of course,
Okay, why?
because I see a designed world that is designed on purpose. So therefore, there is a purpose.
Right, but why does suffering matter? What if the purpose was to suffer?
I don't know all the suffering, why all the suffering is happening, but I know sometimes people suffer because of their actions. Sometimes it could be in a prior life that they did something that this is why they're suffering now.
Well, I'm not asking why suffering happens. I'm asking why does it matter?
If we are sentient, if we're human beings, if we are have a purpose in life, then everything that happens to us matters,
Well,
including
that would be
suffering.
true with or without God's.
Can you explain if there's no purpose in life? I mean, if there's no purpose of us existing, then what is the purpose of suffering?
I don't think suffering has a purpose. That's my point. You think suffering has a purpose, not me.
Yes, but are you concerned about suffering? Because I saw the last guest,
But
you were very
I
concerned. So
well, I think suffering's bad. Do you think it's bad?
of course, but I'm asking
Oh, well, there you
why
go.
is it bad in your point of view?
It's bad because it's unwanted. It harms creation, or what you would call creation. In my worldview, like my moral
Yeah, that's why I
around
wanted to know
suffering
your
is
worldview.
based on like social ethics, right? So, for example, I don't want to get stabbed, so I prefer to live in a society where we all agree that we don't stab each other, and because we have that rule in place, if somebody wants to break that rule, they either A, get, segregated, or they have to move to a different community that would allow that kind of thing. That's all.
So you're saying that because you have a will that you want to live, that also includes that you don't want to suffer?
I think it's pretty obvious that most people don't want to suffer, and that's why we have rules. We have rules because we have to live in society with each other.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm asking if this is just because of your feelings, because you feel that you want to live, and therefore you want to have the best life, or is it because You think this is the right way.
Right way to what? I have no idea what you're talking about. Listen, I don't want to suffer because I don't like it.
Yeah, what makes you feel that? Well, just a
I'm
feeling, or
programmed through
because you think
evolution
it's
to not like
true?
suffering. It causes pain in my nervous system. It's like a biological adaptation to prevent you from dying off as a species.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm asking if this is the only reason why you're concerned about suffering, or is there underlying purpose, like a reason
The
for not
purpose
suffering?
why I'm talking about it, I don't know what you're asking.
No, I just wanted to know your position. I can tell you my position.
I don't know what you're asking. My position is I think that suffering is generally bad. If it's unnecessary suffering, it's for sure bad.
So if on another planet the meteorite is evaporating dust, are you concerned about that dust, or just your species? I
Does
want to
dust
know how
suffer?
far it expands. Sorry.
Does dust suffer?
That's why I'm asking. If you're only concerned if somebody is sentient and
That's
could
crazy.
feel it,
Does dust suffer?
I don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know?
Depends
Like for
depends on how
example,
sentient.
so maybe I can help you understand what Justin is saying. While we wish there was no suffering, we recognize that the suffering that comes with stubbing a toe is necessary because it prevents you from further harming your foot. However, unnecessary suffering, i.e., natural disasters, are unnecessary. God could have created a world where there's no natural disasters. So, natural disasters, the harm caused by those, unnecessary, completely unwarranted. So, again, we would rather there be no suffering. However, some suffering is beneficial, other suffering is completely unnecessary, and God created it, and that's bad.
So you're coming from the perspective that if God exists, then therefore he should have never created such a thing as suffering.
That's not my position, no.
No, but unnecessary suffering, such as
Unnecessary
earthquakes.
suffering. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like natural
unnecessary.
disasters, he shouldn't have created because they're unnecessary.
Well, what would you call a disaster? If sentient beings are suffering, or like if trees are dying? I mean, there's levels to disasters. So you're only talking about the disaster that creates suffering for sentient beings.
Say that last part again.
He's asking if we're only concerned about the suffering of sentient beings. You have to be sentient to suffer, my man.
Yeah, you have to have a consciousness to suffer. Or
Okay, so
be
you
living,
can.
because I think plants can suffer, but I don't think they have consciousness. So I'd
Okay,
redact
so
that.
they
That was
suffer,
my
but
blunder.
okay. So that's what I wanted to make sure. So in my position, I believe that all suffering are for a reason, even if you don't see it, you think it's unnecessary. Well, I'm not God, so I can't know everything. I don't see the full picture because that's my belief. But
Right, but
you were talking about
did you hear
you were
what did you hear what he said earlier?
about what?
What Cyber said.
I heard him say a lot of stuff.
Did you hear him talk about natural disasters?
Yes.
Okay. And
Why do you think that this is
do you have a
not
response?
designed? Why do you think it's
It's
not
not a
designed? And
matter
why do
of
you think that
not a matter of
everybody that
design.
suffers from the
It's not a
natural
matter of
disaster?
design. Go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah, what's your contention with like
Well,
natural disasters being considered unnecessary suffering? Thus, God could have eliminated it. What's your issue with that?
Well, I don't believe it's unnecessary. You think it's unnecessary. I believe
And why
everything
is
is
it
by
necessary?
design, including everybody that suffers was supposed to suffer. I'm not saying that we can understand it. Let's say a baby dies, we don't think he sinned right now, and therefore he must die. That's not my
And
position. I'm saying
God,
if you believe there's a God that sees the bigger picture, he knows exactly what is supposed to happen, and
so
that's my
God,
position.
so all suffering is for a reason, correct?
Yes, there's no such thing as unnecessary suffering. That's my position.
Right. So all suffering is necessary, and you believe
Yes,
that God always does the ultimately good thing.
yes. There's no such a thing as
So
God
all
does something bad.
suffering is ultimately
No
the
such a
good
thing as
thing.
God does a mistake. No such a thing as anything happens on this world or any world for that matter without God creating it, designing it, and making sure everybody that is not supposed to suffer doesn't suffer. That's my position.
So we're going to harken back to an argument Dr. Blitz uses. So back in 2020, during the Australian fire, the 2.46 billion reptiles that were unalived as a result of that fire, that was necessary.
Yes.
Right. When
What
we
was it
have,
necessary for?
yeah, what's it? Yeah, what would it be necessary for?
I don't know. I'm not God. Do you want me to justify everything he does or doesn't do? That's what you want me to do?
Well,
Well, how are you
that's kind of the
defining
point.
necessary? Yeah, how
Right,
do you
yeah.
define
So
necessary?
that's kind of the contention that we're going to have here is right is you're saying that the natural disasters are necessary. We Cyber and I would like to know why somebody would think that. Go ahead, buddy.
So again, um, I'm not in heaven. I don't have all the details. That's how I look at it. You can tell me that I'm wrong and that it shouldn't have been created. All these reptiles, all these whatever died, and that's your position. My position is that God has a reason for everything, and that's why he did it. I don't think it was an accident or he just let it slide. No, I believe that everything he does, every speck of dust that moves, everything that happens is by God himself. I mean, I believe everything is God. It's not this is a part that was created and it's just a different part. I believe everything is God, including everything that he created, including you and me.
So why would God create natural disasters then? Like, so if he's
It's,
got a plan for everything, everything he did is somehow got a purpose. What purpose do you
let
see
let
in
me let me ask
creating,
you a
say, like
question.
a tornado that goes through Kansas in the USA and kills 100 people? What's the purpose, do you think? And the better question is, do you think God could accomplish his goal without that?
I don't know. I'm not God, but I can explain it to you how I look at it. And the way I look at it is just like a human being that billions of cells die and billions of cells are created. I don't ask God why this cell was supposed to die. I mean, you're gonna say because it's sentient, it's different, there's suffering. Well, I again, I don't know exactly what happens, but all I know is I look at it as like anything that's supposed to die dies when it's supposed to, and
But I'm not
when
I'm not
it's
talking I'm not talking like just about death. Like like suffering can happen without death too, right? Like for example, when
yes,
the Haitian earthquake happened, yeah, sure, a lot of people died, but a lot of people didn't die too. You know that,
yes. But
okay?
would you agree the ultimate uh, fear that everybody has is about dying or something else?
I think it depends on the individual. Some people worry about dying. Some people worry about
But I'm talking about
just
most people.
being
I'm not talking about every
in
human.
bad health. I think there's a wide range of concerns in the world as it relates to being alive.
Okay, so the way I look at it is, fear is the ultimate. The ultimate fear is death, and even though nobody wants to die, that's how it's supposed to be. And you're
Why?
gonna ask God, why did he die? Why did he die? No,
But
that's how
the
I look
problem
at it.
the problem that we're gonna have in this discussion is you don't have answers for anything, right? So we're
Mhm.
asking
And
what I would consider logical questions. You actually don't have answers for anything. All of your answers are,
Well,
well, because God said so, and that's it. That's not actually helpful.
and and I would push back. I don't think most people are afraid of death itself. I think most people are afraid of the pain that may or may not be associated with it, and the aftermath effects concerning like their family. Are they going to see them, or are their family going to be okay? I don't think death itself is something that people are afraid of.
okay, so you're saying that somebody dies and the people around them suffer because they died. It shouldn't have happened. It's unnecessary suffering. Are you saying that?
You know what else is like unnecessary suffering? Listening to your horrible arguments and rebuttals.
Actually, I haven't
No,
heard the
I'm
rebuttal
not
yet.
rebutting anything.
I haven't
I
either.
told you my position, how I look at it, and you're saying that you have a different position. Let's agree to disagree.
I don't even know what that means. We
What do
haven't
I?
even arrived at the actual disagreement. Like other than the idea that you think all suffering is necessary, right? So if you
Yes.
think that all suffering is necessary, there must be a reason why you think that, which is what we're trying to get at. What's the reason why you or anybody else would think that suffering is in fact necessary?
Real quick, how do you define necessary? Let's start there. How are you defining necessary?
There's a reason for it. There's a purpose.
Okay,
Okay.
that purpose, should that purpose, because if it's happening in this physical realm, should that purpose have something that could be understood within this physical realm that we're all living in right now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So going back to what we've been talking about, what's the purpose of the issues that we've had in Haiti with the wildfires, with these, what, if they're necessary, what effects are they having that's a net positive that we could see in this realm that we live in today?
I'm not sure, but a lot of things that we don't see at the moment comes out later. So sometimes it could take hundreds of years that we find out that this was necessary in order to something to that it should happen something. So again, you want me to tell you that I know the reason for every suffering in the world? No, I don't. But my position is that there's a reason for everything.
Okay. Well, let me ask a question. Whatever God did with the Haitian earthquake, what in 2010 or what, could he accomplish that? Like whatever the goal was, could he accomplish his goal without the earthquake?
I don't know.
Well, it seems kind of
I,
important because
Mhm.
otherwise you'd have to concede that God is like very limited in his power.
I don't believe that he's limited in his power, but
No?
I believe that sometimes he does stuff so that people could see and take a lesson from it or something. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know everything. I didn't study the whole history of the world and know everything, the reason why everything happened. But I do believe since there's a design in the world, I believe there's design in everything that happens.
Right, but
Well,
So
just to give you an idea, just real quick. We are, make sure I'm looking at the right um thing here. It is the 2010 earthquake in Haiti, and there were between 220,000 versus 300,000 deaths as a result of it. This is in 2010. What benefits would make this necessary that we're seeing today? keep in mind, Hurricane Matthew in 2016 took 500 to 600 people. And then the earthquake they had in 2021 had 2,248 deaths. It seems like God has put Haiti on his dartboard and really likes fucking up Haiti.
God
What's the benefit that
hates
comes from
Haiti
this?
for sure.
No, I don't believe that he did it because he hates anybody. I believe they all were supposed to die and that their
Why?
specific time. I don't know. Just because it's not that I know everybody when they're supposed to die and why, but I do believe that this was their specific time that they were supposed to go up in the next world, the next realm. So
But is it necessary for them to
it's
die in the most horrific way possible? Buildings falling on them, drowning.
so uh, in the Jewish religion, there's such a thing as some person that kills someone by accident. That the person that killed somebody by accident, the one who died was also was did kill someone prior to that, and that's that's why he died.
But my
And
question is it necessary, if God says it's time to pull the plug, is it necessary to do it in the most brutal and horrific way possible? Wouldn't it be better to do it in a more merciful way?
hold on 1 second, I can't hear you. Hold on.
I couldn't just snap 2 fingers and sent a couple she bears in there instead.
Hello.
We can hear
Hello?
you.
Second.
I
Hello.
think he got out of his car. Now his audio changed.
I
Simon?
don't know what's going on with the audio.
Simon?
Hold on 1 second.
Simon.
Okay, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay. So Simon, the point's pretty
Hello.
clear. Could
Yes.
God, when it's time to end somebody, could he not just do it in a humane and merciful manner? Why does he have to torture them?
He can do everything. I mean,
But
I
why?
believe that whichever amount of suffering the person suffered, that's the exact amount that he was supposed to suffer in order
Why
to
though? What's it
to
needed?
get rid of his sins, or maybe this life, maybe prior life. I don't know.
Oh, we finally
I'm
got it.
not
Okay, so people need to suffer to purge their sins.
sometimes, yes, not all the time. I
So
don't believe it's all the time.
wait, so is it to purge their sins or is it to not?
I said sometimes. Sometimes
All right, so
it's for the sin.
so let's take like ALS. My friend, our friend, Scientific Snitch brought up ALS. Would like us to talk about ALS a little bit, which is this horrific muscle disease that ends in unalivement. It's horrific suffering. Can you show me any instance where somebody, maybe they truly repented from their sins and they got better from, say, ALS?
Yeah. If suffering pays for your sins, then
No,
the
I'm
disease
not
should go away.
No, I'm not familiar. Just the
Let's
same way
let's
as I'm not familiar if a baby dies. Um, I don't think that they had a chance to ask for God and they shouldn't die.
Just so you know, ALS is a terminal disease. There has never been an instance of somebody being like cured from it. And it basically ends in the individual being trapped in their own body, unable to move, fully aware, fully awake. But every single one of their motor neurons is dead. And they usually die suffocating, choking on their own spit, unable to physically breathe because the muscles that allow the contraction and squeezing of their lungs to allow more oxygen in stop working. So they die suffocating, unable to move, trapped in their own body. And there's a million and one other diseases. Stone man syndrome, where every single injury you get turns to bone, so your body slowly becomes a living carcass. various brain cancers where you may go out hallucinating, paranoid, forgetting all of your loved ones, Alzheimer's disease. There's so many diseases that are genetically predisposed, that are literally written in our biology. For example, the protein that is involved in Huntington's disease actually plays a role in how our neurons can function and protect themselves. However, a lot of individuals who have Huntington's disease, their disease is characterized as a combination of ALS, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's.
Yeah, guest, what sin does one have to commit to get slammed with all of those at once?
I don't know. I'm not sure. And again, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier, that there are many sufferings that I don't understand, and I don't know the reason, but I do know there's a reason. I mean,
But
no, I
how do you know
believe.
there's a
I
reason?
don't know. No, I don't know. I believe there's a reason.
But why?
And why? I mean, everybody has suffering in their life, and
But
nobody has
why?
a perfect life.
But why believe that you need it?
I don't know if I need it or somebody else needs it. I don't know. I'm not, again, I'm not
But that's
God,
what you
so
said.
I
You
don't
said
know
that
everything.
it exists because we need it.
But
I'm asking, how
I
do you
do
know that?
believe, yes, I believe. I have a
But
belief
why?
that
Why do you believe that?
because I see the entire universe is by design. It's not random. So therefore, I believe since there's a
Right.
design by creation,
So,
there's a design
so
everything
you
else.
believe it because you already believe it, that the God exists. Okay. Well,
Yes.
what if God
hmm
didn't exist?
If God didn't exist, then there's no reason for it. No.
Well, obviously, we no reason for it because reasons are provided by agents, right? That means suffering would be a product
Okay.
of the evolutionary process.
Yes.
So why would we believe that suffering is a product of I don't know, a weird God that you can't explain, or just the fact that we're a product of like a chaotic evolutionary process?
Again, I said I don't know every single reason, but I do know that God God has a reason for everything, and I do believe. If you want to know my beliefs, I can tell you my beliefs. I
Oh,
can't tell
well, I
you
know what you
mine.
believe. You told us. We're trying to. But this is a
Yes.
dialogue
You wanna
about
know what's my reason?
whether or not what you
What's my
believe is
reasoning for God
reasonable.
doing that? Is that what you want to
What
get
we
to?
want to know is whether or not it's a reasonable belief. We don't need to know what you believe. We already know that.
Yeah, because it could be the
Okay.
case that God, being all powerful, instead of giving somebody ALS, could just decide, snap finger, they're gone.
Or you know
Right?
what?
Instead, oh,
Huntington's disease, which has a
mhm.
50% chance of passing on to the next generation. What, like, if Huntington's disease is meant to cleanse somebody of their sins, then why didn't each man get it? Why didn't the people in the e-files get it?
Why did God have to unalive up to 300,000 people via an earthquake? If it was their time to go, he could have literally just snapped his finger, they're gone.
I don't know. Maybe their families were supposed to suffer. I'm not sure. I don't know every single case. I can't tell you, but I can tell you why I believe the reason God does certain things is because He wants them to have a better life in the afterlife. I'm not
Science,
sure,
We
but I
found
believe.
you can't explain why people get Huntington's disease, but science can. It's an autosomal dominant disease with multiple repeats in the DNA. However, you can't explain why people get Huntington's disease because you base everything on a quote unquote purpose.
Okay, so what is your reason why it happens?
It's an autosomal dominant disorder that occurs when there's too many repeats in a specific gene, resulting in a misfolded protein that causes other proteins to be misfolded. They're known as contagious proteins, otherwise known as prions. They're very similar, and they're also analogous across multiple different neurodegenerative diseases, such as Alzheimer's and Creutzfeldt-Jakob syndrome.
Yes,
Is
that's all.
essentially it's
That's
because
how. That's not why. That's a how. That's not why it happens. It's how it
Yeah,
happens,
sure.
and
So beta amyloid plaques and specific proteins can force other proteins to fold in a similar way. So the reason why every single one of your biological machinery or proteins can work is because they fold in a specific way, and there's certain proteins called chaperones that help to move that process along. Now, that same exact mechanism is leveraged by these contagious proteins where it helps other proteins to misfold in the same way that it's misfolded. As a result, it builds up and accumulates in the nervous system and causes things like Huntington's disease.
yeah. In
I
short, it's
understand that.
because evolution kind of sucks.
Okay, so say evolution hates us.
Evolution doesn't have a consciousness,
Okay, so if God
but your
has a
God
consciousness,
does.
yes, so he understands what suffering actually means, not just what we perceive as suffering. And even though you feel that the whole world is around you alone, but still there's a bigger picture. And overall,
Well, that's your
afterward,
presupposition.
yes, exactly. That's my presupposition. That's what I believe, because other way it does not make sense at all. The theory that everything happens by itself does not make sense. So
Fine.
therefore,
Wait.
I
So,
got to the
oh, go ahead,
conclusion:
Justin.
What do you mean that everything just happens? Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about it?
if everything happens by itself, then it does not make sense. The why, the reason
But there
why
is no reason.
everything
That's
happens.
that's the point.
Oh, so there is
Yeah,
no
that's the
reason.
point.
So why are you here making sure that everybody is comforted? Like,
I just told
what's
you
the
Reason
reason?
because it's
requires a consciousness. The universe and evolution doesn't have a consciousness.
yeah.
It's
But
biochemically favorable.
but we do. We have what we call conscious, which means we have preferences.
But
Okay,
your
so
God has a consciousness, and the most good thing to do would be to cause unnecessary suffering. We've already discussed that. You hold that God's all powerful, so he could just snap people out of existence when it's their time. But instead, he chooses to have them suffer, whether it's through earthquakes and those that survive get to suffer through the loss in horrific ways of their family members, whether it's through individuals and their families suffering these horrific diseases like ALS, right? Whether it's ecosystems like in Australia getting completely destroyed, and Australia still trying to recover from this, all to, because it's somebody's time to go or for somebody to repent of a sin. But God could have just literally snapped his fingers and made those people go poof.
Yeah.
yes, I do believe that everything, anybody that has it's their time to go, happens at the exact time, and the person that is supposed to suffer from that suffers the exact amount that he's supposed to suffer, not more and
Quick
not
question,
less.
because I'm afraid you're not tracking. Can you still man what I said? Can you repeat back to me what our argument is?
What
If
your
not, I need you
argument
to go
is
to the
that
train station and buy tickets for the tracking train.
if there is a God, why is there suffering that it's unnecessary in your opinion? And that's why you believe that there's no God, because if there was a
And
God
why
that
and why do
is
we
all
think
powerful,
it's
then
unnecessary?
he
Hold on
could
real
do
quick.
it without suffering.
And why do we think that the suffering through like earthquakes, natural disasters, horrific biological diseases, why do we think they're unnecessary? Can you steel man why we think it's unnecessary?
Because you say that God can do this without the suffering.
Yeah, there you go. God could do it without the
Yes,
suffering.
I'm not saying he can do whatever he wants. I'm saying that is by design, and there's a reason. You're asking me the reason that I'm not privy to.
So you and I are both Jewish. So my question for you is, do you believe that all suffering is because of somebody deserves it?
No.
Oh, so not everybody deserve. Well, then what's the purpose of suffering
Well,
then if not everybody
deserve it.
deserves it?
Define deserve it. Deserve it as in they sinned, or maybe they chose it before they came down on this earth, and they wanted this specific outcome in order they should get to whatever they wanted to go.
Yeah, we can go. Are you okay with that definition?
You talking to me? Yes.
Yeah. So if you're okay with that definition, do you think that back in the 1930s and 40s, my grandpa, well, both my grandparents on my dad's side were Shoah, were Holocaust survivors. Do you think that our brothers and sisters, our grandmas and grandpas, our aunts and uncles chose to go through that suffering under Nazi Germany?
I don't know, but I think so. I mean, sometimes it's not always, because sometimes it could be because of sins, and sometimes it could be because um something else uh, God. I believe that God showed everybody beforehand what is going to happen to them their entire life. That's what I do believe. So I don't
So
know
you
if
think
they
that
chose it or God showed them what is going to happen, and they agreed that this is the best life they could have.
so you think that God foresaw that the best life that the Jewish people could have in Nazi Germany was to be exterminated in gas chambers.
You look at it as a whole people. I look at it as individual. Everybody had their showing with God, and everybody will have their showing with God afterward.
That's a dodge. The question is, did the Jewish people, was that suffering necessary with God knowing the suffering that would be? Was it necessary?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Let
And
me.
was the
Yeah,
Wow.
sorry. That was.
was the
I'm not
following?
saying that any human being can understand it. No, that's not what I said.
Wait. So
Snitch
you
and
said that
Cyber,
it
I
was.
gotta pop out for just a second. I'll be right back. Y'all are in charge.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So just so you know, according to recent studies that occurred post Holocaust, there was there's findings that there were genetic modifications to these individuals that occurred during the time that they were starved. It's referred to as intergenerational trauma and epigenetic inheritance of these markers, resulting in an increased risk of obesity, dyslipidemia, and diabetes, which can increase your risk of heart disease. So, do you think that these Holocaust survivors and their family members in the following generations deserved not only the Holocaust, but the heart disease and diabetes that occurred afterwards?
Are you saying deserved? In whose eyes? In their own eyes? In the world's eyes? I mean, in God's
Are you saying
eyes?
that Hashem wanted to punish the Jewish people through this horrific act?
I don't know what he wanted. I don't know what anybody wanted. But I'm saying that it was by design. It's no accident. Sometimes it
So
has to do
not
with sometimes it has to
so
do with sins. Sometimes it has to do with other things. I'm not saying that if you're put in a court of law that this is supposed to happen. No, that's definitely not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Wait,
you don't have the bigger
can I?
picture. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, can I just interject for a second? Like, are we suggesting that all of this suffering is payment for sin? Because, like, how are we supposed
No,
to
I'm not
deal with
saying
like
everything is
the
for sin.
the children and whatnot that like suffered horrendously? Like, what sins did they commit that they needed all this suffering for? If suffering is partially to
I did
repay for
not say
sins,
that
we
everything
would
is for sins.
probably
I
expect
said
it to
some
be
of it.
somewhat proportional to every person, not just like blanket mass extinction events.
I did not say that everything is for sins. I said some of it is for the sin.
What percentage?
I don't know.
But it's kind of important. If you think 50% of suffering is to atone for sins, that's pretty crazy because like children shouldn't suffer at all for the sins. They haven't committed any sins.
Exactly.
But then what is the
I don't
other
believe
50%
they
for?
could sin
Like, let's say it's 50%. What is the other 50% for?
for creating a better life, for creating a
So,
better outcome
What?
at the end of it all.
so
Better,
wait.
better for
So let's
who?
say
Sorry, go
that
ahead, Snish.
I was just gonna say. So let's say 50% of the Holocaust was quote unquote for sin, and then for the next 50%, which was the intergenerational trauma, the higher rates of obesity, dyslipidemia, and diabetes among the families of those Holocaust survivors. Let's say that's for what, making the world a better place, in your opinion?
No, I'm saying that we're all old souls. We're not newborn that was never on this
But you
earth.
just said that.
Yes, there is newborn babies, new bodies, but the souls are old souls, and sometimes they have old sins, previous sins that they came down just for one day to get certain things that they did in their past life. That's supposed to. Again, I don't know everything, but I
Wait.
do know.
So not only did they have to survive the Holocaust, but then they also had to deal with long-term health effects in the adults born post-Holocaust. And that's because these are quote unquote old souls. Why couldn't God just choose a different person to put this quote unquote soul into?
I don't understand the question. What does it matter which person it's in if they're supposed to
Because
suffer?
their families already dealt with the Holocaust. They didn't need to deal with diabetes, dyslipidemia, and
Also, you're saying
obesity.
that you know the amount of suffering they were supposed to suffer, and this was already too much.
Wait, so it wasn't enough, so they just had to add in
No,
obesity,
I don't know the
dyslipidemia, and
amount of suffering.
diabetes?
You're saying you know the amount of suffering, so I'm asking.
No, I'm saying that individuals who survived the Holocaust because of epigenetic modifications that occurred during the starvation that went on during the Holocaust in concentration camps, those epigenetic markers were passed down to the next generation, increasing their families and the next generation's risk for obesity, dyslipidemia, and diabetes. So not only did they have the Holocaust to deal with, they also had the higher rates of chronic disease following the Holocaust.
Well, and real quick too,
Yes,
because you keep bringing up old souls. So old souls comes from Kabbalah. So I'm assuming you're Orthodox, possibly Hasidic, correct?
yes.
All right. So my question is though, right? Because the idea, what's the purpose of reincarnation according to Kabbalah? What's the purpose of it?
I don't know all of Kabbalah, no, but I can tell you
It's
what's
for the
my
soul to complete mitzvah or repair like spiritual failings, correct?
yes. Not all the
Right.
time, but sometimes, yes.
Yeah. So why would God like do such horrific things to ensure that these souls can be reincarnated instead of just giving them time in this life to fulfill their spiritual failings?
Again, I don't know everything why God does it, but I can tell you how I was brought up to believe and how I look at it. So I look at it as reincarnation is something that sometimes it has to do with if they had an old blemish on their soul, or if sometimes it is because they wanted to help another one and they wanted to come down and help, let's say, some of their generations, the younger generations that they wanted to help out. I don't know. I'm not sure, but
And
there's
last thing
some kind of.
I'll say, because I think I'm done with this conversation after some of the Holocaust things. So you think that God allowed the Holocaust, possibly even caused the Holocaust because of spiritual failings of the Jewish people?
Some of it, a portion of it. I don't believe the whole thing was because of that, but some of it. And there's a belief in our tradition that someone who does something, it's their decision. They have free will. So even though that God was wanted to do something to someone to punish him or to in order for him to have a clear soul, it doesn't mean that the person who does it is clear of the thing that he does. If it happens by nature, then it's a different thing. But if it happens by someone who has a free will and he does it out of his own will, then he is also supposed to suffer because what he did. I'm not again. I don't know everything, the reason for everybody what he did, what he did, but I do believe that everything that happens and everyone that does something, everything is within an order and everything happens for a reason.
And there's nothing in the back of your head when you said yes to that question. There's nothing in the back of your head saying, what the fuck is about to come out of your mouth right now?
I'm trying to think what I say before I say it. Yes.
I don't think you're thinking.
Okay.
So, I mean, just to illustrate kind of the nonsense that what we're hearing on our end is that things like the Holocaust are typically necessary, at least for one reason, say to purge somebody of their sins, different things like that. Okay, well, like what sin has been committed so great that the getting thrown into a concentration camp and routinely starved and beaten and tortured is required. And like also, could we be of the opinion that the best way to pay for our sins is to be fucking tortured? Like, imagine if we did that to our inmates. When people broke the law, we tortured their ass in prison. Do you think that's the best way to atone for sins is torture?
Torture and then let the families of those tortured individuals get diseases. Like that's what happened.
Yes, I do know there was a lot of suffering. I know a lot of people that suffered myself. I know people, the generations that got from the DNA that they were um, messing with. I know a lot of people that had issues. I'm not denying any of this, and I'm not saying it is a good thing that these people suffer because I don't know. I'm not in heaven. I don't know. But you want me to say that okay, so therefore, since there was a lot of suffering, because I don't understand why God does it, so therefore there is no God. That's your conclusion that you want to get to, or
No,
else.
that's not the conclusion. You could say
So
that
that's what
God
I'm
is
asking you.
evil. You could say God is not powerful. You don't need to say that God doesn't exist.
Oh, so
You
you're
can still
saying that
say God exists.
so
Yes,
God is
there
not
are
that powerful. So
there are alternates,
oh,
right? You could say God's not powerful. You could say God doesn't actually know what's happening. You could say that God doesn't care what's happening, which is what I would say. Or you could say that God doesn't exist. That's one option. But Ella is right. You don't have to immediately jump to God doesn't exist. There's a couple of different solutions for it.
I
but
mean,
the
63%
fact
of
that God
our
doesn't exist.
population,
Yes.
63% of our population was eradicated out of Europe because of this horrific event. Like, this is crazy talk.
Okay. Why does the percentage matter? If God does everything, why does the percentage matter? How much suffered? If only 43 suffered, if only 43%, that would be better. I don't understand why you bring up 63%. Yes, I do believe a lot of people suffered. It doesn't matter how much. Even if one person suffers, it doesn't make sense. It's the same argument. I don't see the difference in how much suffering there was to the argument. Either there's a reason or there's no reason. It doesn't matter like how much. Like you can explain how much
You know,
everything
the amount does
was.
matter. Like
Yes,
if you
so
decide
explain it.
that you need to punish your child as a form of correction, there are limits to what you can and cannot do that would actually be beneficial for the child.
Yes, I do agree.
So you can't just say like all suffering, all correction, all of it's the same. Obviously, it's not all the same.
Yes, you're 100% correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying about the amount of people. Like, what does it matter how many people suffered? There's no difference in how many people suffered. You're saying the amount of
Well,
suffrage is supposed to be in accordance to
I
how
think it
much they were
matters.
supposed to suffer for their
I
sins
think
or
I
whatever
think it
the
matters.
reason.
If you're trying to
Yes,
determine
everything
if
matters.
somebody is good or bad, if they love you or hate you, well, the amount of suffering they inflict on you and the amount of suffering they inflict on somebody else is going to factor into that equation, right? So if I say
Yes,
something like,
100.
"Hey, God hates you," which is my prompt for tonight, it's fair to say, listen, God doesn't just inflict pain on you; He inflicts pain on them, and the baby over there, and the child over there, and the slave over there, right? He inflicts the suffering on individuals because he's obviously a hateful, spiteful, vengeful type of a deity, not because you need to suffer.
Yes, that's what you believe. I do believe that he doesn't do it out of spite, out of hate. I think he does it out of love, and you can't see
But
the full
Well, that's
picture.
the point that
Neither
I
can
was
I.
trying to make. Wait, that's the point I was trying to make earlier, which is that you don't have to say that suffering is because he quote unquote loves us, that the people who suffered the Holocaust and the generations after the people who suffered the Holocaust all had to suffer because quote unquote
You're
sins
saying
and to
it's
make
out
the
of
world a better
spite,
place.
out of hate, so that's why I'm saying it's
No,
out of
I'm
love.
saying that you could say that instead of saying that God doesn't exist if you really think God exists. Like, you don't have to argue that. You
Yes.
can even say that he's not all powerful. You don't need to believe that he's all powerful and all good. It's not required.
Okay, so if he's not that powerful, then if he can create the universe but he can't control the suffrage, then I don't understand how it makes sense.
well,
He's strong enough to create the universe, but he's weak enough. He can't make sure that nobody suffers. Is that what you're
well,
saying?
that's where my thought process is. But not everyone lands there. But I agree with you. If God's capable enough to design biology and whatnot, it seems like he should be capable enough to, I don't know, prevent the suffering. But not everyone's going to
Yes.
agree with that.
Okay.
So
So I want
here's
to understand the logic of somebody who believes that he can create the world, but he can't uh,
Well,
minimize the
can you make
suffrage.
well, have you ever made a piece of furniture with your like have you ever put a piece of furniture together?
Yes.
Okay, you're powerful enough to create a piece of furniture. Why can't you I don't know, freaking stop somebody's cancer? Like, you couldn't be powerful enough to create something and not be powerful enough to do another thing. Like, that's not non-synonymous. Like, yes, I would agree that it would be unlikely, but like the thing is I'm trying to just help you out of the belief that the Holocaust and the suffering after the Holocaust was because he quote unquote loved us. Because I'm sorry, that is a atrocious belief to hold.
Okay, that's your opinion, and
What do you mean
I
that's my
respect.
opinion?
I don't
That's
believe
any
so.
sane person's
You believe
opinion. You're
so.
saying that people who
Okay, so
got shmenicided because quote unquote God loved them. That is
crazy.
ridiculous.
because you are talking about if there's only one life, if there's no afterlife, and that in that way, if you look at it, then yes, if there's only one time you come here and that's all, then on the one hand you're right that it's not right, it's not fair, but on the other hand, then there's no reason to worry about it because there's no purpose in life. There's no reason because you only live once and that's it.
Yeah, nailed it.
What?
You only live
Wait,
once.
but
You got to
you
make the
don't
most
hold
of
that.
it.
You believe in Kabbalah.
Yes, exactly. So if I believe in that, then there might be other things, other reasons that we can't see here. We can't see in this timeline, in this specific time frame that we are right now. Could be stuff that we did before. Could be future stuff that is coming. If you're going in that route, then yes, we don't understand everything, but there's a reason.
Sure, there is. Listen, Simon, I don't think there's a reason. You couldn't explain the reason, asserting that there is a reason at this point. would be unreasonable.
If there's no reason, then there's
So
no
I
purpose
think,
of this life.
well,
If
I'm
there's no reason,
sorry,
then there's
life
no.
doesn't have a purpose. You get to decide what your
Okay,
purpose
so
is. There doesn't have to be a purpose in life.
so
Who
there's no reason for this
who
life. I
who
mean,
told you that
we
there
just
needs
we
to
just
be
we
a
just two
grand
specks
reason?
on the universe that are blabbling for no reason.
Well,
You're not gonna
we're
get
not
anywhere, even
specks.
though you're gonna fix the entire world.
We're
Even though you're
sentient
gonna fix the entire world,
we're
and there's
sentient
gonna be no
individuals.
suffrage. There's no reason for it. There's no reason for not being suffrage.
No, there
I
is
don't
definitely a
understand
reason
why.
for not suffering. It's because we don't want to suffer.
I understand you don't want to suffer, but you're gonna die in a
Dude,
few years.
so what?
So I don't.
Do you
Sorry?
turn the movie off just because you know the movie's going to end, or do you watch the movie?
No, I do watch it.
No, why? It's going to end.
I know, but I like it.
Exactly. I like it, and I like not suffering. That's
Yes,
why we would prefer to
exactly.
live in a world where
But
we
there's
don't
no
make each
reason.
other suffer.
I understand why you
And
want it.
no,
I
there is
understand
a
your feeling.
reason.
I'm
There's
not
not a
taking away any
transcendent.
of your feeling.
There's not a transcendent reason. That's what your problem is, right? We're letting you know there is a reason. That reason is our own subjective thinking faculties. There's no transcendental reason. There's no thing out in the universe giving you reason. But that doesn't mean that like the position that you hold is like good. It's a terrible position to believe that you have to think that God tortures individuals just so life can have maybe a little bit of meaning from God.
No, I'm saying that you don't understand the reason. That's what I'm saying.
Well, neither
Neither
do
do I.
you. Well, then don't assert that
Exactly.
there's a reason. If you're saying
There's a reason.
there's a reason, but I
Yes.
don't know what it is, that's just a losing
Exactly.
argument
You
every
know,
single time.
you understand the entire universe that you came to this place where you don't know this specific thing, or you still
Yeah.
have some things to explore in the universe that you still don't
But
understand.
I'll tell you what, when you figure out why your God wants to torture people rather than just forgive them or turn them into better people that won't do sins in the future, which is what the Hebrew Bible says that. Deuteronomy 30 says that, and Jeremiah 31 says that Ezekiel 36 actually, God's going to change the hearts of the people. Could he have not just done that from the beginning? Could he not circumcise the hearts of the people so that they would love the Lord God with all their mind, heart, and soul and follow all his commandments and not do all these sins? Couldn't he have just done that?
He can do anything, but he wants us to choose it by ourselves.
No, he wants us to suffer.
Wait, so
No,
if he believes that,
sometimes
wait, so you
Go ahead.
believe suffering because,
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Mitch, we lost you.
can you hear me any better?
Yep, we're good.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you believe that we suffer for a reason?
Yes.
Okay, so if we suffer for a reason, then should we try to stop that suffering?
Yes.
That makes no sense.
That's a perfect question. Yes.
If we
No,
suffer
God
for
says
a
that you
reason,
should
then we
do-
shouldn't stop the
You should do
suffering.
whatever you can to stop any
Yes.
suffering. That's what
No,
God
Snitch
says.
is right.
But
If suffering is sent by God, then we
No.
shouldn't be stopping it.
we should try.
Why?
That's what we call a status. We need
No,
to try to stop it.
you have to purge your sins. You need the
Yes,
suffering.
there's a few ways. Yes, sometimes you can repent. Sometimes you can't. You should try your best.
Wait, so if
You should try
repenting
to.
is the only Wait, so if repenting
It's not
is the
only,
only
no,
way you can get out of not self Wait, so according to your logic, if repenting is the only way to escape
Not the
suffering
only way. No.
without
I said
actually
it's one way.
suffering, then do you think that I should just quit my job?
No, I didn't say the only way. I said one of the ways is repenting. Sometimes
Oh,
it's
sorry.
doing other good
I guess for
deeds.
context, I've dedicated the past 4 years of my life towards researching various chronic diseases, and I'm pursuing a graduate degree in cancer research. So, according to your belief, I should just quit my job and start repenting. By the way, I'll never do that because I love my job. But
I didn't say that.
you think that I should just quit my job and start repenting because that's the only way to get out of
You're gonna
suffering without
reiterate
actually
the same
suffering?
thing. I repeated myself a few times. I said it's not the only way.
But you just said that you should suffer, and then to get out of suffering, you should repent.
I didn't say you should suffer. No, I said every suffering, there's a reason for it. I didn't say that
Okay,
this
if
is the
there's a
only
reason,
way.
then why would you avoid it?
Because God told us to try to avoid all the suffering and try
So he
to.
gave us the suffering for a reason and then told us to avoid that suffering?
Yes,
That makes no
I'm not saying
sense.
that.
Ditch,
Okay.
have you ever heard that P does not equal P?
Yeah, this is that exact scenario.
You want to
Yeah.
hear my point of view, or you're just trying to say your point of view?
No,
Because I could
it
tell you
was
what I'm saying.
it was an
I'm
important
saying that,
question. It was said in a joking manner, but he's just pointing out that you're
yeah,
biting the bullet of a direct contradiction. You know what I mean? But listen, Simon, you've been for a while. We've covered a lot of ground. I appreciate you giving us a lot of your time. We've got uh, 3 more guests waiting in the guest box. I want to be able to get to as many as we can. So I'm
no
going to grab
problem.
our next guest. We appreciate you sharing with us. I really hope that you would think about how painful and silly some of these positions are, and think about whether or not it's logical to believe in a God that needs to harm you to accomplish whatever his goal is.
I can give you like a good example, a good analogy of how you
So,
look at it versus how
but
I look
that's
at
all right. I'll
it.
be I'll be live again on Friday. You're welcome to come by on Friday, and we'll pick it up again. Okay?
You're looking through a keyhole and you're seeing a tiny bit of the.
That's the keyhole's too small to keep that conversation going. Let's grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get Nikki in or Kiki in here. The Ministry of Doug. Hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. When I was 5 or 6, my parents taught me about eternity, and it scared the fuck out of me. I cried myself to sleep, begging God to not give me eternal life. That is one of my first memories. Holy shit. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and simply wet for Sharon. Well, Ministry of Doug, I get it. It's a scary thing to think that you're, whatever's happening in your life might continue forever. Now, I would say I thought about this for a long time because there are legitimately people in our community that don't like the idea of living forever. It's a real thing, and I thought about this for a while. Why is that the case? That some people do want to live forever and some people don't. And my thought, and I'm probably wrong, but my thought is like, you know what? Depending on what kind of life you're living, like probably is going to determine how long would you like to carry that shit on? You know what I mean? Like if you there's a lot of people in the world that would rather end the suffering and they can't imagine living forever because their idea of living is suffering, right? And then there's some people that are, fucking banksters and mobsters that are having a blast. They're like, yeah, I'll fucking do this forever. It'd be great, right? So I'm intrigued to know what goes into a person's thought process when they decide whether or not they do or don't want to live forever. I'm just genuinely intrigued. But thank you, Ministry of Doug. And Joe White, thank you as well for the $10 super chat. He keeps saying that he doesn't know everything, but he seems like he doesn't know anything. That's the point, yes. Sticking out his lower lip and insisting that suffering has a purpose. That was kind of the impression that I was getting, Joe. I was feeling like maybe he was just like, I'm clinging on to this answer. This answer may or may not actually do anything for us, but I'm going to cling on to it anyways. It was kind of sad to see it happen, but it is what it is. We've seen this before with other callers where they can't let go of the God concept, so they admit that God does horrible things, and they just have to figure out why. At Bethos,
Yeah,
my
and
friend. Oh, go ahead, buddy.
yeah, I was gonna say real quick on that. I didn't mean to like have this long drug out thing on
Oh no, it's
the
fine.
Holocaust. I just thought that, once you insert yourself or your people group into it, sometimes eyes open up a little bit more. And yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah, when you started going down that path, and then I heard him basically say the horrific stuff about the Holocaust being necessary. I was shocked. I was as shocked as you are to learn that he was about to do Holocaust apologetics.
Mhm.
It was that was a tough one. But I, you know what I mean. This is just what's going to happen a little bit. Holy shit. Oh boy. Nevertheless, Bethos, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Bethos says, Hyman makes me sick. Yeah. And Arn, actually, now that I know, I don't want to say too much. Now that I know you're more about you, I can understand why this would definitely make you sick. Says, I'm a volunteer stillborn photographer and have seen babies die. Death is ugly, and the grief of families unspeakable. If a God created this, he should be fired. Agreed. And I don't think people give a lot of thought sometimes to stillborns. I've got a really, really good friend that I grew up with, and he lost a child. His first child was actually a stillborn, and it left lasting damage for a very long time. It is not something you just get over. You lose a child, and it's traumatic, even if that child was just in the womb, not even surviving past the womb. Dr. Joe, thank you so much for the super chats. Remember that my deconstruction workbook, 99 pages, is available for free in the Deconstruction Junction, and that is the truth. And also, Dr. Joe did send me the link to it as well, and I've got it. If anyone needs it, you message me directly, but also join the Discord for sure. And also, Mark Bauman, thank you for the 100 hours over Cash App. Huge W, my friend. And I see your message here about your alter ego on YouTube. I don't know if that's private information or not, but if you ever want me to fill people in on what you do over on YouTube, let me know, and I'll publish. I'll promote your stuff, my friend. We'll make sure that you get some eyeballs on your stuff. And also from Mr. Timon says, can you make a list of what trees are safe to look at when going outside? Oh no. That's a tough one because the look at the trees argument is powerful. I'm not entirely sure yet what we're going to do about it. I'm working on a few things. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'll let you know. We do have a plan of sorts getting in place to deal with these fucking trees. And Beth again says the other suffer caller. If everything happens as necessary, there's no free will. Am I a determinist? But is the caller okay? So I think you say I am a there we go. I am a determinist, but is the caller? I don't think the caller is, but it is interesting that like if suffering is necessary, you have to wonder why the blanket suffers, right? Why large groups of people suffer in the same way, despite the fact that their sins or their crimes are drastically different, right? Something like predestination would actually assist in that. You know what I mean? And Dr. Joe, with another helpful note, I added my deconstruction site to my link tree. Hell yeah, go find Dr. Joe. What are you going to say, Snitch?
I was just about to say, I think looking at the trees is probably not the best thing to do if you're native to the Caribbean, Florida, or Central America, because the manchineel tree, otherwise known as Hippomene manchinella, is present there, and simply standing under the tree during the rain can actually cause painful skin reactions akin to being burnt, because every part of the tree is toxic and can cause very severe blistering.
Oof.
Oh, God create a tree like that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Or those, like the parasites that crawl up your urinary. The whole thing is crazy to even think about. My friends, I'm going to get another guest in here real quick. Give me 1 second. I just got to save a note, and then we're gonna get things going here with our next guest. I said we were going to get Kiki in here next. Okay, should be ready to grab Kiki. We're getting a big cast and crew over on TikTok today. We got three TikTok voices going now. Kiki, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
I'm 30. I'm going to be 31 soon. And no, I don't believe in God.
Oh.
No.
Oh, well, Kiki, my friend, I apologize. We are just talking to believers. Unless like there's something dire that you need help with.
I just want to know, it's like, when it's come to Christianity and to Judaism, because I'm not so very perfect in them, how does God like show their hate towards his followers?
Oh, I would say by causing huge amounts of unnecessary harm. So, for example, there's an interesting story in First Kings chapter 13 where there's a prophet God tells to go deliver a message and come directly back, and not to go stay at like anyone's house, don't accept their hospitality or anything like that. And then on the way back, he does everything he's supposed to do. On the way back, another prophet of God stops him and is like, "Hey, I'm a prophet of God, so on and so forth. God gave me a task as well, and has told me to tell you that you need to do X, Y, and Z, and also come have eat your meal with me, basically, right? Come chill with me." And obviously, he kind of he falls for it because the other guy really is a prophet. He just happens to be lying this time. And God sends lions to kill him for being duped by one of God's own prophets. That's horrific.
And then you have, in Malachi 1, verses 2 through 3, where God straight up says he hates Esau. But if he hates Esau, then he's also going to hate his descendants.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just drop. Thank you for allowing me to come here, since
Okay.
you don't want to, since you want to debate this believers. So have a good day.
All right. Cheers, friend.
But keep following, because Justin does announce when he has, I believe it's on Free Sundays, when he does do question and answer, and you can come up and ask all the questions you want.
Yeah, actually, let me grab the day real quick. It was on the 26th. That's last Sunday of the month. I won't be hosting on AXP or on the line, so my Sunday after Unapologetic will be free. So hit me up on the Q&A at the end of the month, and whatever questions you have, more than happy to work through them. If you just have a short little question, like just something that needs a quick little answer, you're welcome to super chat me during the stream. I'll get it between guests, or I'll get it at the end of the stream. I read all the super chats at the end of the stream that I don't get during the stream. So, we try to make sure everyone who is participating gets to, actually participate. Now, we have two guests, Ellie Adams, and then also Drewski. So, Ellie, we haven't talked to yet. Let me grab Ellie, and then we'll after that, we'll try to grab Drewski and finish out here. Or is it Eli? It might be Eli.
Huh?
Book him in. Is this
What up,
Eli?
man? Yeah. Actually, my name's Elijah, but call me
Oh,
whatever.
Elijah. Eli, are you at least 18?
Sir, I'm 21 on the 31st.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
I do believe in God, yes.
Cool. Which one?
I believe in the God of the Holy Bible.
Okay, so you're a Christian. And my prompt tonight's kind of an interesting one. I don't think people are used to seeing it too often. But my thesis is that I actually think God hates you. And by hates you, I mean genuinely, mankind and most of his creation. Do you agree with that or disagree? Eli?
We can't hear you if you're off the app.
Yeah, if you swipe away.
Hello? Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I was off the app. No, I disagree with you, but I'm a little confused. Are you do you believe in God, or are you just atheist?
I don't believe in God, but if this God existed, it would hate you.
So even if God was proven to exist, you would believe he hates us?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Oh, easy. Because I think an entity that tortures its children would only do so if it hates them. And in fact, not just tortures the children, but actually enjoys torturing the children.
I would agree, but where does it say that?
Says it in Deuteronomy 28:63.
Deuteronomy 28:63.
Yeah.
What is this? Do you have it up?
Yeah, I'll put it up actually just now. Give me 1 second. I just want to change from the NIV to actual decent translation.
The
All right, cool.
KJV.
Oh no, anything but the KJV. Oh boy. All right, oh, is it not updating? Oh well, I guess I'll have to.
28 verse 63.
Yeah, 2863. Give me 1 second, actually. I gotta grab a different browser window real quick to throw that up in.
And chat, if you want a good read Deuteronomy 28 and just count the number of blessings to curses.
Right.
Okay, real quick. This is kind of embarrassing. I'm sure you know. What's the I know that we're in the Old Testament. What's going on here in Deuteronomy? What are we like? What events happening, or what are we talking about in the?
So God is giving a list of blessings and curses for obedience and disobedience.
To the Israelites?
That's who the book's written to.
Yeah.
Let's see. Curses on disobedience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. And what you'll find in verse 63 is that when God does inflict these so-called curses, he kind of enjoys it.
Well, does he sorry. Does he state that he's the one putting these curses, or
Actually,
is he saying that these curses would?
He does, in fact, take credit for them, yeah. And quite a few locations, even.
Just Lord to delight making you prosperous. Okay, it's kind of a hard one, but
Sure.
I would say disciplining someone, right, for their actions, evil actions, which is I'm guessing which is going on here is disciplining them because they weren't obeying him. And since God is all good, disobeying him would be that you're evil, right?
No, I think torturing your children is evil. Do you think discipline and torture are different?
Well, how does he torture?
Not this again.
Yeah. Do you know what's happening in Deuteronomy 28:63 when he says,
No,
I will bring you to
that's why I
ruin?
said I was a little embarrassed. I don't.
Fair enough.
I don't.
Fair enough.
If we could just do a gist.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Okay, so as part of the punishment in Deuteronomy 28, if they don't obey, we'll find the same stuff in Leviticus 6:26. God's basically saying, "Listen, I'm going to come and I'm going to fuck you up, and the way that I'm going to do it is I'm going to bring an invading army, and that invading army is going to come and do some havoc." In fact, in Leviticus 26 and elsewhere, he says he's going to come in, and even in Jeremiah, says, "I'm going to come like an animal and bereave you of your children. I'm basically going to come and kill your children."
And what is he disciplining them for? What are they doing?
Typically for worshiping and for disobedience, for worshiping other gods, or for sometimes
is this,
making
they're worshiping the Baal?
Well, any god. It doesn't matter which one it is.
Well, man, I wish I was more familiar, but wasn't the I believe the Israelites are during that time, I believe it's in Deuteronomy, weren't they sacrificing children to gods?
Not Israel. I mean, in Jeremiah, it does suggest that some of them started doing the practice. But also in Ezekiel 20, it says that God commanded them to do it.
God commanded them to do what?
To cast their children over the fire, it says in Ezekiel 20 verses 24 and 25.
Cast your children over the fires.
Yeah, I can show you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you for being patient with me.
Okay. I'm older than you. I've seen these verses already. So in Deuteronomy, in Ezekiel, says, because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord. So God's like, hey, listen, they wouldn't obey me, so I gave them some pretty horrific commands just to horrify them.
Okay, so God's saying here that he's claiming he has no other option other than to torture them.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the problem, actually. You hit the nail on the head, right? So if God is all powerful, isn't it odd that his form of reforming people, changing people, correcting them includes torture?
It would be, but what do you define all powerful as in context of God being all powerful? What does that mean?
Well, all
That
powerful
he
just
can
means
change
that there are
the
things
mind
that you
and
can
belief?
do that is within the bounds of logic.
So if God's all powerful, he can change. What you're saying is if he's all powerful, he can change your mind, right?
Well, I know he can. He does it in the Bible a bunch. Did you know about
Well,
those?
that can't be true because
Sure about that?
yeah, sorry. A little
Take your
nervous.
time. Take your time. There's no rush.
So free will, if God were to change you unwillingly, that would make him evil.
Only example.
And I think that would make him evil because that would force belief or forcing someone to do something. I believe that's evil. God claims
So
he's all good.
if God
So for him
forced
to
Hitler to not be evil, that would be evil. If God said, actually, I think Hitler is going to do some terrible stuff, so I'm just going to adjust his heart a little bit so he doesn't gas chamber 6 million Jews, that'd be evil.
right. Well, the problem there is he would contradict himself because
Where?
yeah, Hitler was a terrible person, but God gave everyone free will. That's his gift.
No,
You know
that's
what I
not
mean?
true. He alters their free will all the time. In Joshua, right? When the Israelites are in getting to take over the land, what we find is that God changes the hearts of the people so that they'll actually come out and do wars. In fact, let me grab that real quick.
Changes the
Should be
heart.
verse.
Okay.
Says, for it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts so that they would come against Israel in battle, in order that they might be utterly destroyed and might receive no mercy and be exterminated. So God will change somebody's heart so much so that they'll actually go and do bad stuff.
Sorry, I'm reading this. Okay, well, how did he harden their hearts?
Well,
I think
obviously
that's important.
with God magic.
Well, I'm sure it says how he did it. No, what did
No.
he do to harden their hearts?
Hardening somebody's heart just means that you've changed their motivations. You've adjusted their mindset.
And we get another good example of something similar in Second Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 11 through
Well,
12.
I'm sorry, Cyber, real quick.
Yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
I'll let you. Um, I am very, I'm familiar with the Bible, but not as familiar with the Old Testament. And I know the Old Testament is, you know, it's a lot of things in there that could make God look evil. Is there? Yeah, go ahead. What was the verse you were about to?
Yeah, it's going to be something similar in Second Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 11. And what's going on here is it talks about the starting in verse 9, really, will be the coming of the lawless one is apparent in the workings of Satan, who uses all power, signs, and lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refuse the love of truth and so be saved. But this is the important part. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false. So God is causing them to believe that their wickedness is the truth. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false, so that all who have not believed in the truth but took pleasure in unrighteousness will be condemned. He wants them to go to hell. Did he drop?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case. Oh, well. Guess you got a little bit of cold feet there. That happens.
Gosh
All
dang
right.
it, Paul. You're cooking people for us.
Well, what do you do? You know, sometimes you read the Bible and it says some shit you weren't ready for, and well, you end up kind of regretting that you read the Bible, right? Uh,
Damn.
okay then. I didn't even have my notes open yet to write down what we talked about. I just wrote down his name. Okay, I guess let's see. I was right. Did not know that God was evil and
Paul
ends up
set him straight.
leaving scared. Yeah, Paul will fucking do that. Paul's gonna do some shit. I think Paul was out of his mind, to be honest. That's
I
just
don't
me.
think the man existed, but yeah, I agree. I agree.
True. You're right. The Paul of the New Testament was out of his mind. We don't really know much about this person in real life.
Yeah. But I think it's crazy when you really, and this just goes to show, like, read the book, because your churches are going to give you all these preconceived notions, and then when you actually read the text, you're going to be like, why'd my church lie to me about this?
Pretty much. I'll tell you one thing that you're not going to get in church: is context. They're going to shout from the rooftops about context. You're not going to get any. You're not going to read any of it. They're going to tell you about it. You're not going to know any of it or read it.
In
Rex.
fact, I was just going to say real quick too, speaking about like free will and that God wants free will, the Talmud in Shabbat 88a has an interesting interpretation or story about the Israelites accepting the Torah, right? So when you actually translate it from the actual Hebrew in Exodus 19:17, its actual translation says they stood beneath the mountain. And so the way the rabbis interpreted this in the Talmud is that God literally like picked up Sinai, had it hovering over the Israelites, and was like, and the way the Talmud passes, the way that the Talmud puts it is, and they stood at the front of the mountain. Rabbi Adavini Bar Hamabar Hassa said, "This teaches the Holy One, blessed be he. He overturned the mountain above them like a barrel and said to them, if you accept the Torah, good. But if not, this will be your burial." He was literally going to drop a mountain on them.
That's crazy. Fucking mountain dropping's wild. All right then. Rex Betancourt, thank you for the super chat. Says, if God causes all this suffering, then why does he need Satan? Or what does he need Satan for? This is actually a good question. If God is causing the suffering, Satan seems to be unnecessary. I'll say this though: if you're a believer, typically you think when God does cause the suffering, He does it through Satan. Unfortunately, that's not true. Just read the Bible a little bit, and God does all that shit Himself.
Somebody had to be the sane one.
That's right. Somebody had to reel Yahweh back in, and it happened to be Satan. Jason says, I love all my haters, even God. You know what? The good news, Jason, is you've got one less hater than you might think, because this God ain't real. In fact, you already know that. And Reverend Nate says, Red Rubber, the story of rubber slave trade flourishing on the Congo, is a brilliant book. Fuck God, monarchy, colonialism, capitalism, and racism. 100% agreed, Reverend Nate, on literally every fucking account. It's actually pretty crazy that, like, for a long time Christianity was like inextricably linked to the most horrific crimes against humanity that like we've seen, and they've never done anything to make up for it. It's still just a fucking mess. What it is, fucking mess. And Hard Work says, God, I give horrific commands and torture for lulz. Indeed. Although I talked to one guy once that basically said it was for entertainment. So you need some entertainment. Have a natural disaster. Design, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, isn't the belief that God gives you free will while moving others to deliver the world that you pray for the very definition of main character syndrome? Yeah, it is. The funny thing is, like, it's impossible to think God couldn't possibly violate your free will by causing you to do something good. But if you pray to God, He will violate somebody's free will on your behalf. Like, He'll get you that fucking job interview or, whatever it is. Like, all of these, most prayers, in order to answer them, is going to involve adjusting somebody's day. Or, when He executes somebody, that seems like a violation of free will. Executing somebody basically is the termination of a 100% free will is all gone now. So seems like God's not too concerned about the free will. Also from Brian, hey, good to see you, Brian. God punishing His chosen people with extreme torture tracks with Old Testament God, but I thought the birth of His Son mellowed Him in the New Testament. C'est la vie. You know what, Brian? I've actually heard this a lot. We've talked about, when we do like the God is not good topic, we get people like, well, He changed, He got better. Look at Jesus. What a wild thing to say, to think that God needed improvement. Like He needed to learn how to be a softer father or some shit. Pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, Deconstruction. There's a person, I think, who has like, I don't know. If I'm not sure how long the guest line is, but they were asking to come up.
Yeah, I think that's Jay, and Jay was actually next in line. Our guest that was in YouTube dropped during that conversation, so Jay's next.
Cute.
Yeah, let me bring in Jay. Jay connects here. There you go. Welcome in, Jay. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe in the biblical God?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt on the screen?
I disagree.
Oh, okay. Well, my thesis is that God hates you on account, well, humanity really, on account that he acts viciously towards His own creation, and that seems to make the most sense if we can conclude that God does it obviously because He hates you. Because if He doesn't hate you, I can't think of a good reason for His behavior. Would you like to hear maybe one Bible verse that reinforce my opinion, and maybe you can tell me what you think about it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So the Bible verse I'm going to grab, and you're welcome to grab it in your favorite Bible translation, is going to be Hosea 13:16. I'll put it on the board though. If you don't have a Bible, it's fine. You'll see it on the screen here in a second. Okay. It says in Hosea 13, and this is referring to the northern Israelites and what God's going to do to them. It says, Samaria shall bear her guilt. Because she has rebelled against her God, they shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open. and presumably with swords. Does that sound like the behavior of somebody that loves you?
No.
No. Does it sound like the behavior of somebody who might hate you?
No.
Well, what's it sound like?
I mean, the here's the thing, right? Who are we to tell the creator of the universe or our own creator what he can and can't do with us?
Well,
Nobody's doing that.
Yeah, I don't think that this thing exists. This is an exercise in logic. So, do you think that like ripping pregnant women open with swords and ripping their babies out and smashing their babies on stones is the behavior of a good person or more of a maniac?
I mean, if he gave us the blessing to bear children or women to bear children, I mean, he could take that out.
Having
Yeah, but
children as a woman is not like, maybe you think it's a blessing to have a kid. Okay, cool. Having a kid is awesome. Fantastic. The pain you have to go through, that's not a fucking blessing. That's
But
pain.
you do, based on the Bible, yeah, women carry pain, and it's because of their decision.
whose decision?
Eve.
So,
Pregnancy pain is not a decision.
When Eve ate the apple, right? When Eve ate the apple, God had told Eve, now since you disobeyed me, you will be in pain for the rest of your life.
If your kid did something to disobey you, would you lock up their kids, like your kids, and then torture them for the rest of their life?
No, but they will get disciplined.
You would discipline your kid's kid because of something your kid did?
No, I'm talking about my kids.
Okay, so then why didn't God just discipline Eve rather than disciplining all of humanity's females and women?
Because since Eve was the first woman, Eve's generation will get cursed. Every woman is part of Eve's generation.
But not all women are Eve.
Yeah, but all right. So why do you think the world is fucked up right now?
let me just not answer your question.
Pivot.
That's crazy.
No. Let's
Crazy
be real.
pivot, bro.
No, I'm not talking about girls. I'm talking about why do you think the world is messed up today? Is it because of God or is
I
it
gave
because
you
of
an
the decisions we make?
analogy. I gave you an analogy. Why can't we just respond to the analogy? So
I answered.
So women experience pain during pregnancy because of Eve, and because Eve is the generation before all women. Now, according to the same logic, you would be punishing your kid's kid for their entire lives, and then your kid's kids' lives for their entire lives because of something your kid did, rather than just punishing your kid. Just out of curiosity, why does this logic not stand up to the whole Eve analogy?
Well, let's put it like this, right? If I was a non-believer, for example, right? Let's say I'm a Satanist. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm a Satanist.
But what do you think a
What
Satanist
does
is?
what does
No,
this
I'm
have to
giving
do
you an
with pregnancy pain?
I'm giving you an example. If I'm a Satanist, right, and I have kids, I'm gonna teach my kids about Satanism, and they're gonna grow up with that belief, right? Then the generation is gonna be like a generational curse in a way,
Wait, can I just ask
right?
one thing? Because my mom, she's Catholic. My mom's mom is Catholic, and my mom had such trouble having me as a baby that she ended up having to get a C-section without any anesthesia.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Why exactly is a Catholic woman who believes in God getting a C-section without anesthesia? Why can't God make it not so?
Because we rely on science.
That makes no sense.
Didn't make any sense at all.
I mean, it didn't make sense. All right, so again, why do you think the world is in such a
My
bad place
mom,
right now?
wait, My mom, who's Catholic and believes in God, had to suffer because science. That makes literally no sense.
All right. So can you answer my question since I answer all of yours?
No,
Why
you
do you
didn't answer
think
my question. You gave an
I just
incoherent answer.
I gave you my opinion?
Is Logic in the room with us?
I mean,
Definitely
definitely not with you. All right. So why do you think the world is in such a bad place right now? Is it because of God or is it because of the people?
We're atheists. We don't believe in God.
Mm-hmm. All right. So it's because of the people, right?
Well, it's because of like biology. Like there's people, there's animals, there's natural disasters. Yeah.
All right. Well, somebody said it's because of religious idiots. Wow. All right.
I mean, we
Religion.
don't disagree.
All right. Religion, politics, whatever. What does that have to do with anything about a person's heart, for
Hey,
example?
can you name a war that was not started over either religion or politics?
None.
Oh.
Okay, name a war that was started by atheists.
None.
I'm very confused here. Are you just making
All right.
points for
So
me?
Did he not like read a history book yet?
all right. What I'm saying is, right, people love blaming God, right, for all
But
the issues in the world,
we're
whether
not.
it's politics or whether it's religion,
We're not.
right?
We didn't
I
do
mean,
that.
she basically blamed God because women have pain, right? Or because of
No,
the C-section shit.
he doesn't actually believe that God exists. She's saying in your storybook, this is what it says.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't believe in God, but that's real cute that you think that women's pain is because of religious wars and Eve from like thousands of generations ago. Like I'm very confused. You're jumping all over the place.
What I'm saying is, right, the world is messed up and it's because of us, right? The world is messed up and it's because of us. You see a lot of killers,
Why?
a lot of you saw what?
What do you mean because of us? What does that mean?
Because of the decisions we make.
But
And as
you
I'm saying, God
you do
is
understand that there's problems in this world that are unrelated to humans, right?
all right, but I'm saying the majority. Look, there's crimes on a daily basis, right?
Yeah.
Abortions, killing
Uh-huh.
babies, right?
Uh-huh.
This is all biblical too.
Wait,
I'm sure it
you want to
is.
know the number one cause of death? At least in regards to health.
Yeah.
Want to take a wild guess?
What?
It's heart disease and cancer.
All right.
Yeah, so when it comes to heart disease, once you have an arrhythmia, that arrhythmia doesn't necessarily fully go away. There's always going to be an issue with electrical signaling in your heart. Then when it comes to like coronary artery disease, really high cholesterol that results in early onset heart disease is typically genetic, meaning that it can be due to mutations in your genome, the same mechanism of evolution. And then as far as cancer goes, it's considered to be either, it could be a product of UVB rays from the sun, which, you know, we can't really avoid. Then there's genetic mutations again, mechanism of evolution, natural. All of these things are not really caused by humans. It's just biology and nature.
All right. So let's say I had a kid, right, a son or whatever. Or let's say you guys,
We're
for
really
example, you
skipping
have
over the
children.
point.
I mean, I'm switching topics.
Why?
Let's say because I'm going back to what we was initially talking
Wait,
about.
why do you want to skip the topic of natural causes of human suffering?
I
This is a
mean,
topic you brought up, my dude.
all right, so heart failure, is that something that could be prevented or not?
No. It's natural.
So scientifically, cholesterol and all that cannot be avoided.
In certain cases, yes, it can't be avoided in
All right,
early
all right,
onset heart disease,
all
and it
right.
also can't be avoided in cancer.
Can abortions be avoided?
Are we going to address cancer and heart disease, the leading causes of human unalivement
The
in the
leading
United
cause of
States?
human unalivement is abortion, realistically
No,
speaking.
it's not.
I mean, realistically speaking, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, hold on. Let's run with that real quick. Because I like
Mm.
that he brought that up, right? Why is it the case that God, if he loves humanity, why would God create the human body in such a way that it's going to spontaneously abort children, fetuses?
Miscarriages. I like that. Also,
Yeah.
as far as like abortion goes, why would God make our bodies contraindicate pregnancies in the cases of pulmonary hypertension, ectopic pregnancies, and several other contraindications of pregnancy? And if you don't know what contraindications mean, it just basically means that the mother will die before the fetus can be viable outside of the mother. So an abortion is the only next step in order to save both the mother as
I
well
mean,
as any future children she may have.
So I'm glad you brought up abortion, because God seems to want abortion to happen more often than humans do. Why does God hate humans so much that he wants this to be the case?
I think that's completely false.
Do you know what pulmonary hypertension is?
No.
Yeah, so it basically is when blood vessels in your lungs become extremely high pressure to the extent that taking a pregnancy to term could lead you to suffocating to death.
Okay.
Yeah, so an abortion would be required to save the mother in that case.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's valid.
So you're just rolling over and saying abortion is okay in those cases?
No, I'm not saying abortion is okay in general. I'm saying abortion is okay when it's something like that.
You just said that it's like the
But
leading cause of unalivement.
when you have, I'm saying when you have the decision, right? When you have the decision of doing something positive or doing something negative, and you choose to do the negative, then don't be mad when the negative comes to you.
So
But
a mother
humans-
who wants to have a kid gets diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension or an ectopic pregnancy and is required to have an abortion. That's the mother deserved that, in your opinion?
No.
And to be clear, like, these type of abortions and miscarriages have been, well, even before we had the ability to do abortions, but these conditions as well as miscarriages far outdate women voluntarily getting abortions. These are some that have been going on throughout all of human history.
Okay.
So when you try to say that you can't get, when you're choosing to do something, you can't get mad when God does it for you, you can't use that, because it's been going on much longer than women have been volunteering abortions. So that's just goofy talk.
All right. I mean, I feel like we're just nobody to judge the creator of the world.
Why not?
I feel like he could do whatever he wants with us at the end of the day.
Why?
Because he created us.
So what? I created a child. Should I be allowed to torture my child?
No, but you're allowed to discipline your child. If your child disobeyed you,
But torture.
would you feel hurt?
Am I allowed to torture my child?
All right. So if your child turned his back on you, right, or her
Yeah.
back on you,
Would I
you feel
torture
away?
them?
Yes or no?
I
No, but would
would
you
never.
feel away?
Obviously, anyone would feel away, but I wouldn't light them on fire for all of eternity. That's for sure.
Yeah, if my child, hearkening back to Exodus 21:15, if my child was to strike me, I certainly wouldn't unalive them.
Not at all.
By the way, I also just wanted to mention that there's around 1.12 million voluntary clinic-performed abortions per year, whereas there is approximately 20 million cancer cases per year, and 29 million and 20 million cancer cases per year, and 29 million cases of heart disease.
So she could go
No, I'm
back to
just
certain
correcting what
questions,
you
and I
said.
can't.
No, I'm just
All right,
correcting what you said.
Yeah, sure. So I think that if I have a child, right, and my child disobeyed me, or my child turned his back against me, I have all rights to feel a way about it, right? I'm not saying that
When you
unaliving
say
him.
turn your back against you, what do you mean?
I mean, rebelling against me.
You would give your kid cancer if they rebelled against you?
Listen. If we chose when a baby is born, right? When a baby is a kid or whatever, a toddler, we feed the baby, we nurture the baby, we take care of the baby, right? Same thing God does with us. As soon as the baby is grown enough to make its own decision, right? If it rebels against me, or if they rebel against me, I have all rights to feel a type of way, right or wrong.
You have all rights to give that child cancer, according to you?
Nobody's talking about cancer. What are
Again,
you talking about?
yeah,
I'm
I
talking
think
about.
you're having a different conversation. No one's talking about whether or not you're going to feel something. Talk about whether or not your behavior after that feeling is going to be appropriate.
Yeah, because according to you, cancer is a cause of God, and cancer is a punishment that God instilled on humans. So I'm just turning it back on you when you're saying, oh, if my child turns their back on me, similar to how we turned our backs on God, then it's okay for you to do the same thing that God did and give your child cancer?
I never said it's okay to do that.
That's what I'm
I'm
asking
saying is
you.
it. I'm saying it's okay to feel a type of way.
I don't
Yeah,
care
we're
Right?
not
about how
talking
you
about
feel.
that. We're
We're
talking about
talking about the
actions.
consequences, yeah.
If my kid rebels against me, I have all rights to feel a type of way against my kid,
We
right or
don't
wrong.
care about how you feel, we care about what you do.
Okay, let's
And
say, for example, let's take the word of God again, Exodus 21:15. Let's say your child strikes you. Do you have the right to unalive your child?
No,
God says you do.
Yeah, God says you do.
no. God says He does.
No, you do.
No. Whoever strikes father or mother shall be put to unalivement. How do you think these people are being put to unalivement?
just so you know, that doesn't give God a right to do that either. Like that's also very atrocious.
Yeah, I agree. But who do you think's doing the unaliving here according to the law?
I mean, the parents.
Yeah, the people. You got it. The people take them to the city or to the gate of the city, to the elder, and they provide their witnesses, and then the elder lines them up, and they get rocks thrown at them.
All right. So is it okay for a kid to hit their mom or dad?
I don't think it
No,
should happen, but that doesn't mean you should stone them to death. You understand that the discussion is
No,
about
I
whether or
understand,
not you should react to it a
we're
particular way.
we're talking about two different, completely generations,
What?
no, we're talking
right?
about the
We're
law of
talking.
God. We're talking about God.
Yeah, but
Also, just
we're,
saying, it doesn't matter what generation it is, it's never okay to beat a kid.
Agreed.
just like it's never okay to unalive a kid through abortion.
So he's
The
never going to
difference
address it,
here,
or are you
the
going to
difference,
be serious at all,
yeah,
or?
the difference here is that you still haven't addressed the point.
What's the point?
The point is that it's never okay to beat a kid.
Yeah, and I said that's right.
God says it's okay to. Can you address the point instead of pursing your lips?
The point I'm trying to make is that the creator of the universe, right? The person, the God that made us, right? The God that made us could decide what he can and can't do with us. That's what I'm saying.
And so you think it's okay that the God gives us cancer and allows us to beat kids within an inch of death?
I mean, maybe that's just something that he gives us for us to learn, or maybe that's just something that he gives us for us to
You
look
think
for him.
that's okay? So now I'd like you to say that out loud.
Have you
That
seen
you
miracles?
think that it's okay.
All
That
right, but
you think it's
have you
okay
seen
that God
miracles?
gives us cancer.
Have you seen miracles happen? Yes or no?
Nobody has.
No.
Well, I have,
No, you
and
haven't.
that's what I'm saying. I
What
have.
miracle?
No, you haven't.
I definitely have.
No, you haven't.
Like,
I definitely have.
No, you haven't.
Can you even give an example?
All right, cancer.
Yeah, cancer can spontaneously go into remission. That's actually a very well-known biological mechanism.
Yeah, so what causes that?
Yeah,
Science?
sure. So yeah, back mutations. It's a thing. I think you would learn it if you actually took a biology class.
I mean, I think you will learn a lot if you take a biblical class.
No, thank you. I actually do cancer research.
Justin and I have taken biblical classes. We've got degrees in this.
Yeah.
I have a degree too, and mine is going towards cancer research.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
It is.
So yeah, now that we've established that you didn't actually see a miracle, can we establish why you think it's okay that God gives people cancer and allows them to beat their kids?
God is God, man. God is
And you
God.
think that's okay? Oh my God.
God
Have
is
you thought about
God.
God is God,
It's
Ella? Have you
okay.
thought about
Listen,
God is God?
we live in such a messed up world, right? At the end of the day, you can't be surprised at what happens. You
And
can't
so it's
be
just all
surprised.
okay, right? It's
I mean,
all
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you think the Holocaust was okay?
See, that's a good question.
A lot of
No,
pausing.
That silence is
I don't think
deafening.
Oh
it's okay.
shit.
I don't think it's okay. But at the end of the day, you gotta understand that again, the world is fucked up. You're making it seem
So
like that was
just
God.
asking,
All
you
right,
think it's
so
okay?
all right. Hitler decided to do that. God did not decide to do that.
Yeah, but God allowed him to.
God allowed him to.
Yeah, he allowed him to.
So God allowed people to get abortions. God allowed people to go kill people, right?
Yeah,
God allows
literally.
everything to happen. Again, that's free
Exactly.
will. That's free will.
Yeah, well, God also was able to change free will, right, Justin?
Yeah, a whole bunch of times. In fact, there's quite a few instances in the Bible where God changes somebody's heart. He hardens their heart. He softens their heart. He sends the Spirit to change their behavior. Seems like God isn't interested in preserving free will at all. In fact, in Romans chapter 9, God literally says that he designed Pharaoh and raised him up for the very purpose of sending, all the plagues.
But he couldn't soften H-Man's heart, could he?
Amazing.
You gonna answer to that?
Man,
Fucking magnets. How do they work?
I forgot about that one.
I think God is good. God
I'm
is
sure he is.
amazing.
Why would
Yeah, and you
we
think it's
think that?
good.
So have you guys ever read the story of Job?
Read every story in the Bible, and Job is not the one you want to turn to. Job
It is not.
might be the
That's
most
like the
horrific
worst
story in the
All right,
book.
no, wait. Hold on.
Oh no, this is gonna
I
get
know
really
what I
bad.
know what No, I know why you say that. I know why you say it. Maybe because God killed his children. All right, that's cool. You gotta understand, right? Think about it like this, right?
Understand
Wait,
what?
I thought you were against abortion.
Those are two different topics.
Don't you think that abortion is unaliving kids?
Abortion is unaliving babies who don't have a decision for themselves. So back to what I was saying.
Jay, did you not listen earlier when we talked about God killing babies who had no decision or will?
It's all right. So are you guys gonna let me speak? Cause y'all sound mad arrogant right now.
Well, no one's mad arrogant. We're actually hoping like you're going to address the thing that you ran away from earlier. Right? This is now the second time it's happened. You're trying to suggest that like abortion is a great evil because killing a baby who doesn't have a choice is evil. But we've now approached a couple different Bible verses where God does the same thing, but you can't seem to figure out like why it's like your excuse for why it's okay for God to torture a baby and not for a human is really just because God created them. But we actually already addressed that. Just because you create something doesn't mean you get to torture and kill it.
All right, so back to the story of Job.
You're not going to address
Right?
it, okay?
I'd run from that too.
I mean, you guys are not addressing my thing. You're not letting me speak.
You haven't addressed the
Job.
abortion thing.
Job, right? Job was tested by God himself, right?
Yeah, we know.
It wasn't. All right, so
just to be
who
clear,
are
we know
to
the
say-
Bible better than you're ever going to know it. You don't have to tell us the story. Just make your point.
All right, so Job was tested by God. Who are we to tell God that he cannot test us?
Oh,
the only reason why
can tell
we
you.
go through a lot, right? Why?
Because torturing people is unnecessary to accomplish any goal. No matter what your goal is, torturing them is never actually required.
Again,
See how easy that was?
the devil.
Do you think there's a task
the devil
that requires
the
torture?
devil wanted it. The devil wanted to test Job, right? God
Well, that's
allowed him
not
to.
true.
No, God did. God wanted to.
God initiated it.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact, right? At the end of the day, God wanted to show the devil.
Real quick, because you brought up Job. What's the purpose? What was the purpose of God allowing the things that happened to Job? What was the purpose of it?
To show the devil his faith.
And the devil is aware that God is all-knowing, right?
Correct.
So if the devil is aware that God is all-knowing, right? God could have just been like, hey, he's been worshiping me. He's always going to worship me. You know I'm all-knowing.
And is the devil all knowing?
He's
Is the
knowing
devil
enough.
all knowing?
He knows enough.
Yeah.
Like so,
For
for
some
example,
reason, God-
for example,
for some
when
reason-
Jesus meets the demons before he sends them into the pigs, they know all about Jesus. They know about God's plan. They said it's not our time yet, or it's not your time yet.
All
They
right.
know all kinds of shit.
All right, but for some reason, God said, "You could do anything with Job, just don't touch his soul."
Yeah, well,
right?
well, he didn't say
Job's family.
He didn't say soul, but
No,
you're right.
God didn't
He
hate
said
Job.
don't touch his body.
All right, and that's God telling. God is all knowing at that point, right or wrong?
Well, in your book,
Because-
sometimes he is and sometimes he's not.
Job had to go through all of that, right, to show his faith.
Why?
And it's
Doesn't
the
God
same
know?
thing as us humans. God could put tests on his children.
Does God
just
not
like
know?
They put tests, just like the teachers put tests on children's in school.
Does God not know?
God could put yes.
Oh, so why
But
did he have to
sometimes
test
we
anyone if
don't
he already
know.
knows?
Sometimes we get into deep holes, right? As humans, we get into depression or whatever the case is, right? And we don't know how to get out of it, right? Sometimes even God himself could put us into a depression. Why? To teach us something.
Why?
We as humans, we don't always have
why
the
would
answers to
God
anything.
use a depression for that when he doesn't have to?
Again, to teach us the lessons. We as humans don't know
Can
everything.
God teach you the lesson without torturing you?
Yes.
Oh, well, that
Then
means
why does he torture you?
the suffering's not
Again,
needed.
there's-
That's
there's
the definition
different-
of
all right, there's-
unnecessary suffering. If God can do it
Again-
without the suffering and he chooses to do it with the suffering, that means it's unnecessary.
Again,
Same
there's
thing for the
different-
Job thing. Like, why did he have to do all that to Job if he already knew that he would worship him anyways?
The devil.
What the fuck's the devil got to do with it?
The devil, just to be clear, because you're clearly showing that you've never read the story. The devil doesn't initiate it. God initiates it.
Again, it's just like a classroom. A teacher could put a test on the table for kids, right? And they can either pass the test if they study enough,
Are
or
teachers
they
all
could fail the
knowing?
test.
Are teachers all knowing?
On
This
the
is really
answers of tests, yes.
embarrassing.
No. Are the teachers all knowing if the student is going to pass or not?
Based on what they do during the school year, yes, they are.
No,
No, they're
we
not.
are not. I can tell you that as somebody who actually teaches.
Teachers aren't
You
all
do not
knowing.
know.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe not too.
Teachers do
No.
testing because they don't know. So it's the way they do test. It's the way they ensure they know you're not cheating, stuff like that. But God is all knowing.
Right.
Just so
Again,
you know, like when I'm teaching, there are people who surprise me with how low of a grade they get and people who surprise me with how high of a grade they get. I don't know who's going to get a good grade because I can't force my students when because I'm a TA, all my opinions are my own, yada, yada, yada. I can't force my students to study.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm not all knowing. I can't force them to study. I don't know who studied or who didn't.
But the point is, right? The point is, God gives us tests to get through obstacles through Him.
Why?
Are you gonna ignore what I just said?
Yeah, he's not going to address it at all.
I mean, you've completely ignored everything I've said, so I mean,
I
I think I have
haven't.
the same right.
I've
We've
answered every
responded to
single thing
everything you've said. Yes. Everyone
including your
responded
claim.
only what you've said.
So does God? So why doesn't the Creator of the universe, our Creator, have the right to test us?
It's not a right, it's an unnecessary step. If he already knows, there's no test necessary.
Again, He knows, we don't.
We don't
That's
need to
why the
know.
test is there.
We don't need to know.
Yes, we do need to know.
No, we don't.
If we don't know, we're gonna
What
stumble
do we
across the
what do we
same
need to
rock
know for?
every single time.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. If God knows that Job is going to choose him every time, God doesn't have to test Job to see if he's going to choose him every time. He already knows it. And Job already knows it. That's why he's doing it.
We could apply this logic to literally any scenario. If God knows that we're eventually going to come across the cure to some type of cancer, then why doesn't he just give it to us?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
if something, let's say, if something bad happens to you, right? If something bad happens to you, rely on science, rely on medicals, rely on everybody, right? There's only one person that could form a miracle, and that's God.
But he
That's
doesn't.
actually not true at all.
That's 100% true.
No, it's
What
not.
the fuck was that gibberating? That was
Just so you
gibberish.
know, patients who opt out of conventional cancer treatment have up to a 5-fold increased risk of mortality, so the data would disagree with you.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's just true. It's according to an article in Oxford Journal.
Yeah, I mean, just like science is literally proving the existence of God.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, it's definitely happening.
No,
The
it's
Shroud of
definitely not.
Turin. The Shroud of Turin.
Oh, that's like the
Oh.
worst example you could have given.
The Shroud of
Real
Turin
quick,
proves God?
I can break down the Shroud of
Oh,
Turin
no.
in less than a minute. So the Wax's study that was done a few years ago
Yeah.
was paid for by the Catholic Church. Two of the scientists that were involved in it were also involved in a 2014 DNA study that they had to redact because other scientists took a look at it and said, hey, how do you utilize scientific, what's your methodology? And instead of answering them, they redacted their study. So the Wax's study is out. The 2014 DNA study is out. When the carbon dating has been done, it's dated to the 1300s, in which the first time we ever get any mention of it, there's
They
actually a
did 2
priest. Hold on,
tests.
let me finish real quick. There's a priest who legit says, hey, I've met the artist who made this. It's a fraud. And the type of
did 2
weave that
studies.
hold on, I'm nearly done. The type
I
of
mean, you don't let
weave
me
that it
finish.
has, hold on. The type of weave that it has is a 3-in-1 herringbone weave, specifically a chevron weave, which requires a specialized loom that wasn't invented until the time that it's carbon dated. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk.
Also, for the blood stains, just so you know, unless you have like special treated paper with a particular matrix, DNA can only survive at room temperature for up to 4 years. In hotter temperatures, it's going to degrade faster. On regular old fabric from like hundreds of years ago, going to degrade even faster.
Yeah, so go ahead and rebut the Shroud of Turin. Go ahead.
They did 2 tests, right?
Mhm.
They've already established that it was dated back to 2,000 years ago.
Which
Two
No,
test?
they
thousand years
didn't.
ago from multiple different countries all over
No,
the continent because it actually
so
wasn't from
he
one
just
place.
so he just said no, it didn't, and you just said it did.
Oh no, when I say multiple different places all around the continent, I'm not just referring to multiple places, I'm referring to multiple places and time periods.
Yeah, because it
Well,
was a
they
tourist piece. It was a
are,
tourism piece. But
and the fabric.
what study dates it back to the
Yeah, that's
2,000
what I'm
years
waiting
ago?
for. I want to hear
Are
the
you talking about
study.
the Wax's study?
That's definitely what he's referring to. He just doesn't know it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you hear why I discussed the Wax's study? Let's see if you're listening. Why can't we accept the Wax's study? Oh, he ran.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that
Crazy.
takes care of that. I didn't. All right then. Well, we'll just we'll move on to the next one. Hey, friends, I've got we're kind of running up on a time limit here. I probably got time for one more. We've got one guest in the at least a couple guests in the YouTube queue that we can probably grab. Let me grab just a couple super chats, and then we're going to get our last guest here. Alec Heidel, thank you so much for the $69 Canadian super chat, Justin. I wanted you to know that you have helped me realize how much deconstruction I have left to do, even though I have identified as agnostic for the whole of my adult life. What you do is so valuable and important. Thank you. Well, Alec, thank you for supporting my work. I cannot do it without supporters like y'all here. And so I got to remember, like, those of us that do these streams, we don't have any like funding. We're not getting like sponsorship by the Russian government, anything like that. We don't have any of that Tim Pool money. We're literally crowdfunded by y'all. So you all should get the applause here. You're the one that makes it leaves live streams even possible. And Design, thank you so much for the super chat. This world is so messed up. The guy that believes this is God's world, he's good and can do whatever he wants, no matter how messed up. True. That's what they have to paint God as, capable of doing anything, but also there's always a restriction. There's always a barrier that prevents him from doing what he really needs to do, or he's actually just kind of an asshole, but you just have to accept it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Rick says, once my brother and I were discussing the hypocrisy of religion, my mom said, the more educated you are, the further away from God you get. I just remember thinking, yeah, that tracks, LOL. And Rick, this is statistically proven. If you look at the vast majority of PhD holders, way more likely to not believe in God, or at least not in a form of religion. And if you look at the people that are in the scientist field, especially those that are highly educated, huge atheist population there. Hey, speak of Ken the atheist, thank you for the super chat. Proud dad here. My baby girl has a full ride for her teaching degree. Hell yeah, going for special ed. Side note, we need that Christianity is un-American topic. Oh, I am working on that one. I'm working on a topic right now with a political friend of mine that we want to do a stream, but stay tuned. Stay tuned. I don't have it ironed out yet. Rock hard for Doug, simple what for shared, and gay for Justin. Thank you, Ken. Super appreciate it. And last super chat for now before I get our next guest from Paul. Paul, tired of this shit. Listen, we're with you, Paul. Thank you for the super chat. What is a big W? A big W is a huge win. It's like a sports terminology, but also you see it in the debate world or not quite a bit. You need on the soundboard. I don't know any of this. I had to look it up, but here's the reference on ERVs. Oh yeah, from Matthew, aka Guitar. That was a wild conversation. He was in my guest box earlier in the stream, and then he popped out once he realized I wasn't going to take his ass again. But I'm sure he's floating around TikTok right now, waiting to crash out on somebody else. It just, that's what Matthew does, right? DNA base pairs, 3.2 billion on each haploid, set odds, 1 in the largest number I could think of for these ERVs. The mathematical statistics involved in thinking that all human beings just happen to get the same is pretty crazy, actually. It's unbelievable. It is not explainable by theism by any stretch of the imagination. But let me grab. I think John was next in. I'm gonna grab. There we go. John's audio real quick. And 1 second.
By the way, Justin, I have to give you the new argument that I have. At some point, it's really, really good, and I'm working through the kinks with a friend, another scientist friend of mine.
I'm pretty excited to hear it. I love well, you know me, I love a really good argument. So, I mean, well, we're going to be collabing here real soon, so we'll give it we'll, I'll give it a look. You already know it, and maybe I can understand some of it. Your understanding of the biological stuff is obviously slightly different than mine, but welcome in, John. Can you hear me?
You talking to me?
Yeah. How you doing, John?
Okay, I got a question for you. I know this is a debate, but can you look at the screen and see what I got on my page for me?
Barely. It's small for me. The people watching the stream might be able to see it. Even if I blow it up, it's hard to see. It looks like somewhere in the gospel, you're in chapter 2 somewhere.
Okay, this is what I'm looking at.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's in verse 8.
Uh-huh. Of what?
In verse 8 in that book.
Which book?
I have it's first Epistle
Ephesians.
of John.
Oh, epistle. So 1 John.
Yes.
Are you a believer?
And am I a believer?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
that's
well,
why I'm asking this question.
Oh, we're just debating believers, okay?
Oh, I understand. We've talked before, and we've had some good talks before. You told me I can go look for a book. Well, I come across the verse that's very controversial.
Okay.
Can I read it to you right quick?
Yeah.
And you tell me if we got to be a sinner to tell the truth or a liar.
Okay.
If we say that we have no sin, we diverse or something other our sins ourselves, and we truth is not in us.
Right.
So if we have no sin, we're liars.
Right.
If we have sin, we're telling the truth.
Right.
How do you take that? That's what I read out of verse 8.
Well, it's actually a contradiction to the next chapter. The next chapter actually says that if you're in Christ Jesus, you won't sin anymore. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, because I've read from 7 down to 10, and that's what I get out of this.
Okay.
And I asked another person, which is part of the family, and she says differently.
Okay.
I'm confused now.
Okay.
Because of what I've read from
you're in
7
chapter
to 10.
3 or 2?
Chapter 1.
Oh, you're in chapter 1. That's
Chapter
going to make
1.
a difference. Okay.
Chapter 1. And I've read from verse 7 down to verse 10.
Yeah. Says, but if we walk in the light as he himself is in the light, we have fellowship with one another. And the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us from all sin. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. So can you give me the question one more time?
So if we're, all right, first of all, what is no sin?
It depends on who you ask. Sin typically means you haven't transgressed God's law. It could also just mean that you have had your sins forgiven by Jesus. It could also just mean that you are disobedient in some particular way.
Well, the way I take no sin is I didn't do anything to be a sin. I didn't look at porn. I didn't commit murder. I think that's what no sin means.
Sorry, bud. You can't use the P word on TikTok, my bud. Sorry, gotta move on. All right then. Well, we're closer to the end of the live stream, so I guess if there was ever a time to get a violation, it'd be now. Let me try our. We got some people in our old queue, not the Video Ninja queue. I'm curious if we can get their audio working here. Let me try. Is it? I think the name is Trell. Let's see. Hey Trell, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Although your audio connection is a little bit weak.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Trell, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 26.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in a particular God?
The God of the Christian Bible.
Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt in the screen?
I disagree.
Okay. Would you like me to provide you? How long have you been here? Have you heard some of the discussion already?
I've heard about like the last 3 individuals. Kind of want to apologize on behalf of Christians. I mean, you'll probably end up disagreeing with something I say, but you know, some of that was a little out there.
Sure. Hey, do you have Wi-Fi available? Because
there's frogs in your internet.
Yeah, your audio connection is a little rough.
I'm connected to my off my phone with my Wi-Fi.
Maybe disconnect from your Wi-Fi.
If there's another way that I could, like the TikTok check or whatever, would be easier.
Hey, what now?
If it would be easier to go through TikTok or some other platform.
Well, TikTok's fine too. What I'm saying is, if you just change your network, I suspect you'll be okay.
I mean, I'm off of my phone though, so.
Yeah, just turn your Wi-Fi off. Get it? Maybe his cell phone reception is worse than his Wi-Fi. Okay. Okay.
Maybe he comes back.
I don't think he's coming back. I see him toggling his mute button. I don't. Guess he lost connection. Okay. And we'll move on to Jack. All right. Welcome, Jack. Are you at least 18? Jack fell asleep in the box. Jack's been flowers. Wasn't sure if they were going to be present or not. Jack? You were obviously present. It's just that your connection had some frogs in it. Refresh your browser and come on up again. Well, maybe we'll be able to get you actually in the guest box. I'll give you just a minute. I'll do like a countdown in my head to like 10, and then if not, no hard feelings. I'll just move on to the next one. No big deal. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. If they come back, we'll pull them in. If not, no biggie. Let's move. I believe Hong is the person's name. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's already 11 o'clock. I think this might be our last guest.
Hello.
Welcome in, Hong. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm actually 28 this year, turning on August.
Okay, congrats. And do you
Thank
believe
you.
in God?
Yes.
Okay, which one?
In Jesus.
Sure. Okay. Do you agree or
Um,
disagree with the prompt on the screen?
God doesn't hate you because you're alive right now.
Uh-huh.
Because if you aren't, then you would not be here.
So
Because
you
he
think
has his mercy, and
it's
his mercy is basically not passing judgment.
well, he does pass judgment because he will light me on fire if I don't perfectly obey him.
You don't have to perfectly obey because Jesus already did the work.
Oh no, you do. Because if I don't believe in Jesus, and I certainly don't, the only other way to get to heaven under Christianity is essentially, to be perfect. And that's not going to happen. You see the problem? The religious system is basically love me or burn.
You there?
Yeah, I'm just thinking I might not be the right guest. Or
Okay.
even, yeah, if that's what you believe.
Well, just what the Bible says.
Yeah, we're just trying to talk with you with what the Bible itself says.
Well, if you cling to him and
How would we do
you
that?
do the will of the Father, which is to believe in Jesus, that's where, yeah, you'll be able to. But if you don't, then I don't know what to do.
Why would we believe in Jesus?
If you do the will of the Father, that's what it says in the Bible.
But you said the will of the Father is to believe in Jesus. I'm just asking, why would anyone believe in Jesus?
Why would anyone? Well, if you believe, if you do the will of the Father, if you do the will of the Father.
Which is the what?
So
How?
yeah, I'm just gonna go.
What?
Sorry.
Oh, all right. Well,
Okay.
have a good one.
Thank you.
Sure.
The Holy Spirit abandoned that one.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I was just getting ready to. I haven't set up the screen sharing yet between my interface and TikTok. I was just adding it while she was up, but now she's already gone. So I guess we'll we'll grab the next guest. My goodness. All right. Looks like it's well, Evan's not even opposition. Evan's a friend of ours, but Trell did come back. So I suppose give me a moment and we'll get Trell back into the guest box. Welcome back, Trell. Can you hear me? Trell. 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 Oh, can I hear me? Okay, Trell. Well, not sure what to tell you. Trell. Trell's having some trouble tonight, huh? Trell. Oh,
Not there, apparently. Sometimes I'm convinced that maybe God does exist because he disconnects their Wi-Fi before they say some foolishness.
yeah. To be fair, if I was God, I would be eagerly attempting to cut these people's internet connections, so fucking fast. Yeah. Okay. One second. I think here's what we're going to do. Because we're kind of running up on my time limit, and I'd love to get another conversation in, but I don't know if Trell is with us. Let me try Jack. If Jack is working. Jack, welcome in. Your connection appears to be working. I don't know what's going on with Trell, but are you at least 18? Jack? Jack can't hear me, apparently. I can hear Jack. Jack, buddy, hey, can you hear me? No? Oh, and he's gone. I guess maybe he did eventually hear me. Okay, well, I think that's all of the guests. Yes. Do me a favor real quick, though. Cyber, can you, I'm going to put a link on the screen real quick. Can you run over to this link? And I just need to, I'd like to verify that the audio is working and it's not these people fucking it up, okay? Let's
Okay,
see.
yep.
Yeah.
Is it? I can hop it on my laptop. Is it on the horizontal screen or your other one?
It's going to be on both of them. It's tinyurl.com DZ chat. It should be on the screen here in just a second. There you go. That's the link. I just want to verify that the audio is working. We had a couple people come up and the audio worked, and a couple people come up and the audio didn't work. So I was like, either all of our guests are having dire straits with their audio, or there's some sort of intermittent issue that we need to look at after the live stream. We'll see. But for the most part, I think things are getting where we need it to be. I'm gonna bump Trell and Jack out of here though.
All right. Well, when I do it on my computer, it says threat blocked, malicious software.
Oh man, let me make sure I got the right link in there. Hold on. Tiny. Okay. Thing. Oh well, yeah, because I'm I'm still waiting for Google to approve my application. I got an authorized application pending approval right now on Google Cloud, and this guest box uses Google Cloud. You just got to go to the advanced button and say, yeah, fucking go there anyways.
Yeah.
Be all right. Okay, I see. Jack keeps coming back. I don't know. But we'll see. Are you in the guest box, buddy?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there now.
Okay. I should try it on my
It's
phone.
the DZ chats, right? tinyurl.com/DZ chats.
Yeah.
Yeah, we go into visit the page. Not let me do it on my phone. It's not letting me do it on the computer. But I'll shoot you a text message though.
Sure thing. I want to load it on my phone. Let's see. Load's fine on my phone, but I probably got the cookies already on my phone. Okay. Cool. I see myself in the guest box with my phone, and I'm going to add it to the screen real quick. That worked. Hit the add to the screen button. I'm on the screen now. So that's not a problem. That obviously works. And let's see, on the vertical source, it adds it, although the location's not, I have to work on get the add location. And then let's just make sure the fucking audio works. I'm going to unmute myself and mute my big microphone. Now, y'all should hear me through the microphone on my phone, which right now, there we go. That's what I needed to know. The audio from my microphone is not being ported. to where it was supposed to be, which means what that means is those guests might have actually been talking, and I actually was not able to hear them. That's what I needed to know. Okay, let me delete that real quick, and then I should have a control to know where to feed the audio. Let me try that real quick. I'm going to feed audio there, and maybe I'm still muted over here. Let me unmute anything. Maybe the unmute button's not working actually. Maybe that's the problem. Because right now I'm in the guest room. I'm talking on my phone, and there's nothing. Okay. I think I learned what I needed to learn.
Namely,
Namely,
that
that
I don't
I
know
don't
if the
know if the
guests are
guests
being
are being
unmuted.
unmuted.
All right, Cyber, now you're on screen. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can see Cyber talking, but his audio is not coming through. That's what I needed to know. Okay. Let me do one thing real quick.
Are you in the guest box, buddy? Yeah, I'm trying to get there now. Okay. Yes.
All right, so right now, the link that was sending the audio to my mixer is broken, which is why we couldn't hear those guests. Not a problem. We can make that happen. And then we'll have that ready to rock and roll here for the next one. Cool. Also, let me do one more thing. Or forget. Remove that shit. On this thing twice. We're out there. Go. It's interesting. How did I get on the screen multiple times? It's because of the overlay duplicating some shit. That's what happened. Okay, cool. And I think Cyber's out. Not a big deal. Oh, no, Cyber actually is here. I add Cyber. Does it put him back in? Hey, Cyber, can you hear me? Nah, he can hear me, but I can't talk. Cool. I got something to work on between this stream and the next stream, apparently. Not a big deal. I'm going to read what... Oh, here comes his audio again. So it looks like his audio does work. It's just not making it to where we need it to. Not a big deal. I'm going to go ahead and read what's left of the super chats then, and I think we'll have to call it a night. But Cyber, if you can hear me, I think our test told me everything I needed to know, what I need to work on for the next stream, so that we can use this other guest box as opposed to the Video Ninja guest box. And I appreciate your help, buddy. Put a thumbs up if you can hear me. I can't hear anything I'm saying. Okay. Okay. We'll implement a fix for that. Anyways, friends, give me 1 second. I'm going to remove Cyber from the screen. I'm going to clear out some of these guests here. And then we'll read some super chats, and we'll do it all again on Friday. We will have a blast. Hopefully, get some good debates, and hopefully, I think most of the like the minor bugs and hiccups are kind of behind us, and we'll be able to just kind of cruise. Yeah, it'd be a good time. Although it looks like I got a little bit of work to do before it's going to work in like HD. I'm doing everything in 1080p tonight, so it's not quite HD yet, but we're gonna get there. Get the encoding software. Space Lord, hey, good to see your friend. Thank you for the super chat. Have to share. Victor M, GOP candidate for Colorado government, was asked about his sketchy war zone charity work. He said his dog has been with him on these trips. He then said, "You calling my dog a liar?" I hope it was a joke. Listen, I got a message from Cyber. He did hear me. Perfect. That's if it's a joke, it's a funny joke, actually. So, see. Cool. If he meant it, like if he was serious, we're fucking cooked as a nation, y'all. Like we're in a whole lot of trouble. Mr. V-Ball says, feel so deeply for Mel. We've all been there. You handle those calls so well. Justin, kudos. Well, thank you, Mr. V-Ball. I appreciate that. Guys, as much as I enjoy the debates, most people have been around long enough to know that, when I first started the channel, I didn't start the channel in order to, just to cook everybody. I started the channel to help people. And sometimes we actually get to do that. And Jason, coming again, thank you, says, is there any case to be made the unforgivable sin was solution for how ridiculous the Holy Spirit invention was received? Stupid fucking 9-volt pigeon. You're not entirely wrong, Jason. So my understanding of the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, the unforgivable sin, is this kind of idea that, like, listen, God is doing miracles. The evidence is right in front of you. You saw the evidence, and then, even after you saw the evidence, you denied it, and you blasphemed the Holy Spirit. You said it was a work of Beelzebub. You can't fucking come back from that. You're done. There's no further proof. The Holy Spirit's already did what the Holy Spirit can do, and you rejected him. And so, there you have it. The blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is the last step between you and forgiveness. And you can't have it anymore. Cooked. Toast. Krispy Kremed. Ruins, thank you for super chat. These debates often remind me that it takes a big person to admit when they're wrong, but it takes a much bigger person to give a giraffe a haircut. Well, that is demonstrably true. The giraffe haircut, though, I must say, if you live where the giraffes live, might feel okay. It gets hot out there on the prairie. You know what I mean? Like it's a real situation, and they're out there fucking swinging their necks at each other. I mean, it's a real thing. You know what I mean? Kif says, Justin, the call-in link on the screen is wrong. Well, that can't be the case. People called in and they were in the guest box, so I don't think that's the case. Bethos says, the Pussy Magnet Cup arrived, even with a Justin autograph. Thank you for letting me know, Bethos. I appreciate that. That was an awesome mug, too, by the way. I'm glad it came to you in one piece, unlike the turtle mug. I still can't believe the turtle mug got destroyed in shipping. That really fucking pisses me off. Star EZ9VT says, does it take long to get over the indoctrination? I've deconverted, but sometimes still see Christianity as the only truth, even when I don't want to. Well, that's because you still believe some of it, right? That's kind of why you have doubts, why you have fears, right? Once you get to the point where you don't believe any of it, it's not going to plague you anymore. So, like, once you don't believe in hell, hell's not. Once you don't believe in this God's not scary. Just give it some time. You're going to eventually continue to deconstruct. Gretchen says, God hates me. Like, personally, he can't hate me. He's not real, and I'm necessary, Gretchen. You are necessary, Gretchen. And you're right. God can't hate you if God's not real. And you know, Gretchen, that God's not real. And Dwight, good to see your friend. Yes, love the background. Thank you. It was a new prompt suggestion by Carnage, actually. She was the one who said, actually, you know what you ought to do? And I did it. Julie says, hey, Justin, why do Christians think Lazarus/rich man parable was real depiction of the afterlife when none of the other parables were real? Oh, because parables are designed to tell you things like what happens after you die. Why do people go to particular places? Just because it's a parable doesn't mean what it depicts isn't real. I personally think that it does depict what they would classify as hell. I'm not really sure I understand the problem just yet, you know? Yeah, I think that parable is about the rewards in this life versus the rewards of the afterlife. Tarika says, Acts 2:29-31 claim that King David was a prophet. I know, it's pretty wild. If so, why did he consult other prophets like Gad or Nathan or Asaph? Why was he never called a prophet in the Old Testament? I don't know if that is the case. If he was never called a prophet in the Old Testament. Let's see. I know Saul was called a prophet. I know he was called a priest. David was in Psalm 10. I don't know if he was called a prophet or not, though. I'd actually be curious to find out. I have to do a word search. But yeah, he was called a prophet because he wrote so many psalms, and they believed that the psalms were prophetic. And so that's how he got his status, was writing all those psalms. 70 of them, according to legend. Prisoner of Friend says, haven't had alcohol for 2 months now. Congrats. Big W. No God involved. No Doug involved. Just me. Rock hard for Doug. Listen, it's a hard thing to do, Prisoner fan. Like, getting out of some kind of addiction is like the most difficult thing, actually. Evil Banana says, bumped your email, Duffy's email, and note in there. Well, thank you. I would be interested to connect with Will Duffy and see if we can get some kind of a productive conversation. And Cat Lover says, hey, Justin, thank you for your content. I was deep in the Hebrew Roots movement, and watching you woke me up. I can now see I was part of a cult. Oh my gosh, yeah, the Hebrew Roots cult's wild. I've never seen a bunch of people pretend to know a language that they don't know, or pretend to be part of a culture that are not a part of, more than the Hebrew Roots movement. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. All right, I'm going to test one thing real quick. Give me a second. Okay, and then I'm going to try to bring Cyber back in. See if we can hear Cyber this time. We're loaded again, locked and loaded. I'm going to pull Cyber up real quick. Although it's interesting, I refreshed my page, and now I can't see Cyber's camera. Let's see. All right, nevertheless, let me grab Cyber here. Cyber buddy, let's see if this works any better. Can you hear me? I'm going to send him a text. Can you hear me now? Well, he didn't pop up on the screen. He's on the screen multiple times now, actually. This is part of the problem, too. Let me try this. Take him off. Put him back. Can you hear me, bud? Oh, he said he cannot hear me. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, got some stuff to work on, apparently. Oh, it's like it just loaded him up, too. It took a while to get that. Whoop. And he's gone. Okay. We'll keep working on it. I'll do a couple adjustments here while we're reading super chats. Hey, peace, loving Kate. Good to see you, friend. I will gladly make myself a eunuch for Doug if you will never take another Filbro collar ever again. You know what? I'll consider it. I have to admit, the Filbro collars, like, they're the most boring calls on the planet. It's so like, ugh. It's so like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, boring. It's so boring to listen to them. Well, but you know what? I don't know if I can make that deal because unfortunately, the lifeblood of these streams is talking to guests, and sometimes the guest that you got is a Philbro. You know, Tim Guy says Philbros will get mad when you ask them to answer their weird jargon, but have audacity to ask you to define the word hate. So obnoxious. That's actually the case. They come in and they want to do semantic games about the word hate, and try to wrangle the conversation into a position that seems advantageous to them. But if you ask them about definitions, they get really squirmy pretty quick, actually. It's not, it doesn't work out. Okay. Back. Take a note. Game guy. Hey, thanks for the additional super chat. Philbos, oh, hey, we had the same one twice. All right. Ashley, thank you for the super chat. You're the best atheist debater by far. I make it a point to listen to you daily. Make these Philbros assholes defend their actual God beliefs. Ashley, I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm the best. It's certainly not my goal to be the best, but I will say this: it is my goal to be the best that I can be, for sure. Oh, Cyber's back. Let's see if we can get Cyber in here. All right. Let's see. All right, Cyber. Let's see if we can get this working now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Awesome. You can hear me. Let me do one more thing. All right, now let's see if I can hear you.
Yeah, I have an echo on you though.
All right. You've got to echo me. I've got to echo you.
I've got to echo you. I've got to echo you. I've got to echo you. I've got to echo you.
Wing. I can't hear you now. I can't.
There's some audio duplicating happening.
Oh, there's some audio duplicating happening. That was the super echo.
Okay, I did one more thing. See if this improves it. I created a new channel real quick, and I need to see. Let's see if I can hear you when you talk. So say something for me now.
Hi, can you hear me? Am I still all echoey? I'm not, and you're not echoing either.
Although if I talk right now, you can hear
No
me.
echo.
Oh, only I hear the echo.
You might be the only one hearing the echo. I don't hear an echo.
Fair enough. I think I know why.
I'm not, and you're not echoing either. And it doesn't seem the streams hear an echo either. I just checked.
Yeah, there's still some crossing of wires. Give me 1 second. Okay. Hopefully it'll be our last attempt. We'll give it at least. We're gonna give it a college try to get it here. I'm gonna bring Cyber back up. Let's see. All right. Everything should be loaded. And let me see if we can hear Cyber this time. 1 second. Let's have something. Can you hear me, Cyber? I can hear me. Well. Unfortunate. Okay. Well. Oh, shit. Now I got it. No. There you go. Oh. Cyber's reloading. We'll try it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. It is super appreciated, y'all. Cyber's back. See what we can get here. All right, buddy, can you hear me? We'll see if we can make this work, huh? All right. Can you hear, bud? Maybe. Come on. Definitely some work to do. The guest room is a little wonky. Okay. Oh, he can hear me. I just can't hear him. That's fine. You know what? We'll work through it. Not a big deal. We'll have to take a look at a few things. I think I have a sneaky suspicion. I know what's going on. Actually, let me try this real quick. I think that actually might be the case. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Say something for us now, Cyber. Anything? No? Unfortunate. Okay. Well, we tried. We really did try. We gave it our all there, buddy. Just didn't seem to work out for us. Okay. Not a problem, Cyber. I'll work on this on my own a little bit tomorrow. I'll figure out where the software is fucking up at, and we'll fix it up for the next stream. No big deal. Appreciate your help though. Super kind of the audience for a few minutes. Really appreciate that. But I am going to read. He's not even working tomorrow. Shit. All right, cool. I'm going to read some super chats, y'all, and we'll get it taken care of. Okay, not a problem. And from Reverend Nate, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says God used the "see you next Tuesday" inference rule when He made that caller. Yeesh. He had all the charm of a structure fire at an orphanage. Yeah, you basically nailed it. Listen, these Philbro types, like, it's not just that they're bad debaters. It's not just that they're, I don't know, dishonest debaters. Like, there's so many things they could be. But the biggest issue is that they're just what's the word I'm looking for? They're just douchey. You know what I mean? Like, they're just not decent people. And so it's like, how much time do you want to waste talking to someone who's not only not a cool person, but like not a decent person, but like, no one actually likes hearing. It's not a good time. Nobody cares about that. And Zeke, oh, one more second. Thank you for the super chat. Zeke, you misunderstood my chat. That might be the case, buddy. Your chat sometimes is confusing. The quote was a twist on Matthew 5:17 and attributed to you as the speaker, me on your team. Thank you for letting me know, Zeke, but your message is a little bit cryptic. I'm struggling a little bit to know exactly what you're talking about with that. So need a little bit of help there, buddy. It's not entirely clear what you're referring to. So, it is what it is. I'm trying. Jeff, hey, thanks for the super chat. Friend says, I would love to see you debate a Christian on Dr. Daft show. I actually just learned about Dr. Daft. It's like a Jubilee setup, but she sometimes moderates, but she's Christian. Oh, interesting. I'd be down for that. Listen, y'all need me. I'll debate anyone. I don't really care. As long as the platform is right, and I get the message out. And Adam, my friend, thank you for the super chat. I thought he was an annihilationist. What's all this heaven stuff? Well, annihilation, the annihilationist people believe that there's really no hell. They still believe in heaven. They just believe that there's no hell, and therefore there's no eternal conscious torment. You just go to hell, and then you cease to exist at some point, right? There's support for that in the Bible and in the extra biblical text. And Deathframe says, God only hates me because he ate me. You fucking said it. You fucking said it. That's 100% it. That's what he wants. And Guitar Atheist says, me wishing I'm going to have another life is just avoiding the truth. Yeah. And that is the case, right? I'd love to have another life. I'd love to live forever. The reality is, it's not going to happen. And Guitar Atheist also says, how does this make the Bible true? It doesn't. That guess was really confused. And the follow-up, kissing God's ass for eternity sounds like hell to me. So I thought this even as a Christian. The idea that, like, listen, you're going to go to heaven, and like you need to like suck up to God the whole time, and like the whole thing. I was like, this does not sound fun. Like worshiping, I don't even like singing. Worshiping for all of eternity sounds like a shit show. Peace Love and Cake says everyone in the chat is getting VIP passes for heaven after suffering through this call. True. After the suffering that we were put through, and the audience, there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. That's the case, actually. It hurts. We'll be fair. Like it's painful sometimes, but you got to do it. And Miss Megs with a follow-up super chat, how can you experience more bliss when heaven is supposed to be the most blissful place ever? Well, that's the thing is some people's conception of like heaven is that it's graded, it's on tiers. Okay? It's not like everyone gets the same experience. And this is like biblical, you might even say. Guitar Atheist says, what's the point of this conversation? There wasn't a point. The point was that caller was thick-headed. And from Furtive Batak, I can't imagine how he thinks he's selling us on heaven. This is what they've done to rationalize heaven, and this is just the best they're going to bring. It's not good, but it's the best they got. So TDI says, yes, those kids with bone cancer build character. Yeah. Listen, if you didn't suffer with all that bone cancer, how do you expect that you're going to die gracefully as a child that knows nearly nothing? And Betho says, pro-suffering caller caused me a great deal of it. Yeah. I didn't realize we'd have so many painful calls on this particular topic tonight, by the way. It's a rough one. And Guitar Atheist says, we all fear death. I'm just not going to lie to myself to make myself feel better. True. Right? Do we want comforted or do we want honesty? I want honesty. And this is where it leads. Madly says, have you thought about doing a supercut of your guests arguing against themselves? They flip-flop so much, making their arguments up on the spot. Well, yes. The problem is, that takes a lot of time to edit. And I gotta be honest, I don't really do a lot of editing. But even posting video clips is literally just me clipping it. Half the time, I don't even know it's in the clip. I listen like the first couple of minutes and then the last couple of minutes and boom, it's up. I don't want to waste any time editing. It's just not my thing. I've got people doing clips for me now, even, so I don't have to waste my time doing that. I'd rather do this stuff. So maybe one day I'll get like a real video editor and do that kind of stuff. But for now, not really in the budget or in my schedule, sadly. Jeff says, I guess I've been shaving my head for 13 years for childhood cancer research through St. Baldwick for nothing. I'm worsening their heaven experience. That was the case, yeah. The only logical conclusion of that kid's argument was that you should not prevent suffering. You know, not a good place to be. OTDI says, who would have thunk this guy isn't God? Isn't good? Isn't God? Well, all of us probably. And Woolite Manless says, let me put it this way. I know. He put it that way too many times. One too many times for sure. And Gogi says, hello, Justin. How are you doing, buddy? But you know what, Gogi? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. The chat and me want you to read the Happy Appy story one of these days. Very provocative in various levels intellectually. I've never heard of it. Let me look it up. It's the Happy Appy? Oh, I didn't know it was a book. There's a YouTube video. I don't see a book though. Looks like it's part of creepypasta. There's some literature for it, perhaps. Okay. I'll give it a look. It looks pretty wild. Matthew Gerwing says, I can't force you to love me, but you are going to love me. God, yeah. Yeah, you got it. Listen, God is 100% going to fuck you up if you don't love him. That is just the case. You know, it's one thing to reject God. You know, it'd be another thing to just not love him. That's what really breaks my heart. Darth Smack says, getting into Dan McClellan lately. What's your opinion of him? Apparently he's Mormon. Does that affect your opinion? No, Dan's a great scholar. There's a lot of religious scholars. I would say this, though. Most of these religious or semi-religious scholars, they don't really believe the stuff in the religion that much. Like, they're in that religion by name only. You know, they stay in there for the culture, the friendship, the community, but they don't believe all the mythology. And obviously, Dan's one of them. He obviously doesn't believe all the mythology. How much does he believe? I don't know. Nevertheless, like any good scholar, it's clear that whatever his religious convictions are, they don't really get in the way of his scholarship. The only thing I've seen him defend that I personally feel is like a pet issue of Mormonism is the idea that the Trinity is nonsense. That's a real big thing in Mormonism. They don't accept the Trinity at all, and neither does Dan. Now, I don't accept the Trinity either as being logical or maybe necessarily biblical, but I don't really go out of my way to like talk about it all the time like Dan does. But Dan's right. The Trinity is silly. Does he believe that because that would have been his opinion had he not been a Mormon, or does he believe it because he's a Mormon, or a combination of both? It's hard to know. Guitar Atheist says, are we going to have slaves in heaven? That's a fair point. It's not clear, but it also is clear that when we say heaven in the Bible, it's not really that we're going to heaven or anyone's going to heaven. Heaven's coming here. So the New Jerusalem drops out of heaven. Heaven comes to earth, not the other way around. It's not, no one's floating up to heaven. And Bethel says, I experienced terrible loss and thus suffering. Well, yeah, we all did. I'm sorry to hear that. Caller is full of shit. That is, that this would somehow enrich life. Yes. The idea that the horrible suffering is necessary to enrich your life or your afterlife is asinine. It's preposterous. You don't need to suffer to enjoy life. That's something that people say when they don't really have an excuse for all the suffering. Science lover, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Can I have a T-Rex as a pet in heaven? Maybe. Maybe. I have a border collie right now, but I'd like to upgrade. Well, I got to tell you, if T-Rex is in heaven, your border collie is not going to last very long. And Carnage Asada, I did not see the super chat till just now, like 3 hours late. Justice for Peabody. You know what? After everything Peabody went through to get that mug, and then to find out that UPS destroyed the package, you were there when I fucking packaged it. I didn't skimp out on the packaging. I put it in a real box. I bubble wrapped the fucker just like I did all the other ones, or every other cup that didn't have styrofoam. I can't believe they fucking broke that thing. Nevertheless, listen, I will get another one of these fucking mugs or die trying. We're gonna make it happen, or I'm gonna have one commissioned and built by hand. We are gonna get Mr. Peabody what they deserve. Reverend Nate says, spiritually, the mug arrived in perfect condition. True. It was a spiritually perfect mug. It's perfect through the porcelain or the ceramic transcendental category. And Jay Danger says Joel Reed's Bible does ceramics. I did not know that. Joel Reed's Bible does ceramics? I'm going to check into that. I wonder if he can make me one. That'd be even cooler, actually. Mel, call recovering from religion. This is actually a good advice. I always forget this bit of advice, though. But yes, Mel could benefit from giving a call and even the Secular Therapy Project for sure. Betho says, Justin can really connect to folks. Caller Mel. I try. I'll tell you that. I do want, like, when we get people like Mel up here, I do want to help them through the situation. I don't want to leave them hanging. And Dutch Friend says, W. Mel, sending love from a fellow Aussie. Well, I don't know if I knew you were Australia, but dope. And also from our friend Carlos, good to see you, and thank you for being a member still. Hey, enjoying the roasting, new challenges and failures in my personal life, but what the heck? Life as usual. Well, Carlos, I hope you're doing okay. I'm mostly, I think, up to date on your situation, but if there's something new going on, let me know. I got your back. The community's got your back, actually, buddy. And YouTuber 1865 says God hates Haiti. I mean, obviously, right? Haiti is one of the only successful slave revolts in history, and slaves rising up and freeing themselves goes against God's will. Yep, that's true, actually. Haiti hates God, apparently. And that earthquake, oof. Kurt says God is constantly bending Haiti over. I don't know the percentage of them that are Christians, about 97% or so. But I would think it's many. Could this be a rapture of sorts? Oh, God executing all the Haitians as a form of rapture? That's I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I'm on board. Simeon Urchin says, for a cool in-depth video on prions, y'all should watch by the Neutrophilus video on it. Also, the rest of his stuff is so good. I never heard. Okay, let me find that. Okay, it's by the neutrophils. Okay, see. Oh, apparently this is like a large creator of science and biology, apparently. Oh, okay. Subscribed. Hell yeah. I love finding new creators. Thanks for that. And from Brian again says, question regarding contradictions. Do you examine and use the story of anointing of Jesus in Bethany, which is quite different across the Gospels? Yeah, actually. So if you compare the synoptics to the Gospel of John, it's pretty clear that they're attempting to tell the same story with different details. It's not clear if they're exactly in the same town, but it seems to be the case. It's not 100% clear if it's the same identical woman, but it seems to be the case. But the giveaway is in the passage. It says there's two things. The disciples get mad and say they could have sold the perfume for money and given it to the poor. And then Jesus says that the poor will always be with us, and she's done a good thing for me by anointing me, for various reasons. It's odd that this would happen twice. Really fucking odd. It doesn't make sense that this would be a double story, especially since they're so close within date. They're like, one is 2 days before the crucifixion, one 6 days before the crucifixion. And if it happened once, why would Jesus then repeat the exact same phrases during the event, as if they just weren't listening the first time? It's obviously it's a doublet. But I get it. If you're an apologist, you're not going to admit that. You're going to say, no, there's enough different details. It's obviously a different story. I don't think so. Evil Banana says, downside of Justin's tank tops, no cat climbing. True. Well, they're not in here either for a reason. So on this end of the upstairs, we are having, we've got a pocket door in the hallway to segregate the hallway halves. We've got like the cats on one side and the bird room on the other side. We're just trying to keep some boundary between the cats and the birds until the birds are a little bit older and we can kind of introduce them a little more. Faraday loves the birds. Faraday will just hang out next to the birds. Volta doesn't seem to care too much. I don't think he's going to attack them. Heck, we're still feeling that out. But so far, all the cats and birds have met, but very controlled environment. Nobody's like had the opportunity to eat one another. Dionysian Mass says, is Justin looking hot today? He's definitely hot. Listen, I don't know if that's the case, but I'm happy that you think so, and thank you for the compliment. Also, Clown a Horse says, the thing I miss about being Christian is believing that praying for someone would really help them. Now, I just have to accept it when I can't help. This is actually a very good point. As a Christian, there's a little bit of a hope that, like, hey, if I pray for this person, something good could happen, right? When you're in a helpless situation where, like, nothing can fix this situation, it does feel nice to be like, hey, I say throw this prayer up, something will happen. And it's like a Hail Mary. Never works, obviously, but at least it's a Hail Mary. And you lose that, believe it or not. Zen Cat says, Justin the Just. Prophet of Doug, the Justinians, his ardent devotees, freeing imprisoned minds one call at a time. May your work grow exponentially. Well, thank you, Zen. I really appreciate that, and I'm doing what I can. I want to grow the channel. I want to get the message out. I want people to leave this toxic religious mess. And Tim says, if God can create the universe but can't stop me through a series of wild coincidences from causing harm, your God sucks. True. Yeah. It's true because like the God of the Bible even claims that he designed all this shit. He says that he designed everything for its purpose, even the wicked for the day of destruction, which would lead me to believe he designed people to get destroyed. And Pundaleste says Al Qaeda and ISIS also believe their God is good and that he can do whatever he wants. Do you see where this leads to? Yeah. Divine command theory is terrifying. The minute you have instructions coming from a God that can't be questioned, it's going to get real. Basketball G says, what about Job's wife and children? Not good enough for God. That's all I can think about when the story comes up. Yeah. It's not just that Job got punished. Like fucking family members and servants of Job got punished. They didn't do anything to deserve that. Job didn't do anything to deserve that. If you're just trying to test Job, why are you murdering Job's family members? They have nothing to do with this bet. Ridiculous. And Babs says divine possession theory. Well, what about it, Babs? It's a popular theory. A lot of people believe it. Most religious people believe it, even if they're not like part of an official religion, or we might refer to it as demon possession. Jason says the soundboard needs O'Doyle rules. P.S. L Jesus. Definitely L Jesus. I haven't heard O'Doyle rules in a long fucking time, Jason. That's a reference. Holy shit. O'Doyle rules is a reference. I might have to get that one though. I wonder if anyone's going to recognize it. And Sizzle Atlanta says, thanks for helping me value evidence over faith. Well, fuck, Sizzle. That's what we're talking about. Listen, I get that like faith can bring some people comfort, but in the long run, it doesn't get you the truth. And I think truth is the most paramount thing. And Evil Banana Wind says, will of the Father sounds like a trauma response. True. It is actually, I think that is the case. Will of the Father, it sounds like the name of a Christian band. You know what I mean? And from the Rhino 26, Rhino, thank you so much for a $50 super chat. That's humongous, friend. Huge W. Super appreciate that. Really helps the channel a lot. Appreciate your support, friend. This channel, as I've said many times, doesn't exist without support from the audience like y'all's. And Jason says, straight for carnage. Tables have turned. You know what, though, Jason? I'm straight for carnage, too. So, I get it. I don't know who wouldn't be. So I don't blame you. But I'm not ready to share. Atheist Alderboy says, if Jesus came to die for sins, why did Yahweh hide from Herod? Why not just crucify the baby J? So this is a fair point. And people have brought this up. If the goal was for Jesus to die, why wait all that time to just die? Send him to the cross early. Get it done. Right? If you were a Christian, the way that you would work around this typically would be something like, well, Jesus had a mission to do, and that mission was part of spreading the gospel, right? So you can't just kill him right away, but it takes time to spread the gospel. But in reality, like there's any number of ways God could have spread the gospel. He didn't actually need Jesus to do it. He could have just had Jesus killed and then had other people spread the gospel. It's not a good solution. Nevertheless, I mean, it's a fair point. If that's the goal, then why didn't he do it thousands of years prior? Why wait so long? And why Jesus? If you just need to kill an innocent person, kill a baby. They're innocent. There's so many other solutions. He went the most difficult route. And Penelope says software UAT is almost as boring as Phil Bros. Rockhard Verlag, I'm sorry. I apologize, Penelope. I get it, but it is necessary. Debugging software is necessary, unfortunately. I meant to do some debugging prior to the stream and just kind of ran out of time. But I've got all day tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'll kind of get the finishing touches working on here, and then we're basically done for now. After that, it should just be some tweaks, maybe some slight improvements. for getting higher resolution streams going. And I've got to. I'm still waiting on a developer license to show up so I can use a virtual camera for TikTok, but that's another story. And Handsome Cat says Satan doesn't know Jesus equals God attempts. I'm sorry. Satan doesn't know Jesus equals God and tempts him with gold. Wait, what? Satan doesn't know. Satan doesn't know that Jesus is God and tempts him with gold. This is actually a fair point, Handsome Cat. How much does Satan know in the Bible? It's hard to know, because they paint him as like nearly omniscient, as being able to read people's minds. But if he knew that Jesus was God, then he should have known that testing him is meaningless. That's one of the reasons why I think it's really important to recognize that the original biblical narrative only makes sense if you assume the adoptionist theology, because in adoptionist theology, Jesus isn't God. He became a God through adoption. So, Jason says, Carnage Asada, I didn't hit the notify anyway because I'm classy. Nevertheless, yeah, what does Satan know? It's hard to know how much Satan. Nevertheless, friends. Oh, we got one more. From Cyber. Also, Cyber been a member for fucking 18 months from the beginning. Thanks for having me up. Always a pleasure. Cyber, it's always a pleasure having you up. You're always welcome in my orbit. We've been streaming together for a long time. Love what you do, buddy. Keep doing it. And friends, who's live right now that we can go send some people to? I suspect Thinker's live at least. Let me see who else is live. Mezzo's live. Thinker's live. That's it on YouTube that I can see. Okay. Well, we have Mezzo's live. Thinker's not live. Is Thinker not doing YouTube right now? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do on YouTube, y'all. I'm gonna send everybody over to Mezzo. It's MEZZO_WS. Mezzo is hilarious. I didn't check. I assume Joel's with them too. On TikTok, I'm gonna send all y'all over to Mezzo's as well. It's been a bit since we went to Mezzo's place. I'm gonna send everybody over to Mezzo. Tell them that Doug sent you, because Doug, Joel, and Mezzo are ardent followers of Doug. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I really appreciate all the patience. I know it's kind of a nuisance sometimes in the middle of live stream debugging some of the software. If I had more time outside of these live streams to like do this on my own time, I don't know. I probably would. Unfortunately, I got life. I got other shit that I have to do. Unfortunately, so I'm actually am debugging a lot of the software and building more of it as we move on. So it's just a bit of a time crunch. But I think here tomorrow I have the last of it done. I'll have all the loose ends wrapped up, and we should be good to go. And I'm pretty excited for that. So, and I did this stream with only 3 monitors rather than 4. Once I get this wrapped up, I'll be down to 2 monitors. It'd be fucking fantastic. So, friends, thank you so much for being here. I really love and appreciate y'all. We'll see you again on